to a cluster of small, squat houses at the bottom of the hill. The bridge soared high overhead, making a huge echoing space that projected the sound of the rushing river back to them. "This one is mine. You live here?" Lakis asked. There was surprise in her mechanical voice. "But you're a venerate." "Unfortunately, a tribune's salary is sparse enough. And lately, my expenses have been, tied up. The wealthier venerate find it amusing to embroil me in legal affairs crafted to sap what little reserves I already have." "Oh," Ilha thought. "Is this why the emperor chose him? Because he was a man at the end of his rope, willing to do anything? Or had he been chosen at all? Was that only a story that Kyrene told himself, to make himself feel more than he was?" Ilha could think of at least one other Kirin who had followed down the path of grand delusions. "Well," Kyrene said, "now that I have laid bare before you all that I am, let me ask again. I beg your help. I beseech thee, oh, Saviour Divine. Will you help me on this, my hopeless path?" Poyer and Ilha spoke at the same time. "Of course. Absolutely not." They looked at each other. And started talking at the same time. "What is wrong with you?" Poyer said. "Can't you see what he's doing? He even told you he would do this. They're people, Ilha. He's on our side. He can help himself. I had to. You had me. Okay, Fledge. Okay. You want to know what's going to happen here? The last time we made a deal with the gods damned Kirin, they burned down our city. They took our people, they murdered us. What they did to you," Kyrene said, "was awful. Truly, I cannot express. Save it." "You sound like one of them," Poyer said. Ilha's crest feathers flared up. He whirled on Poyer, and couldn't stop himself from shouting, "Crucified! Do you know what that means? They take your arms, your wings. They stretch them out on a piece of wood, and tie you to it. Then, they tie your legs. You hang from your arms, with nothing to support you but the bite of the rope. Eventually, the bones in your arms break. But it's not a clean break, no. It's a slow, splintering fracture. Do you know what that scream sounds like? Night after night, begging for death. Because I do. I know what it's like to live 9 long years, listening to my friends murdered. They stripped her feathers, Poyer. They almost killed Reich. He hated that he was acting this way. Hated that it was coming out like this. Hated that Poyer was turning against him. How can he let this Kirin do this? But he wasn't going to back down. Not from this. Somewhere, there was the sound of hooves clopping. And a voice shouting in the distance. "They're people, Ilha," Poyer said. But his voice was quiet, and low. "They're individuals. You can't judge them like that. They're Kirins. And they're turning you against me. Don't let him do this." Poyer's lip was quivering. His eyes were dark. Confused. Angry. Out of the corner of his eyes, Ilha saw Kyrene standing there. His face was grim. His jaw, clenched, as if he was in pain. It was the wrong expression. The Kirin should have been defending himself. The Kirin should have been twisting Ilha's words against him. But, instead, the Kirin tribune remained silent. The clopping of hooves was louder now, and a cart swung into the courtyard, hauled by 2 narrow-bodied drudges. One of those priests in those long, crimson robes. This one had a veil in front of her face, with the emperor's symbol painted on it. She climbed off the cart as quickly as she could. "Ararcha," Kyrene said, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, before he bowed deeply. The Ararcha ignored him, instead falling to one knee in front of Poyer. "Divine One," she said, "my deepest apologies. By the emperor's command, you must leave Sir immediately." "See," Ilha said, "see this, Fledge? This is what I was talking about. He's forcing you to do his bidding, now. To go to Thras." "No," the Ararcha looked up, as if just noticing Ilha for the first time. Ilha couldn't see her eyes through the veil, but he could plainly see the flash of disgust in the twist of her mouth as she regarded him. "The Emperor only wishes you to leave this planet. The Divine One may return to Gaum. Or Thras et Unum. Or any planet he wishes. But he cannot stay here." Before they could ask why, she pointed up at the sky. The bridge's soaring bulk blocked out most of that blue stretch, but even now they could see it. That bright streak in the sky, the scar, was rippling with light. Tearing itself open. Sharp, narrow cuts appearing and disappearing in that patch of the sky. "What is it?" Poyer said. "I can see it. I can see through it." "What are you talking about?" Ilha said, squinting up at the sky. All he could see was rays of light, sparkling like slivers of glass. "It's opening," Poyer said. "It's..." His eyes were wide open, flicking back and forth as if he was watching something high above the city. Lakis had her head bowed. She was muttering something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like a prayer. Poyer turned to Ilh. I'm going to thrash et unum. I'm going to find the grid. No, Ilh said. And immediately knew he shouldn't have. Poyer's face hardened. Ilh thought he could see the liquid armor underneath his clothes, writhing as he spoke. You can stay here. Or go back to Gaum. Do what you want. But I have to go. I have to do something. Take my cart, the air archer said, Divine One, take my cart and go. Poyer went first. Followed by Lakis. And then, Kyrene as well. It was the Kirin who last looked at Ilh, and said, Come with us, Avian. And help us change the empire. Ilh stared at him. No answer. Daggers in his eyes. Kyrene looked genuinely saddened by this. The only one holding you back is you. And then, Lakis grabbed the reins, and the drudges began to move. And all Ilh could think, as he watched them trot away underneath that shining scar, was this: she should have sent someone better. 71. Cracking the void. All the people of Seir stared up at the sky. Crowds stopped in the streets, people threw open their windows, and dock workers dropped their ropes and cargo, transfixed by the scar. It was the size of a moon, stretched thin across the late afternoon sky. Rays of light speared out from the scar, stabbing out like tendrils of vines. Jagged and shimmering. The sun was brighter, but it was unchanged. Only the scar, which had always been there, rising and falling over the horizons, barely changing its shape, now became something else. This was no slow change. The scar warped itself in flashes of light, and each flash revealed that it was growing larger. Tendrils of light spidering out, and cracking the void. Astraticians in their high observatories worked themselves into a frenzy, attempting to draw and redraw the scar according to their ancient charts and meticulous calculations. But the scar was changing too quickly. Even the fastest hand would miss the new details, flashing into being. Hairline fractures that rippled and glowed and suddenly became more. What was the scar doing? What could this mean? In this matter, even the most accomplished astratician, equipped with an array of delicate lenses and scopes and a horde of scholars aspirants, could only guess. The onlookers, the scholars, the nobles and peasants, Kirin and Zeno, all stopped to stare up. Only the droids moved, unbothered by the change of light. One lone cart sped through the avenues, and up the via, dodging around onlookers and droids and Xenos and pack animals who clogged up the roads. Lakis sat in the middle, holding the reins in her hands. She maneuvered the device and all its tangled wires, as if she had done this 1,000 times. Her fingers made dozens of slight movements, clicking and tapping and turning ever so gently over the controls, spurring the drudge onward. Kyrene was on her left, holding on to the edge of the cart. Every time he spared a glance up at the sky, his face darkened with concern. And Poyer was on the right, the mask hanging around his neck. Forgotten. Why should he wear it now? Nobody was looking at him. It was hard to talk, with all the wind in their faces, for this cart had no top. It was a short cart, little more than a bench on gravity rails, yoked to a long-legged drudge. The whole contraption creaked noisily as they curved around buildings and through the uneven alleys. Kyrene gave directions by hand. Pointing ahead, or to the left, or up some side passage that would take them out of the undersides of the city. Finally, they crossed a bridge, the drudge's hooves clopping like gunshots on the hard stones. There were crowds of people leaning at the bridge's brick and mortar railing, as if they might get a better view of the sky from there. Parts of the scar flashed like lightning, but where lightning disappears, the scar left ghostly imprints of itself against the sky. They passed by an ancient stone wall that must have wrapped around the whole city. Pieces of it were so overgrown with vines, it almost seemed like part of the land itself. Then, the road smoothed out and the hills did too. There were fences here, and trees growing through the fences. Squares of acreage, with short, white houses and red tile roofs sitting on each plot of land. Grape farms, mostly, with hundreds of lanes of vines growing over the gently sloping landscape. There! Kyrene shouted, pointing at one tall cast iron gate that marked the entrance to some plot of land. 2 flags rustled high in the breeze over the gate, both emblazoned with the symbol of the Kirin Empire. There were guards standing by the gate, and they barely glanced at the cart as it powered through. They, too, were absorbed the flashing in the sky. It had nearly doubled in size. Poyer saw the first tent. Drab in color, though it was emblazoned with another symbol of the Empire. There were more of them, maybe hundreds more, marching alongside the road. Each of them, the same color, bearing that same symbol. Soldiers stood outside, necks craned up at the sky. Even the officers and the sergeants of drill were staring, when they should have been shouting at the soldiers to get back to work. Has this happened before? Poyer shouted over the wind and the thunderous hooves of the drudge. No. Kyrene shouted back, not even since the founding of Seir. He turned to Lakis. He wanted to ask her, if I leave Seir, will it stop? But how could she know? Not even the emperor knew what the scars were. Beyond the tents, Poyer could just make out the outlines of ships, resting in an open airfield. Human-made metal gleamed in the sunlight and the light from the scar. A haphazard mix of drones and larger frigates and, yes, another barge. This last one was dormant, the gleaming slopes rising like a small hill of human-made metal. The deeper they rode into the camp, the larger that hill seemed to grow. In the center of the camp, there was a gate. It sat on a huge pedestal of stone, and 4 concrete ramps rode up the pedestal, ending at the edges of the gate. Poyer wondered briefly if the gate had been somehow moved out here somehow. No protective shell, and no pylons. Like all the others he had seen. The twin metal semicircles at the top of the gate were motionless. At the bottom of the pedestal, a crowd of soldiers were standing around. Jostling and yelling and shouting at each other. An officer was standing at the center, shouting again and again, "Get back! Get back! We're not going anywhere! Get back to your posts!" As the cart slowed, Kyrene stood up. His face was hard with disappointment. They were supposed to tell them we were coming. Why isn't it ready? Lakey slowed the cart, but Kyrene told her to bring it through the middle of the crowd. At first, they yelled and refused to move, but slowly the soldiers turned around. Their eyes went first to the android. Then to Kyrene. And then to Poyer. One by one, the crowd turned. And looked at him. And went silent. Their faces, painted with that same disbelieving awe. "Halt," the officer shouted at Lakey's, "you're not supposed to be here." Kyrene's face was a mask. He stood tall, with his scales glittering in the brightness of the sun and the scar. When he spoke, his voice mirrored the commanding tone of the officers. "Why isn't the gate open? Do you not see who I carry?" The officer looked at Poyer. Her eyes went wide. She spoke, without taking her eyes off Poyer. "But we don't have orders to open the gate." Consul vor PI's not expecting anyone. A look flitted across Kyrene's face. A smile? Poyer thought. But it was gone before it formed, and the tribune was as rigid as a commanding officer. His hands were folded behind his back, and he spoke as if he expected to be obeyed. "I have orders from the emperor himself. Open the gate, soldier, or get me an officer who will." The officer, not knowing what else to do, snapped a salute, and ran up the ramp of the pedestal. There, they could see here communicating with the priests who were waiting up there, who had also been staring up at the scar. "Get back!" Kyrene shouted at the rest of the soldiers. And they did, forming a wide circle around the cart. All, staring. Kyrene turned to Poyer and said, "You don't know how much power you have, until you're about to lose it. I should have done this years ago. You're still going to go." The signs could not be more obvious. He gestured up at the sky. "It's as if the sky itself is telling me to go. Though I suspect the signs speak more to you, than to me. Do you still think she'll try to kill you?" "I am certain. But I hoped, maybe, your presence would soften the attempt." Poyer looked down at his hands. He could feel the pressure of Kyrene's unasked question weighing heavily on him. "I don't know that I'll be able to help you." He barked a laugh at that. "So it's true what the poets say then. Alone, I go, without the gods, before the world to stand. What need have I to fear great death? When mine is now at hand." Or something like that. If he was here. "Your avian friend? Savior divine, I must apologize. I didn't mean to drive a wedge between you. I fear this is my fault, for asking too much. For having hope that my death might yet be, delayed. But we should not wish to change the world, only ourselves. There is no wedge," Poyer sniffed, "he has his task, and I have mine." "Then what is Eel doing on Seer, exactly, then? If he's going to try to talk to the Venerate about some kind of deal with Gaium, well. I wish him luck. But even if Fortuny herself descended from the heavens and blessed him, I doubt it would help him." "Why is that?" "We have been fed the tales of our conquests since birth. We have been poisoned by our own glory. When your great-grandfather was the grand champion, what must you be then? It is hard not to think yourself somehow better. And when you paint your enemies in foul stereotypes, it's even harder to wash that paint away. Old Seer is heavy-handed with the paint, if you understand me. But they're just people. All of you, all the avians. Why go to war, when you could have peace? Some might agree with you, Divine One. But I fear we are a rare breed, and some of us are about to become even rarer." He smiled, gesturing at himself. "Besides, the common folk love a good stereotype. A simple message, easily swallowed. We are better than them. Wouldn't you prefer to hear that? Isn't that so much easier than trying and failing and trying again, to actually better yourself?" It was Nuwa had said, too. "There are no shortcuts, Poyer. It doesn't matter where you stand, even if you stand in last place. As long as you keep trying. How many nights had he dreamed that he didn't have to try? Even when he first woke up, on Gayam, his first instinct had been to find someone else to do the trying for him. The officer was running back. Behind her, the priests had taken up their positions, and the gate was starting to hum into motion. Kyrene intercepted the officer, who bowed before him, begging his apologies. "We'll have the gate up and running in a moment, Tribune," she said. "Any idea what's happening in the sky?" Kyrene was shaking hands with the officer, telling her, "It's all right. There's nothing to worry about. Stand at your duty." His words seemed to inspire the soldiers. Was he always this way? Or was that just the mark of death, boosting his life at the very last moment? As Kyrene talked to the soldiers, Lakis climbed out of the cart, and offered her hand to Poyer. He almost didn't take it. "What's wrong, child of the stars?" Poyer bit his lip, thinking hard. Why didn't he come with us? The unfinished book speaks of guardians that come and go. Do you think he'll be safe? What if the scar, what if something happens? She cast a glance up at the sky, as if calculating something about the scar. "I fear the longer you stay here, the less safe it becomes for all of us. Come, child. They're waiting for us." Lakis ushered him onto the gate, where Kyrene was already waiting. Now, there were more priests surrounding the gate. They looked identical to the ones he had seen up at the emperor's statue. They stood at the corners, off the edge of that great metal disc, chanting their holy words. Somewhere in all that droning, Poyer recognized the command words, spoken again and again. The arms of the gate began to rise. They made their first slow circle, and then another, and another. Gaining in speed, that whooping hum turning into a high-pitched whine. Poyer could hear one of the priests, a withered, old Kirin, chanting a series of numbers and letters and symbols, beneath all the other voices. Coordinates. Poyer made sure his wrist implant recorded all of it. And then, the gate took them. 72, the power to change. The old Eelh might have given up. He might have turned tail and gone home. But the new Eelh was angry. His wings beat furiously at the air and all he could think was, "Gods, take me for a fool." Below him, the streets became a distorted grid, wrapping around the hills and dales and wrinkled valleys of Seir. He could feel the eyes of thousands below him, but against the changing of the scar, he was nothing more than a black-winged oddity. Why should anyone care about one avian, when the sky itself was splitting open? High above, the spidering cracks of the scar were flashing with light, like a thunderstorm seen in the vast distance. It was the Kirin Tribune's fault that he was up here, flying beneath the end of the world, or whatever this was. Eelh had made the oldest mistake. Don't take a full pot to the well. A listener, a good listener, must quiet his heart, for the beating of one's emotions deafens all else. Isn't that so? Whether he knew it or not, the Kirin Tribune was right. Eelh was holding himself back. He was tarred in his own beliefs. Coming to Seir, he saw only what he wanted to see. Heard, only what he expected to hear. No more. I will not be my own enemy. There are enough of those already. If the queen wanted to find peace, Eelh would be damned if he was to go home without an answer. And without the fledgling. So the Corvini pulled himself higher and higher, thrusting his wings back and his body forward, until the wind grew weak and the air, thin. The goggles made it easy to see everything. It was almost like they were alive, they seemed to know exactly what he wanted. When he focused his attention on the streets below, the goggles brought the whole world closer to him in a dizzying movement. For a moment he thought he was falling. Somehow this old tech could see clearer and further than any captain's telescope. It took him only a few minutes of searching through that maze of marble and clay tile roofs to find the cart, skirting through the streets. They had gone over the bridge, and into the vineyards beyond. Now, they turned down a road with a gate. There were tents there. And soldiers. Eelh angled his body like an arrow, and dived towards the camp. Flapping, when gravity was too slow. Should any of the Kirins see him, they would see only a black, winged avian speeding out of the city's airspace. And if the soldiers shot at him? So be it. He'd been shot at before, for much less than this. What was clear to him now, what should have been clear to him from the start, was that a chance had been handed to him, and he was about to let it slip through his feathers. Kyrene. Gods damn him, Eelh thought. If he had been any other kind of Xeno, Eelh would have found it easy to trust him. Gods damn him for being a Kirin. Eelh had been so blinded by his feelings, his unabiding hatred for the Xenos who conquered his world and burned his city, that he had forgotten to listen. Back in Lowtown, that was a great way to get yourself killed. And here, well, who knew what it might cost him? What it might cost all avian kind. Eelh was only above the bridge, when he saw the cart stop, somewhere in the middle of all those tents. There was a great stone platform, like the base levels of a pyramid. A circle of metal sat in the middle of the platform. Then, he could see the arms of the circle, beginning to move. There was no time to think. No time for anything but flight. His arms burned. His legs were tucked behind him, his talons closed tight. But he was no falser, which may rip through the air. He was no needletail, with wings like razors for slicing the sky. He was Corvini. A low-born, low-caste scavenger thief. He was too slow. By the time he heard the whining of the gate, Eel was only above the first tent. The light of the gate glowed. A single beam pierced the sky. Eel flew on. Just in case. But the gate was empty. Poyer was gone. And the Tribune with him. Exhausted, his chest tight with the pain of breathing so hard, Eel slumped and slowed his flight. Gliding over the tents, circling the camp. This is where the old Eel would give up. Would hang his head, and find some dusky tavern to sulk in. And he could not deny the sweet, awful allure of that feeling. How easy it would be to hate the world, to curse it and to nurse himself in darkness. But Eel had a new truth. He knew that nobody gave a splatter of gull shit about him. The world didn't care if he came or went or if he was here at all. On Seer, he was no one. And for a professional listener, being no one was a very, very good thing. There would be other chances to slip through the gate. Whatever it took, Eel was determined to find a way. No matter how long he had to wait, he would help this Kyrene, in his mad, suicidal quest. And he would hold the Tribune to his word. Anything in his power to create a chance for peace. Fortunately, Eel did not have to wait very long. The Emperor's statue, the highest and most sacred temple of Seer, was infested with those spineless Xenos who called themselves historians. And the Emperor was forced to sit on his throne, and listen to them argue back and forth about whose fault it was that the scar was tearing itself open. They twisted their tentacles accusingly at him, nodding and bobbling their helmeted heads. Glass and rubber, filled with noxious, near-frozen fumes. Long, tattered robes hid the tentacles they used as feet, but the Emperor could not hear anything but that disgusting squelching, slapping sound as they shifted and moved around his temple. And their voices. Oh, those voices! Not at all like the Kiran's, so sonorous and musical. To him, the historians sounded like jars of bees, being shaken about. Especially when they were arguing. Their speech medallions, all projecting the same buzzing voice. He wished he could silence them. But right now, he needed them. Because they could go where he dared not. The Black Library was not just a light dam, it was also a place of records. Somehow, the historians had figured out a way to access arcane stores of humanity's data, much of which related to the scar and the light beyond. Not that they were particularly forthcoming with that data. So, he had summoned them. And they had come down from their library, more interested in berating the Emperor, than providing him with answers. You should have turned him away, they said. You should not have let him linger here. The Emperor asked, this is how you treat the god you call savior. Do not dare. One of the historians stabbed at the air with an ancient, gnarled tentacle, as dry as a fish left in the sun. Do not presume to know what the unfinished book proclaims. The Emperor inhaled as slowly as he could. Not trusting himself to speak. After how many centuries, he had finally discovered another human. Still young and untouched by the world, who might be molded into a true ally, to accompany him through the ages. One who would far outlive any being the Emperor had to deal with. Another living god. And all these fragile wretches could do was spit their curses, as if anyone could have foreseen this. The scar, it seemed, had felt Poyer's presence. Immediately. And reacted, just as swift. How could you let this happen, the historian said, as if it was his fault the scar was rippling, carving itself open. How could you let a human get so close? The truth? The Emperor would not tell them the truth. They didn't need to know. I didn't want to rush him, he thought. He had been here before, on another world. With another human. And last time, it took more than a full year before the scar began to tear. But this was different. Why? He had so many questions, and these historians would give him no answers. They were frightened. They were helpless in the will of the light. Just like all the rest. Just like me. You have erred. They said, as if by calling him guilty, they might absolve themselves of the doom that was soon to befall them and all of Seer. The decay of change. The Emperor snapped. He could not help it. It's what he would have done, in his old self, before he became the Emperor. And so, it was what he did now. If your book can see so much, why didn't it see this? Where is your farsight now, you firstborn? Or does your book abandon you, when you need it most? They hissed in horror, in absolute disgust. A clicking, rasping sound that came at him from every corner of his own temple. Their tentacles curled and uncurled, and their voices buzzed with ineffectual threats of vengeance. Their library protected them. But only in the library. The unfinished book, they said, can never be understood by a mind such as yours, you who call yourself human. No matter how high you try to elevate yourself. Bah! the emperor said, waving his huge hand aside. And it was not the wind from his gesture that knocked them low, but the gravity that he held at his fingertips. It sent them hissing and writhing and buzzing anew, though the emperor did not send out such a force he might damage them. Bruise them, maybe, for the first children of humanity were frail things. But no, he would not hurt them. If the light dam held, if the human left this world before the scar truly began to split, then he did not want to start a war. And if it didn't? The emperor stood up from his throne, towering over the tentacles and tattered rags and those gas-filled helmets of the historians. They shied away from his footsteps, as he walked to the balcony. Like every other soul in seer, he wanted to watch the sky. Only, where they prayed to the gods, and to him, begging for mercy, the emperor prayed to nothing. He only watched. Waiting for a sign, so that he could make up his mind. If the scar did not settle, he would have to leave. How tiresome, to begin another empire anew. Perhaps he would take a few of these Kirans with him, if he went. But none of these damnable historians. No, that's for certain. A flash from the planet's surface caught his eye. Over to the west, where the bulk of his military kept their camps. The gate that he had hauled all the way from Dire Ulan Fall opened itself and a beam of light pierced the sky. Headed towards the stars. Then, the beam disappeared, leaving behind a kind of mist. Good. Now, he could only watch. It took time. But it did slow its change, that great scar in the sky. And before the world turned and the scar disappeared over the horizon, he was satisfied to see that it had frozen in place once more. The dam would hold. And his empire would stand, for at least a while longer. There, he said, mostly to himself. See that there was nothing to worry over. Yet still, a feeling lingered in the pit of his human body. Pushing hard against the place where his mind met the flesh. Friction. That was the word for it. He felt a kind of friction. Perhaps the time for caution was over. His newest kindred had questioned him, and had made him question himself. For 1,000 years, it made sense to build an empire that could grow itself. To keep his hands off. But now. Perhaps, he thought, the time for sleep is over. The historians had only just climbed back to their feet, or tentacles, or whatever they call them, and their buzzing subsided into droning displeasure, when he told them to get out of my temple. He did not bother with decorum or tradition. Let them be furious. What could they do to him? And when they left, the emperor summoned a servant, and sent them off on a mission. They returned, not an hour later, with a guest in tow. An old soldier, with legs as thick as tree trunks, and arms to match. His scales were silver and black, except where they were graying with age. Yet Lord Dioch, consul of the Veneratien, still moved with the leopardine grace of a warrior. When he bowed all the way. And held himself there, until the emperor nodded at him. Lord Dioch, the emperor said. My ever-lord, he said, his voice muffled by that silver mask he always wore. An old tech gift that gleamed in the light of the braziers. Even below that mask, Dioch's face was rigid and emotionless. How soon can you have your legions ready? Reserves and all. 2 weeks, if my lord requests it. No sooner. Vorpi is about to make a mistake. At that, Dioch seemed to stand a little straighter. It was the most emotion this Kiran would show, the emperor was sure of it. You know where she is? Thras et Unum. In a war camp, attached to Saranthe city. Hers is the only house in a sea of tents. Oh, good, the emperor thought. He's been waiting for this. I have sent a tribune, the emperor continued, a fanatical xenophile who believes that Vorpi is guilty of some crime or other. Kyrene is his name. Kyrene. Dioch said, a shock in his even voice. Isn't he? Yes, the emperor said. He is. But he will play his part, do not fear. And then, he will die. When she takes action against him, Vorpi will be in violation of the Veneratians' law. I want you to be ready to strike. I have heard rumors, Dioch said carefully, of a god. That you sent him to Thras, my lord. You have heard well, Dioch. I do not. I do not wish to harm a human. The emperor almost smiled at that. The only thing that can harm a god is another god. And there are none of those on Thras, except the one I sent. And the tribune. His path will end in death. But if, by chance, it does not, better to get rid of him. To keep this clean. A living martyr is a difficult thing to control. Dioch nodded. His voice, muffled by his mask, came back to the emperor. By your will, all this shall be done. 73, inside the gate walker. The sand was too thin. It made the metal slippery under her feet. Kadam hooked her arm under Finder's spherical body, tensing her legs as she tried to push him forward. But the harder she pushed, the more her feet slid. Go, Finder said. You have to go without me. Stupid, Machine, Kadam answered through gritted teeth, not leaving you. The entrance into the gatewalker was still sealed shut. It was nothing more than a cargo aperture, with interlocking space-grade teeth, facing up towards the sun. She had felt it, though. Through the Arius net. All she had to do was get close enough, and command it to open. Nomads poured down the slopes of the basin, rivers of legs and mouths and chitinous bodies streaming over the hard sand. The air was buzzing with their clicking and chittering sounds. Some ran upright, the tattered remains of clothes streaming behind them. Others wore nothing at all, and they ran like animals, their legs and arms pumping at the sand as they swarmed over each other. Thousands of red and black and brown bodies pouring down the slopes. If you die, Finder said, I have failed. My life does not matter. Leave me here, and I will try to hold them back. Fuck that, she said. Put your claws out and help me push. His claws scrabbled for purchase on the smooth metal of the hull. Small, he might be for a drone, but he still outweighed more than her, especially without his repulsors. Kadam wrapped her arms around one of his claws, and with all the strength left in her legs, she pushed. I am not doing this alone, she thought. I will not let you go. Together, they pulled and pushed themselves across the thin sand. Finder's repulsors shattered even further as he scraped over the metal ground. Step by step, away from the skeleton hanging on the pole. Towards the ship's cargo door. How far? Open, she impulsed the cargo door. Open, damn you. Open. She felt the latch in her mind, as her impulses connected with the ship's Arius net. A groaning rumble. A few grains of sand started to shift in the center of the basin as the cargo doors creaked. There was a long, shuddering moan, followed by the shriek of metal. The door was opening far too slowly. The first nomads had reached the bottom of the slopes. They were still distant, but they were sprinting. Sprinting. Grabbing at each other, each one wanted to reach her first. She could see their mandibles now, see the clapping, shivering motion they made as they tasted her scent on the air. Kadam, Finder said. Go. You can fit. If you have to wait for me. Shut up and push, damn you. With a great heave, she tumbled over. Rolling forward on his body, his claws tucked underneath him. Kadam spilled forward, and together they reached the cargo door. She didn't even look. She rammed Finder's body with her shoulder, shoving him into the widening gap in the ground. And then, she jumped down after him, screaming another impulse at the cargo doors, shut the door now. Kadam braced herself for a fall. But it was nothing. Only a few yards. Someone had stacked something, mattresses? Cardboard boxes? Just underneath the slowly closing aperture, creating a soft platform that swayed dangerously as she landed. Finder had hit the same platform, and bounced off. He was still rolling somewhere in the darkness of the ship's hold. But she couldn't worry about him right now. There was something wrong with the cargo doors. They had jittered to a stop, shaking dust and sand over her. Close. She impulsed again, and she shouted the command at the same time. Close the fucking door. Slowly, painfully, it began to screech in reverse. Hooked feet grabbed at the teeth of the aperture. Legs, raining down at her. Too many to count. Swiping and clawing at the air above her head. A face blocked out the light of the sun, those glittering compound eyes staring blankly down at her. Froth dripping from the hair on its mandibles that shivered and snapped at her. She screamed, she couldn't help it. There were too many hooked feet and jaws catching at her clothes, she couldn't fight them off. All she could do was flail and try to writhe out of their reach. The only thing that saved her was their own desperate, fanatical need to get at her, all at once. They squeezed into the gap in the aperture, even as it shrank. They clogged it with their own bodies, blocking out all the light from above. Clapping and snickering and clicking ferociously. But the gap was closing, and the teeth of the cargo doors began to slice through them. Slowly, so slowly, it severed heads and limbs and chopped their bodies in half. Spilling alien fluid over her. One of their heads fell in her lap. She screamed again. Her whole body jerked, kicking the head, with its still snapping mandibles, away into the darkness. Its last chitters died away somewhere in the depths of the ship. Above, the sound of hundreds of clawed feet was muffled by the cargo door. Never had a full 2 meters of metal felt so small. Kadam threw back her head, laying on the soft cushion. The smell of mildew and must, filling her as she took huge lungfuls of air. An old sound. One she knew all too well. A distant rumbling that seemed to shake the darkness itself. The roar of a storm crashing through the trees. Rushing towards her, and washing over her. Trembling. Cracking. Changing. As the rumbling became a pain on the sides of her face, she thought, so, it's still here. Something warm trickled out of her nose. Her eyes were itching and when she wiped them, she could feel the blood. The vision began just out of sight. It was as if someone had turned on the emergency lights inside the ship, and now everything was glowing with a grey light that had no source. She could see the whole interior before her now, a cargo airlock, filled with the bones of old nomads. She was sitting on a tower made of crates and boxes, capped with 2 old mattresses, dried and cracking with age. And when she looked up, she at the cargo door and the walls themselves, she had to remind herself, it's not real. It's not happening. Because there were cracks racing along the walls. Unzipping the metal at the molecular level. Flaking away in strange, geometric patterns. Becoming something else. The change spidered along the hull of the ship. Splitting it apart, as the matter itself transformed piece by piece. Pixel by pixel. Chunks fell loose from the metal, and as if they were lighter than air, they lifted up into the sky that was aglow with a grim, grey light. In the logical part of her mind, she knew she was still inside the ship. She knew the walls were still there. But her eyes lied to her. She could see the nomads, now, as the metal walls crumbled away. They were crumbling too. Their bodies, torn apart by the forces of the light. Whose fault was this? It didn't matter. It never mattered. The wind was screaming through her thoughts, and the thunder was in her veins, beating against her heart. It cut through her, cutting her from inside, and she had to shut her mouth, to hold in her screams. Because the herald was here. A figure, floating in the sky, like a dancer on the wind. Shrouded in loose, silvery clothes, rippling as if blown by a gale. Descending. Holding its arms aloft. She didn't want the herald to know she was here. It couldn't know. Have you been waiting for me, all this time? The figure was staring at her. The dancer on the wind. Pulling back the hood of its cloak. She had to force herself to turn away. To look away from the lie of its face. And then, all the emergency lights in the ship flickered to life. It was just enough to snap her out of the vision, to give her just enough room to pull herself free. Her head was hammering, her heart was thudding in her ears, but she refused to sink back into that grey light. It felt so real. Her eyes could see, her ears could hear, her mind could feel reality slip into the world of the vision. The end of all things. Enough. She took in a slow, steadying breath. And as she exhaled, she imagined herself breathing out her own thoughts, and all the universe besides. Just like Rodiero had taught her. And his mentor had taught him. The vision that clung evaporated. A vague print of light, over the emergency lights of the ship. She was alone again. Sitting up, panting hard, as if she could breathe away the headache that hammered inside her skull. The nomads were still scrabbling on the door above her, but they sounded so small now. At least the walls were real again. Kadam looked around, blinking away the last cobwebs of the vision that refused to bleed away. Shadows the color of smoke and ash, lifting around the corners of the walls, and off the debris below her. The mattress under her was tilting, almost falling. Someone had stacked it on top of all this debris, and used it as a kind of ladder to reach the cargo door. But why anyone would want to go outside was beyond her. Now, as she moved around, the whole tower of debris began to lean. The afterhaze of the vision made it hard for her to figure out what was real, and what wasn't, as she climbed down from the stack of mattresses and crates and who knows what else, to reach the ship's floor. Down here, there were empty nomad shells, abdomens, and legs, and wires, and what looked like pieces the rotten remains of fabric. Nuts and bolts and screws and washers scattered across the ground, where someone had dropped a hardware repair kit and just left it there. Finder. She called out. The opposing door of the airlock was still open, and she could see the interior of the ship, and all those emergency lights running away down its length. Its mouth stuck open like some bestial maw, waiting to swallow her. She climbed inside. The vast cavern of the gatewalker was littered with trash. Plastic and fabric strewn over the drone bays. Metal and machine kits scattered between the huge crates of the cargo hold, with wires and carbon fiber skeletons chopped and hacked to pieces. She walked up the mezzanine steps that ran alongside the hull, until she was looking down on that vast cavern. From here, she could see the slots for the gate's arms, those semicircular rings of metal used to channel the energy needed to move matter from one space to another. She could see numerous rings down there, each one laying quietly where they had for thousands of years. All the gates she could ever need. It was the most beautiful thing she had seen, since the day Finder found her. Finder, she called again, I found the gates. He was here somewhere. But why wasn't he answering? Kadam took the open steps down from the mezzanine, and was about to call out Finder's name again, when she heard a voice. A human voice. Talking so rapidly his words almost blended together. The others. I don't know what happened to them. Jwara said not to open their chambers. Whatever you do, he said, don't touch them. They're asleep. Let them sleep. Forever. I went to look at them and the voice choked up. A pathetic, mewling sob. Oh, help me. Jwara, if you can hear me please come back. I told you not to go. I told him not to go. He went up to the light dam to see if he could fix it, but I haven't heard from him. She followed the voice to the ground level of the ship, where the metal floor slanted ever so slightly to the right. Finder had found a terminal in the wall, and was watching something there. There was a man. Greasy black hair that hadn't been cut in months. Bags under his eyes made him look older than he was, and grimy lines of stress outlined his skeletal face. She had never seen someone look so unwell. Not even her old mentor, Rodiero, had looked that bad at the end. His face was too close to the camera, and his eyes kept dilating. As if he was watching something off-screen. It's been 2 months. 2 months since he left. Chwara, if you can hear me. Finder, she said over his shoulder. I was calling you. Didn't you hear me? Oh. Hello, Kadam, he said, as if he had just gone for a walk. As if they hadn't just fallen into a derelict gatewalker on some planet filled with aliens who were trying to kill them. What's wrong with him? She wondered. Maybe part of his core was damaged when he fell. She leaned down behind him to check his chassis, but he turned around. You need to see this. They were here, Kadam. Other humans. He gestured with a claw at the terminal, at the man with the black hair. Do you know him? Finder asked. No, she said, thinking of the rotten skeleton on the pole outside. Do you think he's the one we passed, getting in here? The video was still playing. The man was running his fingers through his greasy hair. Pulling at the knots. I can hear them. Her, and all the others. She hates me. I sent a drone through the airlock, and I used the speakers on it. I tried to talk to them. They went mad when they heard my voice. They started tearing each other apart. He heaved a shuddering breath. The gates don't work, he said. The ship was full when we left, but the reactor, all the cells, empty. I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. And the whole grid is down and I don't know how to do anything. Chwara, he moaned. Oh, Chwara, please come back. No light in the reactor. Kadam's heart sunk. That would make her job so much harder. But maybe. The man jerked around, as if he was looking at something behind him. He was young, only a few 100 years old, if that. Maybe as young as Kadam. Then, he was shouting at someone else. Someone that Kadam couldn't see. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. He looked back at the camera, his eyes wild with fear. If you can hear me, anyone. Help me. I'm not alone down here. 74, the queen of almost everything. There were no other hives left, but hers. There was only one thing the queen of almost everything did not consider part of her dominion, though her sisters, and her mothers, and their mothers before them had tried for many, many turns of the world to claim it. The god's hell. Even though her hive was built upon that hard and impossible thing, and all her sand and all her brood crawled over it, the queen had never found a way into that dark and profane place. For hundreds and thousands of cycles, the queen had watched over the god's hell. With 9,000 eyes, she watched it. With 9,000 antennae, she felt at its edges, searching and chewing and gnawing at the impossible structure. Never making a dent. With 30,000 legs, she marched her brood over the shores and the shifting sands, carrying grain after grain to build this hive, to push back the crashing waves so that she might yet claim the god's hell as her own. And in one idle moment, a deity had appeared. How had she not tasted its presence? How had it flown so swiftly? And, most infuriating of all, why did the door that does not open, open for this thing? The queen's arms and legs and a few of her heads were lost, inside those iron jaws. But, at least, the deity had not escaped unscathed. It had shed part of its body, a hulking, metal thing, at the door that does not open, and the queen's brood dragged it back into the depths of her hive. Once, there had been thousands of nests, just like hers, across the endless scrublands. They built their towering monoliths of sand deep in the arid places of the world. Once. But now, when she sent her legs and her wings ranging far and wide across the sands, all the old nests were empty. And across the great deserts, where the sanded dunes became flats of glass that marked the edges of the world, nothing could live there. Even the waters were sparse these days. The fat, fleshy things that swam in the waters no longer visited her shores. Nor any shores. So, where had this thing come from? Were there more of them? Some things can never be known. The queen of almost everything accepted this. But there were simple truths, too. The sun always rises. The sands always change. And the gods. There was only one thing to do with them. Just knowing one was near made her burn with need. It crept and shivered and stung, from the base of her abdomen to the desiccated bulk of her brain. It throbbed through her every thought, and bled into all her brood. Every leg, every mouth, every muscle, itching with the same fury. Die. The queen of almost everything couldn't remember why she felt this way, only that all the mothers had felt the same. Their ancestral memories, passed down for hundreds of generations, were faded and hard to understand. Wait. The longer she mulled over it, the more it came back to her. That's right. It wants to die. Isn't that right? In fact, a part of her wondered if this wasn't her true purpose, the sole reason for her life, to consume the deity. To take its living body, and eat the flesh from its bones, and hang its ragged skeleton high for all her brood to witness the glory of what once was. I will rip the flesh from your bones. I will swallow your immortal strength. Yes, that's how it was. She would eat the deity, and she would have the power to restore life to the whole world. Through her, the stars would shine bright once more. And the sun would repent its relentless gaze. All the algae would flourish, and the oceans too, and the bristled plants that once covered these deserts would cover them again. Why, then, did it hide from her? The other one did, too. This one hid inside that ancient shell. Why did it hide? A challenge, the queen of almost everything thought. To see if I am worthy, of course. To make me stronger. So, she would be stronger. The queen of almost everything was not at her peak. All the other hives had gone empty. And so, she had let her strongest brood die off long ago, and she had replaced them with weak, brittle ones. Smaller mouths, and more delicate pincers. Because strength was costly, and the farms were dwindled. And the seas dried to salt. And all the beasts of the world were gone. But this was worth everything. This was worth even life itself. The queen of almost everything had 27 heads. They were the heads of mothers, some as old as her, some much older. They were drying out, but they still spoke to her. And she could still speak with them. That was how she had pried the last deity out of the god's hell. Back then, she had more than 100 heads. How many cycles ago had that been? Now, there were so few. The number doesn't matter. The queen of almost everything thought to herself, it worked before, so it will work again. This was her purpose. She would taste the flesh of a god, once more. And she would take its power this time. And make the world anew. Maybe the gates worked, but there was no light in the reactor. And all the repair drones had been hacked to pieces. Even the printers were gutted, what few scattered pieces she could find were broken beyond repair. If she could just print the replacement parts, but, no. Of course not. The ship had crashed, and whoever woke up inside had taken everything apart. It was almost impressive how methodical they had been. Impressive, and maddening. Why? What could you have possibly been looking for? And to make everything so much more frustratingly worse, something kept pinging her implant, the one wrapped around the side of her skull. At first, it was a small sound, and she chalked it up to some glitching piece of hardware deep in the ship's bowels. But as she dug through the scrap, the sound was getting louder. Shriller. You don't hear that? She asked Finder, for the dozenth time. He didn't know what she was talking about. At least the water recyclers were still working. And there was more food in the storage bays than a whole city could eat in a decade. Every variety, too. As long as she didn't get sick of vacuum-sealed, freeze-packed rehydration packets, she was set. If only it weren't for that damn ringing sound. Finder had been digging through the ship's logs. There were thousands of hours of the previous inhabitants. Jwara, and the one with black hair, she still didn't know his name. There were from a biologist's conclave. Some planet she'd never heard of. Somehow, they hitched on an architect's ship. A gatewalker. The ship's main purpose was to rip across the clusters, planting gates. Normally, gatewalkers were autonomous. Ships shaped like spindly skyscrapers, the gatewalkers' hulls were wrapped in their own kind of gates that allowed them to wander from one star to the next in the blink of an eye. But, instead of the usual drone bays, the upper deck of this ship had been retrofitted with a habitation area. Cabins, living spaces, and a cramped cryospace filled with a dozen cold chambers. As soon as they found out about the cold chambers, Kadam rushed up the slanted ladders of the decks. She found the cold chambers in the back of the habitation area. 10 of the cold chambers were still functioning, dark and cold even from the outside. 2 were empty. As she approached one, its information panel lit up. She took one look inside. And then, she walked out. What is it? Finder asked over her shoulder. Are they in there? Kadam shut the door behind her. And locked it. They're gone, she said to Finder. They're not human anymore. Oh. Best to let them rest. They would be fine. Even if the ship lost power, each cold chamber had its own core that would last for thousands more years. Maybe longer. Unless it's already been thousands of years, Kadam thought. She still didn't know what year it was, how long she'd been under. Kadam sifted through the other rooms, making her way back down the decks. One of the decks was filled with laboratory gear. Biologists. Empty vials, carbon sequencers, glass terrariums, sun lamps, heavy soil recyclers and nutrient grinders the size of industrial refrigerators. But there was nothing alive inside the ship. Nothing, apart from Kadam and the microscopic bacteria she had brought with her. Kadam was sifting through the cabins, looking for answers or tools or anything to help her out. Jwara and the other guy were playing out on our visual implant, a small holographic video playing in her left eye. Something about watching them live just sitting in the middle of a ship. Neither of them talking. Going about their business. Something about it was comforting to her, about the way they just sat there and lived and breathed. The ship had databanks filled with entertainment that would last anyone 1,000 years, but right now, she much preferred this. It was like they had just been here. Somehow, it made the ship feel fuller. More complete. Like there were other people around her, to keep her company. It also made it hard to ignore the pieces of their lives they had left behind. Was this pile of rags Jwara's dirty clothes? Which cabin did he sleep in? Who had taken all the machines apart? And why did they leave this place in such a mess? Finder was following her around the ship as she went from room to room, gathering everything and anything that looked like she might be able to fashion it into a kind of tool. These thin metal rods, if she could mark them, would make decent calipers. And those could easily work as spark joiners, as long as she wasn't running power. The ringing in her ears had all but faded. On the screen, Jwara was staring at something on one of the terminals, deep in concentration. His counterpart, the one with the black hair, was wrestling with one of the printers. Kadam paused the screen. Finder, look at his hand. What is it? He's got a gauntlet. A shipwrights. I'm not sure what model it is, but it looks professional. The gauntlet was bound to his wrist, and the liquid metal wrapped over his hand, rippling and changing shape every time he moved. It looked like he was struggling to get it work, he probably hadn't attuned to it correctly. Or at all, she thought. That's what I need. If you can find that, it would solve everything, and I could get to work. Finder chirped something in the affirmative, but Kadam couldn't hear him. Because just at that moment, there was a swell in her ears. In her temples. A piercing sound, like the shriek of metal. Only, it didn't stop. It swung higher and louder and Kadam almost collapsed with the pain. Her hands were on her ears, and she was shouting. A deep, warbling voice echoed, resonating from inside of her brain. There. Are. You. God. Finders hobbled over to her, dragging his bulk with his claws. He was asking her what was wrong, but she couldn't hear him over the waves of ringing, washing over her. Knocking around in her skull like a bell, crashing over and over. Sonar waves slamming against her mind. Who are you? She said, though she didn't know if it could hear her. What is this? The response was a single word. Die. 75, voices in the air. They were in Finder's head, too, but he couldn't make sense of the sound. It hurts, he mewed weakly. His claws scratched uselessly at the rubbery floor of the ship, and his spherical bulk wobbled and writhed in place. Too much noise. To Kadam, it was more than the piercing, ringing sound. She could hear voices, too. This was not the after effects of the vision, the shared disease of all humankind. No, she had cut that spasm off, with the help of Rodiero's implant, before it started. This was something else. Something in the here and now. No matter where she went in the ship, she could hear them. Though they did not say her name, she could feel that they were talking to her. Cursing her. Come. Out. God. Thing. Each word was spoken by a different voice. Each voice was its own specially shaped tool, drilling into her mind. This one was harsh and wrenching, that one like the pierce of a needle, and that one scraping against her skull. Between the words, there was a high ringing sound that made her want to tear her hair out. Who are you? She shouted at the ceiling. Who's doing this? Kadam. Finder crept closer, his claws thumping lightly on the rubbery floor of the ship as he curled his bulk against her. Please. It hurts. One look at his face screen, the pixels were flashing madly, and she could tell he wouldn't last long with this. Come. Out, and die. Kadam impulsed a command with her skull implant. It conjured up an interface only she could see, and her eyes danced back and forth through her diagnostics. Suddenly, the ringing sound flared, making her wince and gasp with pain. But she saw what she needed to see. They're spiking the Aries net, she said. Shoving so much nonsense information that the whole net was awash with the scratching, ringing, cascading over to trip the thresholds thousands of times a second. The solution couldn't be simpler. Thankfully, she knew the administrative commands by heart, because she couldn't imagine trying to hear the words over that incessant ring, and the menus were completely scrambled by the feedback of the sound. She walked through the menus and muted the threshold alarms, for her own receiver, for Finders, and for the whole ship. The ear-piercing ring went suddenly silent. Finder gave a digitized gasp, and his claws slumped with relief. Better, she asked. A miracle, he said, as he flashed his screen off and on a few times to clear it, thank you. All that was left in the area's net were the voices, scratchy and distorted, spoken from crude mouths. Do you hear them, now? She asked. I don't hear anything. Another god thing. The voice was a chittering buzz, like insectoid jaws clapping and grinding against each other, making sounds they modulated into words. How did it learn our language? Kadam had been hunted before. This was nothing she couldn't handle. But if she didn't have to listen to death threats, well, why should she? She impulsed a command through the area's net, once more attempting to dive into the admin backend. The area's net said something back, but she couldn't hear it over their scratching voices. Kill. You. Eat. You. Override, she said. The admin responded, though it was drowned out by the chittering of voices. And then, when the area's net decided there was no one with proper privileges within range, because the whole grid was down, it reverted command to her. Mute. The area's net went silent. The voices, too. Blessed silence. Now, the voices could talk all they wanted, talk themselves to death, and she didn't have to hear a word of it. Are you all right? Finder asked. He had pushed himself up on his claws again, and there were worry lines etched on his pixelated face. What was that? Not sure. But I think I know what happened to our friend outside. That sound killed him. Something like that, she said, trying not to think too hard about how it could have happened. But why hadn't he just muted the voices? Maybe he didn't know how. What a way to go. Whoever he was, he's gone now. May he rest easy. She was sitting at the bottom of the stairs that led up to the habitation quarter. Everything around her was covered in a fine layer of dust, from the stairs and the handrails, to the junked machinery and cargo crates of the main hold. Dust and shadows. Finder, she said, can you help me make sure there are no other entrances? And if there are, we need to block them up. I'll take the main hold. You start with the upper decks. I had to mute the area's net, so shout if you find anything. Finder nodded, and then began the long trek of hauling his body up the stairs. She could hear the rubber thumps of his claws, followed by the clunking bulk of his body as he walked like a four-legged spider up the metal steps. She would have to find a way to fix his repulsors, if she could. But right now, the most important thing was to make sure the nomads didn't have an alternate entrance into the ship. And if they did? A weapon. That would be best. But down in the main holds, all she could find were old metal support rods, as heavy and unwieldy as they were long, made to secure the gear and cargo while in flight. Still, it was better than nothing. She stalked around the crates, most of them still tied down, holding the rod up against her shoulder like a heavy spear, ready to swing at anything. Emergency lights glowed to life, weak and blue, as she walked through the cramped gaps between the enormous cargo crates. At the back of the hold, the gates were piled up underneath the hold's cargo crane. Dumped like old, useless trash. She checked the calibration on a few of them, and it looked like whoever had been here before had set them all at random. Biologists. They had no idea what they were doing. At the front of the hold, where the metal disc of the arming pad connected to the reactor, she counted no less than 8 of those arms. They were slagged. Melted to the disc itself. You can't just throw energy at it and expect it to work, Kadam thought. Idiots. But even if she could get the disc cleaned up, even if she could calibrate the gates and get one of them working, it still changed nothing. The reactor was empty. What little energy the reactor had left was probably wasted on turning the arms into slag. Why didn't they bring someone who knew how to use the gates? Maybe they had. Maybe they didn't make it out of cryo-sleep. And with the grid down. And what am I supposed to do now? She knew what she needed to do. Her wrist implant had been screaming at her for the last few hours. Days, even. She was ragged, and she could feel her exhaustion tearing holes in her patience. Sleep. But until the ship was absolutely secure, she couldn't imagine shutting her eyes. So Kadam tore herself away from the slagged gates and the empty reactor, and continued her slow crawl around the hold, wading through the rotten debris and broken scraps of metal, searching for gaps in the hull. Finder came back an hour later, carrying tubes of vacuum-grade sealant. I patched a few minor fractures, and I found a few points of serious structural damage. This ship wasn't meant to land on its belly like this. I don't think it will fly again. Did you see any places where the nomads might find a way in? No. It seems the last inhabitants blocked up the entrances well enough. They welded the side entrances shut, and then welded more metal over them. Any luck finding the shipwright's gauntlet? Or, any other tools at all? I'm sorry. I was unable. What about a bed? Oh, there's plenty of those. Show me. He led her through the dark, dust-covered decks of the ship, a few levels above the main hold. A narrow hallway that split up into cramped cabins, closets and a washroom. Several of the doors were broken, or simply locked shut. Maybe she'd figure out a way to cut those open later, but for right now she just wanted to sleep. So when Finder showed her a room with a narrow mattress and a tiny bedstand table, she didn't think twice. She stumbled in, and collapsed on the bed. Her last words that day were, "Can you keep watch?" She didn't even hear Finder's clicking response, before she was asleep. The vision haunted her sleep. The same dream that every human shared. The dream that split humanity into pieces, and forced them to scatter across the stars, to live only in the smallest clans. The change is inevitable. At least, that's what the cynics said. The ones who gave up. When the dreams first began, many held hope humanity would find a way to cut it short. Only, the years dragged on without answers. Many went mad, or decided that a life so haunted was not worth living. But Kadam was young. Only a few decades old, when it first started. And when she found Rodiero, or rather, when he found her, and brought her into his new clan, he taught them all how to control themselves. To remain stable, while the vision yet raged across humanity. The vision is not have to be your enemy, Kadam. It is merely a lens to see what threatens our existence. Then, who is the enemy? It did not take long for all of humanity to find out. Wallow in that state long enough, spend too much time watching the world fall apart, and the herald would come. While she slept, the herald did not come. Instead, all she saw, between the snatches of deep sleep, was the world crumbling into itself. Cracks running along the edges of the gatewalker's hull. Letting sand pour in as the metal separated into molecules. Flecks of carbon and metal alloys unzipping themselves from the hole. Floating up into the sky. And then, the sand too was breaking down, even as it poured over her. Becoming oxygen and silicon and other basic parts. Becoming less. The first thing she did, when she woke up, was to check her hands. Then her arms, and her legs. Still groggy from her half-sleep, she struggled to take off her clothes and inspect every inch of herself in the mirror. She even asked Finder to scan her, and scan her again. 13 possible abnormalities detected, he said. Best guess is some early form of skin cancer from the radiation. Good, she breathed. The cancer was nothing. Since she had no plans to visit the surface of the planet anytime soon, the nanites in her blood would have more than enough time to work it out. Kadam got up, and went to the water recycler. In her grogginess, she forgot that why she had muted the Aries net, and turned it back on. Before she could impulse a command to the recycler, a dozen or more voices screamed in her mind. Come. Out. Die. Right, she said. And impulsed the net to mute itself. Forgot about that. Guess we're doing this manually. She tapped on the faucet until it began to trickle water into the sink. She cupped her hands, and took a few cold gulps of the tasteless, sterile recycled water. Better than nothing. She found a clear spot in the hallway to stretch out her muscles, weary from being hunched over the bike for days. The floor was soft enough here that she didn't mind sitting on the rubber walkway. Not like I'm in anyone's way. While she stretched, she had Finder parse the archives, the thousands of hours of recorded footage of the previous inhabitants. The gate reactor was empty. See if you can find out what happened to it. Was there a leak or? Found it, he said, and projected his screen out for her to see. Kadam narrowed her eyes to see better. There were two of them. One with black hair, shorter, and not yet so greasy. The other was tall and handsome, with nice shoulders and a serious face. Black hair had called him Chwara. They were arguing about the gates. She could see the fresh slag in the video, still sizzling in place. In the background of the video, she could see the reactor, brimming with an orange light, which meant it was already dangerously low on fuel. This isn't working, Chwara said. We can't keep doing this. We have to, Black Hair said, we have to hope we get lucky. Kadam cringed. With the way they were calibrating the gates, there wasn't a hope alive that they would get lucky. 1 in a billion wasn't even close. The odds stacked against them were literally astronomical. We're going to run out. And then what? What other choice do we have, Chwara? I'm taking the shuttle. No. Black Hair said. It sounded like they had this argument before. I'm going to reconnect to the grid and figure this out. I'm telling you, the grid is down. Otherwise we'd already be connected. How can the whole grid be down? That doesn't make sense. I'm going up. Please, Black Hair said, please don't leave me here. But no matter how much he begged, Chwara seemed set. He was going to take the only functioning shuttle, and head to the light dam. It was an awful plan, Kadam thought. The light dams were unproven tech, unless they had made some massive improvements to the light dams while she was asleep. People didn't go near them. Only the children, and they were so new. So fragile. Soft, and easily confused. And the scar. Intoxicating. That was the word. But Chwara was set, and nothing Black Hair could do seemed to change his mind. Maybe Jwara just needed time apart from his traveling companion. So she watched Jwara set off into the landing bay, and climb into the last shuttle, while Black Hair banged on the door, sobbing. Begging for him to come back. And then she saw it. Out of the corner, a glow of light. Oh no, she thought. Tell me he didn't just do that. The reactor was on. But the flow was still connected to one of the slagged gates. It was just oozing light, infusing the useless metal which, because it wasn't working, simply effervesced all that light out into the air. She switched the camera, and saw the light levels plummeting. Saw the dark orange burn into red, into purple, into nothing. The reactor should have stopped long before that. It should have a fail-safe trip that would trigger automatically at a certain threshold. But, for whatever reason, it didn't. It buzzed an alarm, but because Black Hair was too busy pleading with Jwara, neither of them noticed. And the light kept bleeding. Enough energy to power a gate for thousands of years. Just gone. And when Black Hair returned to the workstation, still wiping tears off his cheeks, he saw the flashing alert, and just swiped it away without even reading it. She did scream. Turn it off. No. Don't sit down, stop crying and turn it off. This was why she had 40 gates, all empty. All without power. All the cells of the reactor were empty. According to the logs, there were a few arrays buried somewhere in the storage, but that would only be enough to power the life support. And how am I supposed to set up solar panels with all those nomads around? And if she did? Stop. Kadam forced her spiraling thoughts to ground to a halt. She took a slow, deep breath. What's the first, smallest step? That's where she needed to start. First, she needed power. If she could power, she could keep the ship's basic functions running and work on everything else. Then, she could figure out how to clean up the gates, getting the weapons online. Maybe, if she could find the parts, rebuild one of the drones, even. Maybe there's an array in the cargo finder suggested. Or maybe there are emergency supplies somewhere. The captain's deck. Kadam shouted. That's a great idea, Finder. She slapped him affectionately on the dome of his head, making a gentle clang, before sprinting off up the stairs, climbing all the way to the highest deck. Given how small this gatewalker was, compared to the ones that were used to set up entire jump lanes, the captain's deck was actually just a captain's quarters, on the top level. A small, twin-sized bed shoved into a corner between a recycler sink, and a floor-to-ceiling wardrobe. She found a stowaway box under the bed, perfectly packed with everything a down-and-out ship would need, including a portable power array that, if unfolded in the sunlight, might actually provide some meaningful juice. It was meant for null gravity, but she thought she could make it work here, as long as none of the nomads got to it. Now, how to get it out of the ship, without the nomads touching it? Can you show me the rest of the footage from Jwara's expedition? I want to see how the nomads react when he opens the doors. Finder flicked the video forward, until Jwara was climbing into the shuttle. It was in the same airlock that Kadam had crawled in through. Black Hair was silent now, watching Jwara through the cameras. He sealed the airlock behind Jwara, as the shuttle's repulsors lifted it off the ground, to hover in that cavernous space. Kadam watched as the external aperture opened. A mass of legs and hooked claws clambered into the airlocked aperture. Bodies raining down onto the shuttle, their claws and mandibles scrabbling to latch onto the smooth metal. Disgusting, she shuddered. The shuttle struggled against their weight, rising higher and higher. And then, it slipped out of that aperture, crawling with nomads, and disappeared into the sky, still dropping bodies as it went. The external aperture closed behind the shuttle, sealing dozens of nomads inside the cavern of the airlock. Safe to assume, Kadam said, the moment we open that cargo door, they'll pour right in. The question is, did the nomads find a way in through the airlock? Finder sped up the video. First, the nomads scratched at the metal, scrambling like mad around the interior darkness. They spent most of their attention on the external aperture, and the door into the gatewalker itself. Minutes turned to hours, into days. The nomads became less and less frantic. They were laying down now, or biting at each other. Long moments of lethargy, interspersed with frenzies of movement. Days turned to weeks, and within a month all the nomads were still. Their legs curled inward to their chests. Simply disgusting. It looks like they couldn't break through, Finder said. At least, I can't find any record of it. Good enough. But one question tugged at her thoughts. Did Jwara ever come back? His shuttle does not return. Nor does his face appear in the archives again. Kadam sighed. Maybe he's still out there, she thought. Maybe he made it up to the dam. Either way, it was a better fate than his black-haired friend. She could still see the bones, yellowing in the sunlight. Hanging from whatever the nomads had constructed out there. If the nomads hadn't been able to pull him out, then he must have left the gatewalker on his own volition. The voices. If only Blackhair had known how to navigate the admin commands. If only. So, as long as she didn't go into the airlock itself, she would be safe. She just needed to find a way to get the array working, and then she could work on the reactor's light problem. Assuming the ship still has a way to pull light. Have you seen any drones, Finder? I mean, other than yourself. No, not yet. Maybe I can just, Kadam thought out loud. What was the harm in trying it? She sent a command to the AresNet, turning the sound back on. Flesh. From. Bone. And tear. You. And eat. And sent out a ping, specifically looking for drone responses. She wanted something heavy, but anything that could fly would do. The floor all around her lit up with responses. Fragments of drone cores everywhere, scattered and bashed and scratched by a torch and what looked like a manual driver. Damn it, she said. He took apart the drones too? Why? But there was one response from upstairs. Buried deep in the habitation quarters. A full response. Die. God thing. Die. Up in the habitation quarters, she had to send out another pulse. It was stuffed in the back of shared closet, blocked by someone's bookshelf. She pushed the shelf over, and pulled open the door. Underneath a pile of dust-filled clothes, there it was. A printer. It was a small thing. Meant for personal use only. But she was Kadam. She was a goldsmith, and a damn good one, according to Rodiero himself. The voices were still shouting at her, taunting her, trying to infest her thoughts. You will come out. Kadam smiled. Oh, you bet I'm coming out. And when I do, you're going to wish you'd never said a word to me. 76. First steps on Thras. The air on Thras et Unum had a taste. Old vegetation and wet bark. And, the scent of fresh life pushing up from the rain-soaked soil. The metal disc of gate was icy under the solace of Poyer's boots, and there was a frosty fringe around his feet where the air had condensed. His wrist implant buzzed gently. A voiceless message chimed in his thoughts. Humidity, high. Recommend increased fluid intake. Sweat stung at his armpits, his neck and hairline, and where the air touched his skin, it only seemed to make him sweat more. But what struck him most of all was the color of the world. The sky was more magenta than blue, and all the world beneath it was a shade of red. Even the paler skin of his palms had turned to a redwood brown. Even the leaves that grew on the trees were red. Welcome to Thras, Kyrene said behind Poyer. A few soldiers were standing around the disc of the gate, scrambling to fix their gear before they met the new arrivals. But these soldiers looked different than the ones on Seer. And not just their uniforms, which were more rugged and worn, the colors muted against the strange, violet sky. These soldiers were Kirin, yes, but their bodies came in so many shapes. One soldier had dark, green skin, almost as smooth as Poyer's, and whiskers drooped down from his lips. And that one had a neck like an eel. Another Kirin, this one wearing a medic's armband, had jaws that looked like they could unhinge and swallow a basket of fruit in a single gulp. Their bodies were mostly humanoid, though their skin was all scaled, and fins stuck out of strange places, the backs of arms, of their heads. Some of them even had webbed fingers. A Kirin with a crisp, well-decorated uniform approached them first. Unlike the other soldiers, the scales of his throat glittered as he stepped onto the gate, and his uniform was unstained. You're off schedule, he called, as he started across the flat expanse of the gate. All the metals on his dark crimson uniform jangled against each other. What is this? State your purpose. Special mission, Kyrene called back, affecting an almost bored tone. He was wearing the ceremonial robes of a tribune, though they were hiked up to his calves, revealing the azure blue of his scales on his feet and shins. He gestured at the robes, Veneratian business. The officer stopped short of them. Narrowed his eyes at Kyrene. But when Kyrene lifted his chin, showing the shining scales of his neck, that seemed to change the soldier's mind. Like I said, you're off schedule. We're not expecting anyone. What is the nature of your business? There were more soldiers, creeping out of the stone and blackwood buildings that lined the muddy road around the gate. They were watching from afar, but Poyer couldn't help but notice how they looked. So many of them were wearing white bandages, blotted with blood. One hobbled soldier had a crutch under his arm, and held his rifle in the other. His leg ended in a stump. And yet, he's still in a uniform? Was that normal here? Kyrene leveled his gaze at the officer, as if he was just now deigning to notice him. I have a message for Vorpi of critical importance. The general does not have time for guests. You can leave your message with me. What part of critical do you not understand, soldier? The officer shrugged. Sir, this isn't Seer. On Thras, we follow her rules. The message. I'll make sure it gets to her, if it's worth her time. Poyer, whose hood was pulled up to shroud his face, could still see Kyrene's jaw clench and unclench, as the Tribune tried to figure out how to respond. He looked back at Poyer, as if about to ask for help. Then, seemed to change his mind. The frost on the gate had thawed enough to release Kyrene's shoes, freeing him to walk slow, careful towards the soldier, his chin held high. He kept his hands clasped behind his back, showing that he was not threatened. The closer he came to the officer, the more he looked like a monarch about to reprimand one of his subjects. Kyrene's jaw clenched and his eyes were hard. Poyer walked behind him, unsure of himself, but not liking where this was headed. Lachesis' feet clanked heavily behind him. "Be careful, Divine One," she said. "Tell him that," he whispered back. "They have guns." Kyrene stopped right in front of the officer. Looking down on the soldier. Weaponless, armorless, wearing nothing but his simple ceremonial robes, Kyrene did not so much as blink. All his attention was focused upon that single Kirin. The officer smirked. As if he was enjoying Kyrene's attempt to intimidate him. Kyrene inhaled slowly, before he spoke. "Soldier," his voice was low, and calm, but Poyer could hear the storm of emotions, just below the surface. "It's clear you don't know who I am. You think I am here to waste her time. You think you're doing the right thing, by stopping me. Go ahead and smile. And see where it gets you." Kyrene leaned in dangerously close. The officer's smirk became a grimace. He fidgeted, uncomfortable, beneath Kyrene's unrelenting gaze. Kyrene closed his eyes, and inhaled. "I can smell the green on you." He opened his eyes again. "You're fresh from the academy. Excited about your career with the military. All the glory you'll bring to your family. To your name. Well, let me explain something to you, soldier. A venerator doesn't come to Thras et Unum to waste time. If you continue to block my way, you will not be punished. Not by your direct superiors, at least. But you will feel a shift." It wasn't the words, so much as the intensity with which they were said. Poyer could almost feel the heat coming off of Kyrene, as he spoke, each word dripping from his lips like the slow-moving magma, hot enough to melt the pure stone. "Promotions will pass over you, no matter how much you dedicate yourself to the service. Your peers, regardless of ability, will rise above you. You will spend the rest of your days, wallowing on one backwater planet or another, and your precious career, like a tree with rotten roots, will wither and stagnate and die. Understand this, soldier. You are not the first officer who has stood in my way." Kyrene turned to the side, so that he was no longer piercing the Kirin officer, whose face had paled considerably. "Now, the other path is considerably easier. You have seen me and my two guests come through this gate. Have you ever seen such a thing before? No, you most certainly have not. Why would the Empire expend so much energy for so few? Reason with me, soldier. And see that I am here for a purpose. Take the other path. Take me to Consul Vorpi." The officer needed no more chiding. "Sir." The stone house at the end of the row, he pointed down the way, at a huge stone house that towered over the rest of the Blackwood buildings. "Will you need an escort?" "No. I think I've caused you enough grief for today," he bowed at the Kirin officer. "Thank you, soldier." "Sir," he saluted Kyrene again, and then before Kyrene could say anything else, the officer waved his men away and almost trotted away from the gate. A dark, brown canal ran along the road. Plaster and Blackwood plantation houses with wraparound balconies leaned over the canal and over the streets. Modified drudges, weighed down by satchels of gear, were led by soldiers along the side roads. On the canal there was a boat with a hunched figure that Poyer mistook for another kind of Kirin. Except, instead of a uniform, it wore old rags and a bamboo hat. Its claws held a paddle, and it stood on the back of the narrow boat as it rowed. A forked, black tongue scented at the air. Black-limbed trees hung over the road, gently clattering against each other as a slight breeze rolled through the avenue. Poyer could see down the alleys between the brick and wood houses, see the roads on the other side. There were more of those aliens over there, pulling rickshaws and carrying ridiculous amounts of grains and foodstuffs on their shoulders, their heads. They kept their heads low, especially when passing by Kirin soldiers. Once, Poyer thought he saw a Kirin spit on one of them, but he couldn't be sure. Here, all the other roads and the canal split off, wrapping around a huge manor made of stone. The manor would have looked natural in the middle of a garden villa on Seir, but here, all the ornate column work and the clay tile roofs just looked out of place. Its walls shone a pale pink in the strange sunlight. The house had two wings that hugged around a fountain, and a high iron gate, rusting in the humidity, wrapped around the whole building and its gardens. The only path in was a brick road that circled around the fountain. Moss grew in the gaps between the bricks, splashes of yellow and red against the pale pink bricks. There were more guards standing at the entrance of the stone manor. Their polished, brass helmets and their rifles gleamed in the late sunlight. Kyrene stopped before the gate. There was a slight hitch in his throat as he said, "So, this is it. From here, I shall not return." He looked down at Poyer. You know, Divine One, I thought it would be more difficult to get here. How can I help? Kyrene's serious face crinkled into a smile. This is not your fight, Your Grace. I will have my say, and that is all that really matters. I will make the official demand of her arrest, and then I am prepared to die, Divine One. You need not waste your time on my short, mortal life. Perhaps you should leave on your mission now, to avoid association with me and my fate. What about the Avians? Poyer said. What about all the other Xenos under your protection? What happens to them? I'll do what I can, and may the gods do the rest, he said. And then realized who he was talking to. Well, that's just a phrase, isn't it? If I can help you, I will. I won't let Vorpii hurt you. Kyrene shrugged, if the gods will it. That's what they say. And if you will it, who am I to say no? Kyrene went first. Perhaps it was the way he held himself, or perhaps the other Kirans could sense the surety of his purpose. This time, the guards took little convincing to allow their group to pass through the gates, and into the stone manor. Inside, desk sergeants and aides and other backline personnel darted in and out of the side rooms, carrying papers and maps and even a tray of mugs. Twin chandeliers lit the main hallway, and the dark mahogany wood thunked under their boots. At the end of the hallway, 2 huge oaken doors were sealed shut. A Kiran clerk, as thin as a rail, blocked their way. The only thing more dazzling than his crisp uniform were the scales on his neck that twinkled in the gaslights. His posture was so rigid and so imperious that, even though he was a full head shorter than Kyrene, he still managed to stare down his nose at the 3 of them. He wore a sneer as if it was part of his uniform. What do you want? He said, and before Kyrene could even open his mouth, he said, you need to go back and sign in with the guest's office. No, Kyrene said. No? What do you mean? Kyrene reached out. If the clerk hadn't been standing with his chest so puffed out, perhaps he could have kept his balance. Instead, Kyrene shoved him aside as if he was nothing but a potted plant. The Kiran made a high-pitched yelp, and tried to pull him back by grabbing at Kyrene's robes. But Kyrene simply planted a boot on the clerk's stomach, and heaved, throwing him hard into the wall. Then, he shoved open the oak doors. They found her, sitting on a low stage, ruling like a queen. Another clerk was up there with her, whispering into her ear. The top brass of Vorpii's army were sitting or standing at the tables below her. Maps were spread out over the tables, and silverware and plates and glasses littered through the piles of paper. Colonels and majors and other higher UPS with their heads together, talking over the movements of troops as if they were pieces on a game board. Kyrene stood in the doorway, his tribune robes falling back into place around him, barely wrinkled by the altercation. Behind him, Poyer and Lakes. And behind them, the Kiran aide was whisper shouting at them to get out of there. Right now. The colonels and the majors turned to stare at the newcomers. Then, slowly, they looked back at their general. Her face gave away nothing. She was large, for a Kiran. As tall as Kyrene. And her mouth was shaped the same, confident and hard, though she was nowhere near as slender as him. Her neck and her cheeks sparkled with glittering scales, though many of them were lost in the wrinkles around her eyes and her neck. 3 crested fins, as red as coral, ran back along her scalp, and all of them were standing sharply on end. That was the only sign of emotion, as she held her gaze on Kyrene. This is how it starts. She said. They sent you. Kyrene's mouth twisted into a kind of snarling smile. I wish I could say it's good to see you again, but I wouldn't want to start this off with a lie. That's never stopped you before, son of mine. 77, The Liar's Truth. Son. Kyrene's face was pale. The fins that ran ridges down the back of his arms and his head were blushing bright red. You dare call me son? Naoch, Vorpii said, almost softly. If this is about that commoner. My wife was no commoner. And you are no mother. How many times do I have to tell you, I didn't kill her? No? Then who did? I think you know. You think a lot of things, she shot back. But what do you know? How many years have you blamed me for her death on what evidence? The upper echelons of Vorpii's army shifted and fidgeted in their chairs. None of them dared to leave. Their eyes bounced back and forth between Kyrene and Vorpii. Beneath this unfolding drama, none of them paid any attention to Poyer or Lakes. Even Vorpii barely took note of the hooded figure and the android standing by the doors. She had eyes only for Kyrene. You hated her. You always did. What more evidence do I need? Stop, she said, a knowing sadness tugging at the corners of her lips. Dark circles ran under her eyes, turning the violet skin to deep azure. This isn't why you came here. Kyrene looked like he was biting his tongue. Come on, Vorpii taunted him. Out with it. What do you have to say, little messenger boy? The thin slits of Kyrene's nose flared, almost like a human's. When he opened his mouth, he kept his voice even, emotionless. He raised his voice, so that it was clear and loud and rang out through the room, lifting to the ceiling. And pouring out of the hall. Consul Blasian Numenus Vorpi, under the jurisdiction of veneration of the Grand Kiran Empire, bestowed by divine right of the Emperor, you have been found in violation of the law. I, Tribune Naoj Kyrene, bear witness to your acts, and to all the acts for which you are accused. Extermination. Enslavement. Mass persecution and the ordered extinction of alien species under the protection of the Conqueror's Agreement. I demand your arrest. All the colonels, the majors, and all their aides were staring at Kyrene. His voice had been clear and loud, projected over the whole room. When he finished, the room was eerily quiet. Poyer could hear the creaking of wood, as the top brass shifted in their chairs, shifted to see how Vorpi would react. She was almost smiling. She eased back into her throne, the wood creaking under her weight. What did I tell you, Prefect? She said. I told you the Emperor would make the first move. Your vision is as clear as you are wise, General, one of the top brass responded to her. My own son, she said, shaking her head. All these years, I wondered where you got those mad ideas. I let you talk at the Veneratian because I thought, I hoped, the laughter of the others would show you what a fool you were being. But that damned Emperor had you caught on his hook, even before you were born. She threw her hand out in a show of disgust. Xenos. Really? I can understand the provincials. At least they look like true Kirans. But the Xenos, Naoj. It's disgusting. Kyrene spoke, as if she had not said anything at all. Vorpi of the Veneratian, will you submit? Will I? She furrowed her brow in disbelief. Will I submit? You always were a willful idiot, weren't you? She threw her hand up, almost carelessly, though her face was flushed with emotion. Someone, rid me of this nuisance. Chairs scraped against the stone as all the leaders stood, and the ones closest to the door rushed to apprehend Kyrene. He threw his arms out, shouting, I am a tribune of the Veneratian. You will not touch me. Nobody listened to him. When they surrounded him, and put their hands on his shoulders, Kyrene threw the first fist. It connected with a face, making a wet smack of bone on flesh. Someone ran in behind him and grabbed his arm. You are in violation. Kyrene screamed, of his holy law. The liquid armor, as if sensing the flurry of movement, began to crawl over Poyer's skin. A welcome feeling, that cold metal sliding up his arms, up his throat. Poyer turned to Lakis, block the doors. Don't let them through. She nodded. There was a melee in the middle of the room now, as the Kirans tore at each other, as Kyrene kicked and elbowed and shouted, traitors. You are all enemies of the Emperor. She is not. Another punch silenced Kyrene, bringing him to his knees. They had him easily now, his arms pulled behind his back. Binding his mouth with a torn piece of fabric from his own robes. General, one of the Kirans asked, what should we do with him? She sank deep into her heavy, wooden throne. Carved of some Kiran oak, with a back that went too tall. She did not look pleased with the thoughts swirling in her mind. He was my son once. Her eyes slid down Kyrene's robes, her mouth was hard with grief. Make it look like an accident. A clean accident. This was it, then. This was Poyer's last chance. The human took a step forward, and, as if sensing what he was about to do, the metal armor slid over his mouth. When he spoke, it amplified his voice, making his words sound metallic and unnaturally loud. Stop, he commanded. All the brass and all their subordinates turned to look at him. Vorpi's great head turned in his direction, her crest fins briefly flaring up. Who is this? She said. Poyer looked back at the door, where Lakis was still standing. Blocking the exit. She nodded at him. He pulled back his hood. Vorpi's eyes went wide, but her mouth stayed the same. There was a collective gasp from the brass. Still muttering. By the divine. He's human. It cannot be. They looked to their general, and back to Poyer. Some of them wanted to kneel, but they were waiting for a sign from Vorpi first. Vorpi stood up, rising to her full height. Even if she wasn't standing up on that stage, she would have towered over Poyer. Her body was huge, a layer of fat covering the old, ox-like muscle. But he knew he had nothing to fear. Not for himself, at least. Vorpi bowed slightly, without taking her eyes off Poyer. Divine One, she said. I have heard of your awakening. And I cannot begin to express my awe at meeting one such as yourself. But I do not understand. Why have you come to my world? My name is Poyer. The Emperor asked me to come here. The Emperor sent you to save my son. Kyrene shouted something, but he was too muffled by that gag to get any words out. No, he was trying to sound confident as Kyrene. But I would ask that you spare his life, all the same. Her eyes narrowed. Why? Because he's your son. Because it's wrong. Somehow, Poyer could feel that all the obvious answers would not work for this Kirin conqueror. How easily she had commanded the death of her own flesh and blood. Emotions would do nothing to help his case. Perhaps a more strategic tact. Something he had learned in the simulation games with the rest of his cohort. Can he hurt you? Poyer asked. Vorpi blinked. Is there any way he could hurt you, now? Poyer said, leaning into the logic, if he can't, why not let him live? A hostage must be worth more than a grave. Vorpi's eyes flicked over to Kyrene, who was still kneeling. Her commander's hands were heavy on Kyrene's shoulders, holding him down on his knees. His chest was still heaving from the fight, and his robes were torn. A few of the less decorated officers were standing back, nursing wounds and cupping their bleeding noses. Vorpi's eyes wandered back to Poyer, eyeing his armored skin. If I let him live, if I do as you wish, godling, what will you give to me? What do you want? Vorpi's fins warmed with color. Despite the great girth of her body, she moved with a controlled grace as she stepped down from the stage, and walked across the polished floor towards Poyer. It was clear that she had spent many years in the military, and not in some back office, pushing a pen. But now, all that muscle was bound together by bulk and the sagging of aged flesh. Golden tassels hung from her shoulders, shaking gently with every step, and the double line of buttons on her uniform shined with polish. You have come at a dark time, Divine One, she said, her deep voice carrying an almost watery tone. Not unpleasant. A strong, guiding voice, so much like Kirin's. Do you know why he sent you to Thras? I'm here by my own choice, Poyer said. Yes, by choice. We would all like to believe that, wouldn't we? The Emperor didn't ask you. He made you come here, whether you know it or not. I would guess the Emperor told you something important sits in the middle of this God's forsaken jungle. Is that what he told you? Poyer did not like where this was headed. He swallowed, hard, trying to keep his face from giving anything away. If Eelh was here, he would tell him this was a trap. But Poyer couldn't see how, and that's what frustrated him. Everyone always seemed to be so many steps ahead of him, even when he thought the path was clear. I wish he was here. But he's not. You did this to yourself. Why? The grid, Poyer said, finally settling on telling the truth. The Emperor said I would find the heart of the old grid on Thras et Unum. The grid, she echoed. I'm sure that means something to you, Divine One. Unfortunately, the Emperor lied to you. Another muffled shout from Kyrene. One of the officers with a bleeding nose threw a punch into his gut, doubling the tribune over. Silencing him. There is no grid. There is nothing at the center of this place. Tens of thousands of Kirins have died to teach us this lesson. What ancient artifact? There is only death here. Why would he do that? To drain us, of course. To drain me. Gods, what a blind fool I was, when I first came here. I truly believed I would earn his favor, fighting this impossible war. Against what? The Black Mouths? Those animals can barely hold a weapon. I've never seen a single piece of old tech on their cold, dry corpses. No, the Emperor started a war here to drain us of our funds. Of our soldiers. To hold us back. I don't understand. No. Most don't. You have to think like him. Remember that he sleeps, Divine One. His plans cross the centuries. This time, he wanted to wake up, to find us weak and pliant. Just like the good little slaves were supposed to be. But I'm going to tell you something, Godling. Something you'll find out soon enough. We are finished. Even now, I've sent my forces north to break open the last bastions of those filthy black mouths. To take over the northern gate, that no Kirin has ever seen. Though I will be surprised if that gate even exists. There are more gates on this world. Poyer said. And then, to himself he thought, why didn't the Emperor tell me? Yes, Vorpi nodded, reading his face. You should be worried. According to him, there are 3 other gates on this world. One of them leads directly into the heart of Sen's world, or so the Emperor says. Our mortal enemies, since time immemorial if the old propaganda is to be believed, she spat, more of his lies. I've never even seen a Senite Xeno. Well, never mind. I was going to conquer this world, and when I returned to Seer, I would have my triumph in front of all my people, to throw down my scepter and demand an end to this senseless bloodshed. But no more. The Emperor has made his plans known to me. Fortunately, your arrival changes everything. Her eyes were glittering now, almost as brightly as the scales of her neck. I think the Emperor fears you, Godling. No, I'm certain of it. What makes you think that? I can't tell you how many soldiers I've sent to the middle of the Thras. I can't tell you how many I've lost to those damned temples. All to find this artifact of his. This grid. Do you know how many have returned? None. None who go deep into the Templelans returns. Isn't that why he sent you here, godling? To make you disappear. But you came to me. And I want to help you. She turned to one of her commanders, and whispered a question. Poyer could only just hear what she said. That bloodthirsty one. Is she still alive? Yes, sir, the commander answered. But she's out of commission. Pity. What about my slow corps? They returned last night. And at your beck and call, sir. Good, Vorpi said. She turned back to Poyer. I wish to make an agreement with you, godling. My son is confused. He has been poisoned for too long by the will of the emperor. I don't want the same thing to happen to you. So, I will do everything in my power to help you reach the center of the jungle. To keep you safe, until you realize that, out there, lives only death. And, I will promise to let my son live, in my captivity. A hostage, as you said. When you realize that the emperor was only trying to get rid of you, come back to me. Then, we can talk. What do you get out of this? All I ask, Divine One, is that you remain neutral. Poyer cocked his head, trying to understand her meaning. Vorpi clasped her hands together. She looked around the room, at her commanders and officers. All of them looking back at her, expectantly. I didn't want to bring this to light. Not so soon. But he has forced my hand. Do you know why the emperor sent my son to deliver this message? Kyrene said it was because of the magistrate, back on Gaum. Oh, did he? She smiled. I'm sure Kyrene said that I was the one pulling the magistrate's strings, too. The emperor seeks to sow chaos in our great Kiran nation. Why? War. That's what he wants. He wants to start the bloodiest war this empire has ever seen. The emperor would see us fight amongst ourselves, so that he may keep us weak, and enslaved by his will. Now, Vorpi was not speaking to Poyer, but to the whole assembled audience of commanders. Her voice rose to the high stone ceiling, quaking with passion. The commanders hooped and shouted and hammered on the tables. Kyrene was lost in the fray, squirming and trying to get loose. If the emperor demands a war, Vorpi was shouting over the shouts and cheers, then we will give him one. We are the true Kiran Empire, and it is our time to rise up. No more will we die for his name, but ours, and ours alone. The emperor has forgotten who we are. He has forgotten the true face of Seer. I am Vorpi, High General of this empire. I live for war. Cheers shook the walls. Too loud for Vorpi to say anything else. She turned back to Poyer, her mouth a grim line. She waited a long time for the noise to settle. And then, she said, when he does come, we will be ready for him. I just need you, godling, to promise me something. If you really are the savior, then you won't interfere. 78, Slow Core. Vorpi wouldn't let him see Kyrene. Trust that he will be taken care of, godling. But who to trust? They gave him a room, luxurious, but small, on the top floor of Vorpi's stone manor. Lakis had scanned every inch of the room, and found it safe. Soft, lush red carpet on hard stone. There was a tub in the corner, and a clerk had offered to fill it with warm water. Poyer had declined the offer, and was regretting it now. The air was so humid here, it made everything stick to his body. Made him feel perpetually unclean. There were 2 windows looking out over the courtyard, and over the rest of the town. He could see the tops of trees, and hundreds of tents at the edge of the city, on the other side of the canal. Soldiers milling about in the distance. Evening had come and gone, and now the rains were dancing heavily on the city, droplets splashing and jumping off the nearby roofs. He had tried to sleep, and found that sleep was nowhere close. Sweat beaded on his brow as he paced circles around the room, his bootsteps muffled by the carpet. A fireplace sat unlit in the corner. How could anyone think about putting on a fire in this heat? A small table under a window was laden with cured meats and ripe fruits, all untouched. His stomach hurt from hunger, but he was too torn up to even think about putting food in his body. You should sleep, Divine One, Lakis said. As if his implant wasn't already screaming at him about his lack of rest. I don't know what I'm doing, he said. It was so clear, back on Seer. The Emperor, I don't know. It was so simple. Now, who am I supposed to believe? One of them must be lying. What does your subconscious tell you? Lakis asked. She was oiling up the joints of her limbs, paying special attention to the plate armor and her newest repairs. She was cutting up white strips of a strange fabric, rubber, she called it, though it looked nothing like the material he was used to. She rolled the strips into rings, and melted them by holding a metal tool over a candle, and then pressing it against the rubber around her joints, sealing out the moisture. It filled the room with a tangy smell. The Emperor was holding back, Poyer said. That's what I think. But I don't think he was lying to me. Why would he send me to this planet, if it's so dangerous? Then you disagree with Vorpi? I don't know. Reich said those were her ships in the cauldron. So, no. I don't trust VOR-PI. But if there's a war, shouldn't I try to stop it? You can't save everyone, Divine One. I know, Poyer sat on the bed next to her. I'm not used to this. Back in my conclave, I didn't have to worry about trust. The caretakers, that was their job. They watched over us. They told us what to do. No matter what, they were always watching. And then Ilh. I should have listened to him. I should have never left Kaya. Lakey set down her tool, and put the rubber aside. She folded her hands in her lap, her eyes fixing on Poyer's face. It was foretold that you would come here, Divine One. What? All of Poyer's attention snapped to the android. What do you mean? She shifted, as if she was uncomfortable. Oh. I'm not sure if I should tell you this. What do you mean? I scoured the newest pages of the unfinished book. The prophecy within speaks of you, Divine One. It speaks of your journeys, and all the worlds to come. Poyer raised his voice. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Because I should not be alive. The book showed me the death I was meant to have. If I had died, I wouldn't be here with you. I wouldn't be able to say this. But you are here, Poyer said. You lived. Yes, Lakey's eyes dimmed. This makes things unclear to me. Lakey's, Poyer said, if you know something, you must tell me. Tell me everything. She hesitated a moment longer. As if she was trying to calculate the outcome of this conversation. In the long moment while she thought, Poyer's stomach gave a loud, almost painful growl. Did you see the moons? Lakey's asked. There were 4 of them above the gate. All in a row. Shining crescents, as if they were made of metal. And the Emperor, did you hear what he called it? The heart of the old grid. I could not help but recall a passage from the book. He passes through the old ways, to find himself on a darkened world, beneath the 4 silvers. Vol and behold, the Savior finds the beating heart. Unextinguishable. Does that not sound familiar? What if it's wrong? You said so yourself. The book said you were meant to die. It also said I would find you, Divine One. And find you, I did. So I must believe you were meant to come here. Then tell me what comes next. If your book claims to see the future, then what should I do? Where should I go? Divine One, if it were so simple, she shook her head. Not even the historians can see the future. Their city is full of sound that only they can hear. Slips of voices, catches of memories and sights unseen. The unfinished book was never meant to be complete. Even its pages are out of order. All they can do is try to make sense of it. Same, to you. She almost sounded like his caretakers, back in the conclave. Not just Nuwa, but all of them. Don't waste time on what should or should not be. Focus on what is. That's what they told him, when he was so buried under his own frustrations, his own lack of progress, compared to the rest of his consort, that he couldn't even think. Nothing exists, except that which you can control. Okay, Poyer said, followed by a deep inhale. I have to find the grid. It's the only way to know the truth. And if I do find it, if it's real, I'll find out if anyone else is still alive. A new purpose infused him with the need to move, right now. Only, his stomach was empty, and his limbs felt weak. He went to the table, laden with long strips of meat and fruits from the vine. The meat had been dried and spiced in something almost pungent, but still it made his mouth water. Poyer tasted one, and found it strangely sweet, beneath all that salt. He started shoving pieces of meat into his mouth. Then, he picked up one of the fruits, a plum-sized green thing, covered in softly curled spikes that almost looked like hair. He split it open with his fingers, spilling juice all over his fingers. The orange flesh was delicious. Fruit juice dripped down his chin as he chewed through another strip of meat. Poyer ate as he walked around the room, gathering his gear, his hood and cloak. His boots, which had finally dried despite the rain outside. Divine One? Lakey's asked, her head cocked. Perhaps you should slow down. He swallowed hard, downing his last bite before saying, I want to leave. It's the middle of the night. And, it's raining. Poyer looked outside. Water was pouring off the roof, and splattering the muddy ground below Poyer's window. If the grid is out there, I don't want to wait any longer. I'm ready. It was the dark hours of the morning when Poyer and Lakey's left their room. VOR-PI had stationed several guards outside his door, for your protection, Godling, and both of them tried to encourage him to stay. I'm leaving. Now. One of the guards paled. Are you sure, Divine One? Yes, unless VOR-PI intends to imprison me, too. Of course not, the guard said. But she has a special retinue prepared for you. I'm not sure if they'll be awake. The other guard chimed in, who? The Slow Corps? Oh, They'll be up all right. Poyer let them lead him to the war camp. To this slow core, whatever that was. It was too early to be called morning, and the camp was still asleep. What few lanterns were lit sputtered in the rain. Tent flaps moved slightly in the rain, and a few camp guards were on patrol, carefully dodging the larger puddles of mud. They threaded through tents and ramshackle buildings and a set of latrines where someone was making awful, drunken, retching sounds. The rain fell in 100 waterfalls all throughout the camp, and the canvas tarps stretched across everything did little to keep Poyer and Lakey's from getting wet. Slow Core, as it turned out, was nothing more than a small squad of soldiers. They were at the edge of camp, the last tents in the line. No tarps hung here, and no guards patrolled around this small clutch of tents. They call themselves Slow Core, Poyer's escort said. Don't ask me why. From what he could see, Slow Core was ready. 4 Kirans, sitting out in the rain, their gear already proofed and packed in the warm darkness of morning. One of them was whisper shouting at the others, as if he didn't want to be heard. I don't give a flying fuck who it is, a long neck said. It could be the Everlord himself, come down from his high throne. I've got 2 months. 2 months. He had white tattoos running up the curve of his neck, and there was something about his gear that looked different. As if the jungle had grown over it. Frayed ropes and belts cinched his pack together, and his rifle looked well used, and well loved. Leaves and branches hung from his helmet and shoulders and his rifle had been painted black to match the branches of the trees. Nobody's happy here, Scamius, a whisker folk said back. Though his voice was small, his muscles stretched against the fabric of his uniform. Happy, the long neck called Scamius said, this isn't about happy. God's damned suicide. They want us to go into the Templelans. Not through them. Into. I heard the same thing you did. Shit. I'll kill black mouths all day. Hells, I'll kill anyone. But going out there? Fuck that. Why are you talking to me? Go tell the chief you're not going. Scamius went silent. What's that? The whisker folk said, antagonizing his compatriot. Why'd you go all quiet, Scamius? Afraid of the chief? No. Sure, you're not. You know what he'll say. He won't say a god's damned thing. All he'll do is pull out that gun of his, and plant one right between your eyes. The whisker folk mimed the action by tapping his forehead. Now that's suicide. Fuck, the other said. And nothing else, because he finally saw Poyer and Lakey's. Their faces gave nothing away. Grim, and full of shadows in the weak lantern light. The chief? Poyer's escort asked. Scamius pointed to a cargo crate, half sunk in the mud some distance from the tents. A lone Kiran was sitting on the crate. Sitting, with his eyes closed, as if the rain was a gentle massage on his face. Half of the chief's face was burned, the scales melted together and turned a blistered white. It made his mouth look like it was frozen in a snarling grin. Rainwater soaked through his shirt, with the sleeves cut off. No whiskers. No long neck. No glittering scales. His scales were dark, dull green that blended into black. You him, the chief said. I am, Poyer said. He had his hood up, to protect his face from the rain. You don't look like a god. What does a god look like? Poyer asked. And now, it really did look like the chief was smiling. A hard smile that cracked the burned flesh of his face. Let's find out. 79, stick to the plan. The gate to Thras opened once more. This time, it was according to schedule. 30 or so traders, all of them Xenos. Most of them had the decency to hide their fur, or their feathers, or whatever excuse for scales they wore on their hides. It should have been an ordinary drop. The traders would pay their bribes, and the officers would look the other way while they sold their overpriced goods to homesick soldiers. Mostly, Kiran-grown food and basic textiles and toiletries. Powders, pastes, clean socks. Then, the traders would head to the local market, as they had 1,000 times before. They would buy whatever goods were in demand back home, not that the Thracian Xenos made much of anything worthwhile, except the cultivated herbs and leaves. Lumber, if the traders brought drudges to haul it. Then, the traders would wait in town, until the next gate out. That's how it should have been. But things had changed, in the last week. The buildings closest to the gate, and on both sides of the main canal were boarded up. Sandbags lined the bottom floors, and some balconies had been reinforced several times over. There were active guards on every rooftop, and even a few cannon aimed, not out, towards the jungle, but at the gate itself. No more did soldiers walk around in off-duty dress. They wore full uniform, helmets and all, while marching in groups of 2, 3, and 6 around the city. What the hells did I walk into? Eel thought. He was standing on the gate, amidst the other traders, doing his best to not stand out. He tried not to look nervous, as if he'd been here a dozen times before. It's nothing, Anak had said back on Seer, when she was sending him off, "It'll be fine. The other traders won't even notice you're there. People come and go on these caravans all the time, they don't care. Just pay your bribes, and everything will be fine." But she hadn't said anything about the guards. So damn many of them. They didn't look happy, either. Most of them were scrawny, compared to the centurions he had seen back on Gaum. And their scales were darker, their faces stranger. Less humanoid. Hey! To Ilh, it didn't matter what they looked like. They're all the same. They're looking for an excuse to cause trouble. Stick to the plan. Find Poyer. And find out if Kyrene is still alive. And then? The future was for later. Right now, Ilh had his eyes on a handful of heavily armed officers, who were making their way across the flat, metal disc of the gate. They were coming to intercept the Xeno traders. The Kirin stared down at the traders, as if their presence was offensive enough. They asked everyone the same questions, and Ilh could tell they were just waiting for someone to step out of line. "What are you doing here on Thras et Unum? Why are you here now? Do you know anyone on Thras et Unum?" There was an old avian with dark feathers, a white stomach, and a red chest, and he seemed dead set on pissing off the guards. "Not smart. What do you think I'm doing here?" he said. "Same thing I've been doing since the Empire came to this damn planet. I'm making an honest living. Not that you'd know anything about that." The officers didn't like his answer. One of them said, "Just answer the questions." Another started going through the gear in his hand-drawn cart, pulling out lemons by the armful. The old passerine started squawking, flapping his wings. A rifle butt to the stomach shut him up. Then, the officers dragged him away, leaving his cart and all of his belongings for the other Kirins to confiscate. "Filthy featherfolk," one of the officers muttered, while filling his pockets full of fruit and ill-gotten fabrics. Anak had coached Ilh on all the right answers. "Keep it boring. Don't embellish. They're looking for out of place, and boring is always in the right place. What are you doing here on Thras et Unum? Trader. Come to sell my supply. What are you selling?" "Nuts and nut powders." Ilh held up his pack, which was full of cheap tin cans, and a bit of thread and rope. They made him dump his pack out on the ground. They pushed around the goods. An officer opened one can, and tasted it. "Not bad," he said. "Who made this?" "Don't know," he said. "Bought it off a trader." "Where are you from, bird?" Ilh almost told them the truth, but he was afraid the truth was too interesting. "Undersides," he said. "Sir," he added, though it made him sick to his stomach. And when he realized they were only going to keep asking him questions, he held out a purse filled with imperial coins. So they let him go with little more than a few insults and a few less tin cans. Leaving the gate, Ilh breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Anak." She had done her part in getting him here, outbidding another merchant to buy him a spot on the caravan. Now, the rest, was up to him. He split up from the rest of the traders, trying to stay low as he turned into one of the alleys between the stone buildings. He dumped off his sack of tin cans, and kept walking. Stone was an uncommon building material here, it seemed. The rest of the buildings, houses, inns, and even a machine stable, were made of bamboo walls, bamboo or old-growth wooden planks that were turning black with rot, roofed with mud thatch or leaves or both. The humidity clung to his feathers, making him want to shake off, but there was no moisture to get rid of. The locals didn't seem to mind. At first, he thought they were another kind of Kirin. But their scales were so wildly different. Instead of aquatic plates that laid over each other, the local scales were bumpy, and locked together. Their color was mostly brown, or black, or some other muted color to blend into the foliage, and their heads were almost triangular in shape. Huge, green, or yellow or red eyes, and mouths that were frozen in permanent grins, with black tongues that scented at the air. Not to mention, every single one of them was dirt poor. Mostly, they ignored him. The locals were used to keeping their heads down, and they dipped their wide-brimmed bamboo hats low whenever he passed by. They kept their four-fingered claws tucked into the sleeves of their clothes, or used them to carry heavy bundles of grain and bags of tea leaves and one wheelbarrow whose fishy smell was so visceral, it made Ilh cough and wipe the tears out of his eyes. Away from the gate, all the buildings were boarded up. He didn't have to guess why. Even in the poorer parts of the city, Kirin soldiers walked in squads down the roads. Hail to the conquerors! May they choke on their own success! More than once, Ilh saw the soldiers go out of their way to pick fights with the locals. They would splash them, or pick at their gear. A woman was carrying what could have been a whole season's worth of tea leaves in a fabric container on her head, and the soldiers were making a game of trying to get her to tip over, and spill her cargo. Ilh watched, knowing he could do something about it. Take a rotten fish from that wheelbarrow, and throw it at them. When they turn around, duck back into an alley before they saw him. Stick to the plan, he thought. But the Kirins made it so hard. There was an open storefront against the side of the mud-slick road. A kitchen with a long bar and tall stools and a tempting smell wafting out into the warm, wet air. One of the local Xenos was selling bowls of soup. He ladled huge scoops of broth into bowls, and served them to anyone who walked up and paid him. The other locals ate quickly at the bar before giving back their bowls, and going on their way. When Eelh approached, the cook stopped ladling. He looked at Eelh, and made a hissing bark at someone else inside. Eelh held his hands up to show he wasn't armed. At least, not with a gun. Eelh had left the old tech rifle behind because Anak said, not the best idea, carrying a gun into a war camp. The cook relaxed a little. It was hard to tell. His tongue, a purplish-black color, flicked out between his jaws, and Eelh could see the serrated teeth there. Waiting for Eelh to say something. How do I even start this? Do they even speak our language? I'm looking for someone, Eelh said. The local blinked. First one eye, then the other. Eelh shifted. Human? Have you seen a human? About this tall. The local made some noise in the back of its throat, like a guttural trumpeting. I have no idea what you're saying. Eelh didn't know how long he stood there, miming out the descriptions of Poyer, and even of Kyrene. He tried to show robes, flowing down his body. By the time the local finally seemed to understand he was looking for someone, it was too late. A band of Kiran soldiers were coming up the street, laughing and leaning on each other as they stomped up the muddy stones. The other locals in the street scattered and disappeared before them, because one of the soldiers had his rifle out, and was aiming and pretending to take shots at anyone who didn't move quick enough. Each shot, he enunciated with a little bang, which made his compatriots laugh uproariously. The cook shooed Eelh away, and started to close up his shop. Hey, the soldier said, you there. Don't even think about it. He was pointing his rifle at the cook. I'm hungry, and you're making my dinner. And don't skimp out on the meat this time, you god's damned black mouth. He sidled up to the store, banging his fist on the bar. Almost shaking the whole bamboo and wood building. Ask him if he's got anything to drink, another soldier said loudly, his words already slurred. Drink, the first soldier shouted, hammering his fist again. Get us drinks, damn you. Eelh gave an apologetic look at the cook, before slinking away. The plan. No sense in getting seen, if he didn't have to. Kirans. Kyrene may be different, and Eelh still wasn't sure about that, but he was only one Kiran in an entire empire. You can't just undo 1,000 years of hatred. Everywhere he went, they were all the same. Poyer might not understand it, yet. They worshipped him. Of course, he couldn't see them for what they were. It would be easier to find Poyer and Kyrene, if there weren't so many Kirans in the city. Anak had told him there was a war camp nearby, but even the city was brimming with soldiers. Everywhere he went, there were more of them, walking around with their guns leaning against their shoulders, their uniforms stained with mud and sweat. Carrying bags of sand or dirt, digging emplacements. Eelh could even see them on the sturdier roofs, and it looked like they were setting up fortifications. They're getting ready for something. Eelh didn't know what, but it didn't look good. Some of them looked nervous, like new gang members about to go on their first job. Like they were expecting to shoot. Or get shot. Eelh found a quieter part of the town. Collapsed roofs and bamboo huts that were slowly sinking into the mud. Some of the houses had been burned, recently by the smell of it. The locals here were the poorest he had seen, many of them were missing limbs. Walking around on crutches, or laying in the streets. One had flies crawling all over it. He climbed on top of one of the few houses that was still standing, drawing a few stares from the locals, but nobody called him out. Nobody wanted to make a scene. Up here, he had a clean view of the city. And could almost make out the camp of tents beyond. He flicked on his goggles and the whole city lit up with warm, yellow outlines. There were Kirans everywhere. If he were to guess, he was looking at tens of thousands of soldiers, all sitting inside the city, or waiting in the camp beyond. Gayam, at its peak occupation, held maybe a few thousand soldiers, to the millions of avians. So what the hell's is going on here? And how am I supposed to find them in all this? A cluster of 3 buildings caught his eye. New, built within the last few years. All the other bamboo buildings had been shoved away from these. Each one was 3 stories tall, and nothing more than long blocks of rooms. There were people in the rooms. No, one person in each room. A prison. Maybe. A sound caught his ear. Hissing. Distressed. It wasn't quite a scream. A local, male or female he couldn't tell, was curled up against a building, alone. Trying to back into a corner. 2 Kirans were pressing in close to the local, and the local was making that sound. Crying? Come here, one of the soldiers said. Come here or I'll shoot. Nobody was helping. Not even the other locals. They were scared of the Kirans, shying away into their huts and hovels, disappearing out of the street. And then, without warning, the Kiran swung the butt of his gun, smacking the local in the head. The local collapsed with a wet thump. At first, Ilha thought it was dead. Then, its hands moved, weakly, trying to surrender. Oh no, the soldier lifted his gun again. A smile on his lips. It's too late for that. Then, Ilha did something he shouldn't have. He didn't stick to the plan. Why? There was no good reason. He told himself that he was the only one who could do it. He told himself that it would be easy. In, and out. Ilha was behind the two soldiers before either of them saw him. His hand, Lakey's hand, clamped on the back of one's neck. And crunched. The soldier dropped, still holding his gun. The other soldier turned around, and was about to say something, when Ilha rammed his knife into the soldier's stomach. This Kiran made a gasp, sucking in his breath as his hands clamped around Ilha's knife hand. When he fell, he almost pulled Ilha down with him. The local looked up at Ilha. Dazed. Uncertain. Go, Ilha cocked his head. Run. But the local only lifted its hand. And pointed. There were soldiers at both ends of the alley. Their guns aimed at Ilha. And in the blind moment of panic, all that came to his mind was one, quiet word. Shit. 80, the printer. The printer could print almost anything. Plastic. Metal. It could even print fabric, though synthetic fibers were optimal. The printer was little more than the black skeleton of a box, as tall as her knee. A bulky compartment on the bottom stored and synthesized the materials, the purer, the better. And Kadam had nothing but pure materials. Best of all, the printer had a trove of blueprints preloaded into it, so even though the grid was unresponsive, she had so many options to choose from, ranging from basic components to some rather advanced machinery. The only thing the printer could not create was anything sentient. That meant, no high-agency machine cores, and no living alloys. But that was more than enough leeway for her mind to run wild. Infrasonics. Anti-gravity tools. Or maybe she should design and print out pieces for a custom-made death machine. Or maybe. Slow down. She could almost hear Rodiero's gruff voice. Kadam, what comes first? Not for the first time, she wondered where he was. Is he still alive? She doubted it. That wasn't part of the plan. The printer was heavier than it looked. She hoisted it up, and walked awkwardly down the steps to the main hold. On the stairs, she could see into the whole hold. Finder was down there, by the gate. Trying to fix the control panel that had fried itself when the gates turned to slag. At the bottom of the steps, she put the printer on the padded floor, and turned it on. Kadam selected one of the most basic blueprints, and the nozzles began to slide back and forth within the box, building her new device layer by layer. It was a little slow. But Kadam didn't care. It worked. When it finished, the printer beeped a single, satisfied note. She picked up the device, roughly in the shape of a clam. The outer shell of plastic and steel composite, still warm from the printer. The device, called a clasp, was a tool for faster-than-light communication. It worked by hooking into the grid, or into another clasp, and sending messages along pre-made paths. Beyond that, it would take a flow engineer to explain how it worked. As long as she kept it near her, and as long as nothing crushed it inside that plastic shell, she could tap into it with her head implant, and check the grid status. Still down. Well, at least the printer worked. Behind her, sparks were flying. There was a loud, popping crackle as Finder unsoldered something from the gate's terminal. What are you doing back there? She shouted. His call came back slow, which meant he was deep in concentration. Or processing. Or whatever it drones did when they were focused with all their core. Come over here, she shouted again. One moment his voice came back, jittering over the sound of sawing metal. I'm checking to see if I can find another gate signal, anywhere. Good luck. I think the grid's really dead. I'm not even getting an emergency signal. Forgive me, he stopped for a moment. I'd like to try anyway. Perhaps I will find something that you could not. She thought about that for a moment. It was possible, since he could check millions of strings faster than she could. But still, brute forcing another gate, even with 1,000 drones, would take longer than the heat death of the universe. Come on, she said. I can print you something. Tell me what you want. Finder dislocated himself from the terminal, and slowly started to drag himself over to her, his metal scraping roughly against the floor as his claws struggled to hold his spherical body up. Look, she scrolled through the list of preloaded blueprints, reading them aloud so Finder could hear, new rotators for your claws. Oh, new optics. Better. Kadam, you mustn't worry about me. Focus only on yourself first. Odd, Kadam thought. She had never met a drone that said no to an upgrade. Most of them didn't say anything at all, but she had never heard an outright no. Your survival, Finder said, now that he had finally dragged his body across the disk, is far more important than anything I need. Programming was one thing, but this was unusual. Maybe I should open his core later. Check his empathy attunement. Maybe someone had kicked it up a few notches. Dangerous. Drones with too much empathy were likely to get themselves destroyed, unnecessarily. And yet, she sort of liked him like this. Here, all alone on a derelict ship. On a planet no one had ever heard of. Surrounded by mindless beings who were part of some kind of human death cult. It was nice to have a friend. Oh, Kadam said, smiling, now here's an idea. You'll like this. Finder was next to her now, and she put her arm on one of his claws. His face screen was aimed at the printer. Are those? He inched closer, the pixels of Finder's face screen became two eyes, slowly widening. New repulsors. Yup. I couldn't. Do we even have the raw materials? We're surrounded by a sea of scrap, she gestured around the main hold, and all the broken parts, stripped wires and unmade pieces of machinery strewn across the warehouse-sized floor. I've got everything I need. You saved my life. It's not a fair trade, but it's the least I can do. What do you say? His face lit up, and she knew his answer before he said it. Okay. I would like that very much. The good news was she had more materials for the printer than she could ever need. Scrap metal, old gear, even the clothes and fabrics from the cabins could be disassembled to their elemental pieces in the printer. Anything she could get her hands on, she could feed inside the lower compartment, and let it extract what it needed. There were a few places where she had to make shortcuts, or Frankenstein molecules, as Rodiero called them. She had no clue who Frankenstein was, but it meant she had to change the settings, so it would combine ingredients to make something more complicated. But the bad news was that 2 hours later, the first repulsor was still printing. This will take forever. Kadam ran through the checklist in her mind again. I've got a power array. I could probably use another one. Need to figure out a way to get it outside the ship, so it can soak up the sunlight. And after that, I'll need to find an open space for a dive station engine, which means the nomads. There was no way around it. Unless she could figure out how to make them docile, and there was little hope of that, after what she'd seen, she would have to eliminate them. Elimination was always a last resort. Kadam hated the thought of killing, but it was necessary. Besides, after what they did to the previous inhabitant of the Gatewalker, didn't they deserve it? No. A whole species. Nobody deserves that. Hopefully, if she removed enough of them, they would break and scatter away across the sands instead. Then, she could work on getting the gates up and running in peace. And then, the protocol. That's all there was to it. Find out if the others survived, and start rebuilding. There was work to be done, if they were going to survive. The printer jerked back and forth, making a clicking sound as it slowly oozed out a thick liquid. It hardened, first into a transparent film, and then into glass-like metal. Finally, the last piece was printed. Right now, I need a way to speed this whole damn thing up. As soon as she said it, the idea came to her. She made a sound that was equal parts revelation, and disgust. Oh, she clapped both hands to her forehead. For once, she was glad no one was around to see her make such an obvious mistake. I should have thought of this sooner. The printer could print almost anything, including the parts for another printer. When Kadam climbed out of bed, her foot kicked against hard plastic. She almost broke one of the newly made printers. They were everywhere now. They covered every surface of the cabins, of the admin's deck, and the main hold was littered with them. She even started stacking them against the walls, though she had to lower their speeds because they were prone to overheating. Kadam finished assembling the last one the night before. Then, exhausted, she collapsed into bed. By her count, she had 4,000 of them, give or take a few dozen malfunctions. It was probably overkill, but the sooner she got this plan working, the better. The idea was to overwhelm the nomads with one shot. It was the best way to guarantee her success. Well, worry about that later. First, she had to start building them. Kadam went downstairs, carefully stepping over the sea of printers. She could brush her teeth and eat and do her stretches later. First, she wanted to get these things going. Finder was downstairs, still working on the gates. What he hoped to accomplish, she still couldn't figure out, but he looked happy hovering at the terminal with his newly printed repulsors, so she left him alone. The drone had installed the repulsors himself, too, so maybe there was hope he could get something working. Kadam stood in the middle of the main hold, surrounded by a disorganized sea of black boxes. Hey Finder, I'm hoping this doesn't blow out the emergency power. But if it does. Yes, Kadam. It was good knowing you. She was only half joking. Kadam, if you think there is a possibility. But Kadam was already raising her arms, and unmuting the Aries net. Come out! God thing! Come out! And she impulsed a command to all the printers, all at once. Overhead, the lights flickered. Silence was its own kind of sound, as all the internal air processes suddenly shut out. And then, the music began. Thousands of printer arms began to jerk and whine and oscillate in place. Mechanical whirring filled the air, enveloping her in a symphony of creation. It would take hours. Maybe a day, at this rate. But it would get done. Kadam strolled through her printers like a drill sergeant through the rank and file. She touched at a piece of place there, or stopped and reset the printing process here. For the next few hours, all she did was walk up and down the rows, correcting all those knee-high, industrious instruments. When her stomach growled, she took a break to find food. The kitchenette was stocked with bars that were labeled with things like chocolate or blueberry or carrots and cream. This last one was her favorite, and she grabbed 2 of them. Kadam polished off 2 bars, licked the last of the sticky sweetness off her fingers, and stepped out of the kitchenette, and into disaster. All the printers had lost power. All the lights were off in the main hold. Shit, she said under her breath. Finder. A beacon of light in the darkness. Kadam. Can you reset the breakers? On it. Wait. Let me take these offline first. Kadam unplugged the main industrial cables. Then, Finder flipped the lights back on. She had to walk through the hold, plugging each machine in one at a time, until the lights started flickering dangerously again. At first, she thought the system would crash again, but Finder showed her it was just faulty wiring inside the ship's hull. So, Kadam started ripping out the bad wiring, replacing it fresh wires from the cargo holds. Even the new ones were covered with dust. Some of them crumbled into a weird pasty dust when she touched them. How old is this ship? After she fixed the wiring, and brought all the printers back online, she was satisfied. The power held stable through 2 batches. One long nap later, her printers were out of scrap. She had tens of thousands of them now. They were polyhedrons, spherical, with flat faces on each side. The hedrons were light, autonomous drones, each one as large as a tennis ball. They had 2 cameras, to see forward and behind. 2 tiny repulsors, on opposing faces. 4 black, magnetic squares, perfect for collecting iron and other elements out of the sand. If anything, the whole world being covered in sand only made her job that much easier. No drilling required. But it was the extruder that Kadam was excited about. Each hedron could intake metals and other elements from the sand, and from a pinprick hole, they could extrude out the material in whatever shape she needed. Thousands of tiny, flying, autonomous printers. These hedrons were the simplest, easiest solution to all of her problems. They could fly. They could find the materials she needed, even at an elemental level. And, they could self-replicate. She only had to get one past the nomads. It was a struggle, at first, to get them all into the airlock. Kadam tried to simply impulse a command, telling them where to go. Thousands of them lifted into the air, hitting against the high ceiling of the hold, or banging into the rafters and support beams. A few of them were already broken, judging by how they flew in the wrong direction and smacked into the wall. So, she set up a few more parameters to keep them safe. This time, when she lifted her hands, most of them managed to herd themselves into the airlock, until the whole thing was filled with spherical hedrons, waiting to be let loose. Satisfied, she went back to the terminal nearest the airlock, so she could watch the cameras. Kadam shut the inner door. Took a deep breath. And pressed the button. She could feel the metal grinding as the cargo doors shuttered, and began to split open. A gap. A bright beam of sunlight poured through. Kadam impulsed her last command to her flying armada of drones. Go forth, and multiply. All the hedrons repulsors ignited, tens of thousands of blue lights in the bright sunlight. Tens of thousands of fist-sized drones lifted into the air. Already, the nomads clawed and scrabbled, fighting and scratching at each other to get into the cargo airlock. Some of them jumped down into the widening aperture, down into the floating sea of hedrons, falling on them. Other nomads clung to the edge, grabbing them out of the sky and crushing them in their mandibles. Hundreds of hedrons were destroyed this way, but thousands of hedrons latched onto the nomads nearest the door, and began to process the raw materials. The hedrons were stuck, quivering, sucking at the hard exoskeletons. Their small metal plates turned chitin into microscopic mush. This only served to frenzy the nomads. They swiped and clawed and destroyed her hedrons, jumping with reckless abandon. Screaming and biting and crushing them. But Kadam was smiling. Her swarm was still pouring out of the cargo door, thousands of them escaping high into the air. Spewing out of the ship. Out of the basin. Fist-sized orbs, flying away from the city made of sand. She only needed one to escape. And right now, thousands of them were flying high above the frenzied mass of nomad and drone. They would leave. they would go miles away from this city made of sand. Away from their abandoned hives, strewn across the beaches. Far across the desert, out of reach of the nomads. They would be back, soon enough. 81, prisoner, guest, and god. Slowcore, as they called themselves, were anything but slow. They walked through the forest at such a brisk pace, Poyer struggled to keep up, not from exhaustion, but simply because his legs didn't know the terrain as well as theirs. He slipped over moss-covered stones, got stuck in puddles of mud hidden under the foliage, and had to fight through every branch that came his way. If it wasn't for the liquid armor completely covering his body, he would be covered in scratches and bruises. Slowcore waited for him. They helped him move, when he was stuck, showing him the way out. But they didn't talk to him. They didn't even talk to each other. There was something in the air between them. Some hidden tension that only stretched tighter as they dove deeper into the jungle. They walked mostly during the day, when both suns were high in the sky. Even with the liquid armor forming a mask over his face, filtering the air, the humid air made it feel like he was trying to breathe through a warm, wet carpet. At one point, as they were walking down the hill, Poyer pointed up at the moons. There were 3 of them right now, chasing each other over the horizon. When they caught the light from one of the suns, huge, concave pockets of metal on the moon's surfaces shone, glistening and bright. I think they're part of the grid, Poyer said. Truly. Lakey stopped, and looked up. Staring up at the sky. What do they do? Not sure. I didn't learn much about old architecture. If they're part of the old grid, they were built long before I was born. He stood next to her, and together they watched the moons. Gently glinting in the sunlight. Somehow, it made Poyer feel less alone, to see the creations of his people, still hanging in the sky. 2 clicks and a long whistle cut their reverie short. That was how the Slowcore talked to each other, instead of words, they made sounds that could easily blend in with the sounds of the jungle. The chief was calling the squad down the hill to make camp, barely a word said to the rest of the corps. Each night, the soldiers dug shallow pits in the ground. They even shoveled one out for Poyer and Lakey's. They covered the pits with sticks and leaves. Sometimes, they also dug small trenches for rainwater to drain out of the pits. Each morning, they filled in the holes and scattered the leaves, to hide their tracks from any pursuers. But who would be following us out here? Lastly, before they set out, the soldiers of Slowcore slathered fistfuls of mud on their exposed skin, covering their faces, their arms, working it into every scale. Why do you do that? Poyer asked. And for once, he got an answer from the long-neck soldier, who had white tattoos running down his neck. The insignias on his shoulders were now hidden under a thin layer of mud. The mud hides our scent. From what? Bugs. Black mouths, the long-neck said. This whole bullshit planet. Sergeant. A voice snapped through the trees. Poyer hadn't even seen the chief standing there. Quit talking to the asset. The long-neck paled. He gave a quiet, sir, before walking stiffly away from Poyer. The chief watched him go, his glare as hard as fire-wrought iron. That night, when it rained, it also stormed. Flashes of lightning clawed at the sky. Each bolt of thunder rumbled so long, it made the world shake, and the wind carried curtains of rain that shook all the leaves of the jungle. No amount of ditch digging would empty Poyer's foxhole of water. But the liquid metal wrapped around him completely, keeping his body dry as he lay there, trying to sleep through the fury of the skies. Lakey's was next to him, her knees curled under her chin, her eyes dim, but still open. Her haunches and her feet sank several inches into the mud. Slowcore huddled in their mud pits, hopelessly wet in the driving rain. By the next morning, they were so thoroughly soaked, their uniforms were stuck to their scales. Still, they went about their morning rituals, filling in the dirt. Scattering the leaves. Covering themselves with fresh mud. It was the way they moved. Though their muscles were sleek and finely honed, all of them moved with a sluggish grace, as if they couldn't remember what it was like to be rested. As though they were machines, moving in a dream. These were supposed to be the best of the best. VORPI's special forces. And not one of them looked like they had slept in weeks. They walked with weary experience and their feet carried them easily through the underbrush as if they had walked 10,000 miles this way, and no longer needed, nor cared, to watch their steps. Where once had been a dry gully between the hills, now there was a shallow, flooded wetland. Broken leaves and sticks floated down the slow-moving stream, and buzzing clouds of insects swarmed around them. The corps was washing off old mud in the stream, wading up to their ankles in the water, while the chief watched from the banks of the hill. He always kept both hands on his rifle. He watched Poyer trudge through the new wetlands, his feet dunking and squelching in the ankle-deep water. Lakey's was right behind him, and she sank even deeper. How much farther? Poyer asked. The chief looked at him. It wasn't contempt in his eyes, but it was something close. Or maybe that was just the scar that ran down the side of his face, curling his lip in a permanent snarl. We've been walking for days, now, Poyer tried again. Don't your soldiers need a rest? They slept last night. They looked tired. The chief was chewing on something. When he spit, it came out in a dark stream of liquid that made a wet plunk in the slow-moving, muddy water. Sunlight peeked through the trees and illuminated the swarm of insects that were dancing around his head. If the godling needs a rest, then say so. My soldiers are not your business. No, Poyer said. I can keep going. Then we keep going. It's dangerous to sit still for too long. There was a sudden squelching splash from the stream. One of the soldiers made a sound, halfway between a shout and a scream. Before Poyer could turn his head, the chief pulled his weapon up to his face, looked down the sight, and shot. Something huge and black had crawled out of the temporary stream, a beetle the size of a dog. It had launched itself out of the stream, and its pincers had clamped down on one of the soldier's ankles, tearing a red gash around his leg. The chief shot again. The insect's black, shellacked shell, once shiny and slick, exploded in chunks of yellowish flesh that splattered back into the muddy water. The insect let go of the soldier, and though half of its body was now missing, its legs still worked at the water, kicking uselessly as the stream pushed it away. The chief put his rifle back down. Gave Poyer a meaningful look. And then stalked off down the bank, towards his injured soldier. The soldier who had been bitten, a Kirin with black and grey scales, and a large lower jaw, had crawled back to the bank, and was holding her foot up, gasping in pain. She was trying not to look at her ankle, where the blood was dripping in wet, red streams down her heel. One of her compatriots was helping her hold her leg up, and talking to her while he painted some kind of salve on the recently ripped flesh. Poyer couldn't hear them, but he could see the chief ask her something. She nodded. And then, she was wrapping her own bandage around the wound. We keep moving, the chief said to the group. What? Poyer asked, finally putting to form what had been rolling around in his mind. She can't walk on that. She has to go back. The soldiers looked at Poyer. Looked at their chief. He spit again. Nobody answered him. And when Poyer turned to Lakis for help, she only shrugged. It's their choice. But they could get killed out here. Poyer said, trying, and failing, to keep his voice from rising. Didn't they understand? I think they know that, Lakis said. The book says this. Many will die to protect the savior. So it must be. No. Poyer said. No one should have to die. That isn't right. He shouted at the soldiers, who were loading up their gear. You can go back. Tell VOR I didn't need you. Tell her I can find my own way. Poyer, Lakis put a hand on his arm. He jerked away from her. The truth was, he wasn't sure if he could find his own way. But he had the armor. Nothing could touch him, right? So why should they risk their lives just to show him the way? We keep moving, the chief said, all of us. The hardness in his voice put an end to the conversation. All the soldiers of Slow Corps gathered their gear and headed out. The injured Kirin refused to let anyone else carry her gear. She hopped a few times on her foot, learning to walk on it again with obvious pain lancing across her face. Why won't they listen? The chief led them on some old trail that Poyer couldn't see. They cut through brush and jungle, and despite their injured compatriot, they moved faster than they had before. There was a tension in the way they moved. Even the injured Kirin, who was limping and hiding her pain behind a steely grimace, seemed nervous. Poyer overheard the long-necked soldier talking to himself, whispering, "It's close. Go through, and come out. And then, it's all over." "What's close?" Poyer asked, making the long neck jump, as if he hadn't meant to say anything out loud. His eyes were wide, alert. Anxious. "Hey. You said we're close. Close to what?" "The Templelans," he said, as if that was supposed to mean something to Poyer. Morning became midday. Midday became evening. Their legs ate the miles. Poyer was in the middle of the line, and Lakis was behind him. He was watching the injured soldier, limping heavily now. A fly landed on the back of her neck. She didn't seem to notice. The air was thicker. It almost had a taste to it, too. The smell of old vegetation, tinged with the acrid scent of an electrical fire. Mist clung to everything, trees condensing and dripping off the red and violet leaves. When they stopped, it was late in the day. There were tendrils of mist curling out of the trees now, rising up from the floor of the forest. The injured Kirin sat heavily on a boulder, half covered in moss. She took off her boot, and unwrapped the bloody bandages. Poyer couldn't take his eyes off of her. There were so many flies, just around her. "What?" she said. Poyer blinked. He hadn't realized he'd been staring. "Nothing. Sorry. I thought I saw something." She made a sound, and turned away from him. "All those flies? Can't she feel them?" The chief was walking up and down the line, giving quick orders to each of them. When he came to the injured soldier, he said nothing. Just nodded. She nodded back. The flies were buzzing. Humming. Drowning out the sound of the forest. Don't they see them? And her face, there was something wrong with her face. When she turned her head, Poyer could see the flesh. Yellow and decaying, the rotten scales sloughing from her cheeks. Her eyes gone from their sockets. Poyer blinked. She growled at him, still dabbing at the red wound on her ankle with a clean rag. Her face was dripping with sweat, but otherwise untouched. Her eyes were still there. But I saw it. I know I did. Poyer felt a flutter of worry in his stomach, but he had to tell her. You have to go back, Poyer whispered. She looked up at him, her face a rictus of pain. I'm not supposed to talk to you, Divine One. Was that shame in her voice? You have to leave. You can't keep going. I can see it. Her eyes widened. See what? Poyer closed his eyes. Squeezed them shut. And opened them again. He was alone. The trees were shaking in the wind. Here, the suns crept through leaves, baking cracks into the muddy ground. There was a body, slumped over the boulder where she had been sitting. Nearly human, except for the scales, turning white in the sunlight. He could smell it. Black flies, crawling over its face. Do not, a voice cracked from behind Poyer, do not talk to my soldiers. The chief was standing behind Poyer. He blinked away the vision, slowly pulling himself back into reality. Back to the forest, where all the soldiers were watching him. Mist still curled in the trees. Neither of the suns showed through the canopy. The chief ordered them to move out, so they did. The injured soldier cast one last glance back at Poyer, before setting off with the rest of the soldiers. Lakes was at Poyer's side, and this time he didn't pull away. She ushered him forward. He sank into her grip, almost sobbing against her. Lakes's joints were whispering slightly as she walked. Her metal frame was streaked with droplets of water, and her feet sunk heavily into the mud with every step. But her eyes were not on the road, she was staring at Poyer now, her eyes fiery with light. What did you see, Divine One? I don't know, Poyer said, shaking his head. Trying to wipe the tears from his eyes. I don't know what's wrong with me. She was dead. I could see it. I could feel it. Why won't they turn back? They can't help me if they're dead. Here, she lowered her voice. I don't think they're here to help you, Divine One. I think they've been ordered to watch you. Take caution. The edge was an empty stretch of land, only a few yards long, between the forest and the cliffs. Here, all the plants of the forest shied away from the cliffs, leaving a bare strip of hard, rocky ground that overlooked the canyon. Moss of every color grew on the stones, making them as colorful as they were slippery. A small streams of water poured out from the forest, and fell down the cliff walls, disappearing into the wind below, and mist climbed back up the cliffs, and settled over the ground. To the untrained eye, the Templilands was a desolate wasteland. Hints of ancient metal, rusted and corroded metal peeking out through that pale, gravely bottom, so far below. Hundreds, maybe thousands of rock structures and holes dotted the landscape. The others shifted uncomfortably, staring down into those depths. But the canyons were perfect. Carved into the stone, not by nature, but by a machine, perfect and level. Human-made. And when a wave of mist rolled down the canyon, shooting up from the ground out of those holes, he knew it for what it was. There was nothing to worship in the Templilands. This was not a holy place. This was just the exhaust port of some massive machine. Of the old grid. 82, in chains. Eel barely had a chance to pull his raven dagger out of the second Kirin soldier, before something heavy collided with the back of his neck. His head snapped to the side, as hundreds of pounds of Kirin muscle and scale brought him low. He landed on the hard-packed gravel road, knocking the air from his lungs. A rain of boots followed, crashing against his ribs and the back of his head. How had he missed all those soldiers? He had been so quick. It was Lakes's metal hand that saved him. And Reich's goggles. The soldiers had seen him kill two of their kind in broad daylight. They should have shot him on the spot. Or, at the very least, strung him up and dragged him to a firing range. But a shout went up. An officer, with glittering scales running lines above and below her eyes. Old tech, the officer shouted, he's got old tech. The rain of blows stopped. All the soldiers pulled back, suddenly wary of what this half-broken Corvini might do to them. Afraid of the power he might have. Old tech. For all they knew, it could be anything. It could do anything. But Eel was already fading, and the clouds and the bamboo roofs of buildings overhead were spinning. Every gasp was agony, and every exhale made the world a little darker. Don't kill him, the officer said, the general will want to know about him. Sir, a soldier protested. He killed Myrdalis. He killed them both. There was a scuffle. Eel could only see their boots, slick with mud, crunching in the gravel next to his face. He could see the light of the sun's going dim. I said, don't kill him. You have no idea what that shit is. Grab him and take him down. There was only the silent crunching of gravel. Metal clinking. Eel could feel a presence standing over him, and then someone grabbed his arms and pulled them behind his back. He squawked with the pain, and someone told him to shut up. Metal bit into his wrists. It was not the first time Eel had been in chains. Hells, this wasn't even the first time he'd been locked up by Kiran soldiers. But it was certainly the first time he'd been locked up for murder. Why in the name of the gods did I try to help? They obeyed the officer's orders, they did not kill him. But they did not go softly either. They ripped the goggles off his head. They kicked him as they tore off his clothes. Somebody tried to wrench the metal hand from his arm, wrenching his arm further out of place. The lance of pain was so sudden, Eel was dizzy with nausea. And when they hauled him to his feet, he vomited over himself. He did not pass out, but he could not remember the walk, either. The world was blurry. He remembered being taken to a large, stone house. And talking to an older Kiran with graying, glittering scales on her head, and a huge, muscular neck. VP. There were soldiers standing behind him, telling him what to do. Answer her. I'm a merchant, he said. I'm a merchant. That was all he said, over and over. All he clung to. He wouldn't say anything else. This was his fault, and he wouldn't drag any of the others with him. Not Poyer. Not Lakis. Not even that damned Kyrene. General VP, Consul VP, whatever her name was. She seemed to know that Eel was somehow connected to them. Bring me his hand, she said. One of the Kirans, a scrawny dull-scale who seemed to know his way around tech, figured out how to unhook it from his wrist plate. He brought the hand up to VP, his head bowed low. VP held up Lakis's open hand in the light, testing its weight. Moving the fingers. The human's android. Is it the same one? Hard to say, the scrawny dull-scale said, the android was whole. New tech, layered over the old. I suppose it's possible. I think it's true, VP said. He belongs to the human. Throw him with the other solitaries, in case the human comes back. I don't want to piss off another so-called god. Do you think he will come back, General? Another Kiran said. He was old, too, just like the general. The crest fins on his head were ragged from years of tearing. And when he spoke, all the metals on his uniform jingled like too many coins. The human? No. Nothing ever comes back from the Templelans. A shame about slow core, then. The overly decorated Kiran said. Yes, VP agreed solemnly. A shame. Well, I've been wrong before. Keep this one alive, just in case. The cell door screamed shut. Eelha's thoughts clung to the heavy clang of metal, and the turning of a fat, wrought iron key. Lucky piece of shit, a voice said. A Kiran voice, judging by the watery tones of his voice. Eelha groaned. He tried to move. Everything hurt. His back, most of all, where someone had kneeled on his spine. His arms were bruised all the way up to the shoulder, and his ribs, gods damn it hurts. Can't believe she's letting him live, the voice said. He was talking to another guard. They were standing in the narrow hallway of the prison, just outside his cell. One of Eelha's eyes was swollen shut, and he could only make out their boots. I mean, we've searched him. We've taken everything off of him. Why can't we just kill him? Forget it. General said he might be valuable. How? What does she see in him? How should I know? Maybe she wants to make a deal with the avians. The birds? Are you kidding me? There was the scuffling of footsteps as the two of them walked away, down the hallway. Eelha counted their footsteps, trying to get an understanding of how deep he was. How large this prison was. Look, I'm not about to question her orders. She said he's got to live. So I'm not touching him. There was a heavy, creaking sound. Another door? And when it shut, the voices were gone. Eelha was alone. He struggled to lift his head. There was a small window, the size of a large book, on the back wall of his cell. Half of the window was cut off by the stone wall that separated his cell from the next, which meant that once this prison cell had been twice as large. A red shaft of evening light poured through the metal bars. Eelha tried to push himself up to sitting, but another lance of pain jolted through his body, spreading out like lightning across his chest, his torso. What he saw gave him little courage. The cell was empty, except for a small, wooden bucket and an alarmingly red stain on the floor. Not even a bed to sleep on. Might as well sleep right here, then. They brought water while he slept. He didn't hear the guards the first time. The second time, he was awoken by something prodding at his head. A long, thin club, used for beating prisoners. A Kiran soldier, dark green scales, was standing outside the bars with a bowl in one hand, and the club in another. I'm awake, Eelha said. Or rather, he tried to say it. All that came out was a dry, cracking rasp. Thought you was dead, the guard replied. And then, he dropped the bowl heavily on the ground just outside of Eelha's cage, letting it slop slightly out of the bowl. And walked away. His cell faced the hallway. That is, his cell faced the wall of the hallway. Just a naked, stone wall, and a naked stone floor. He couldn't even tell how many cells there were here, or how far down the hall his cell was. Well, Eelha thought, I've stayed in worse inns. And the window's not a bad touch. At least they were giving him water and food. Or, whatever was in that bowl. He picked it up, sniffed at it, and almost gagged. Not that desperate. Not yet. How long would they keep him in here? How long would they let him live, if he refused to give them any information at all? Eelha tried to run through his options, but just the act of thinking made him feel dizzy with sickness. He was probably concussed, and the rest of his body. Who put these bandages on me? Gods, he said, sarcastically, that was nice of them. His voice felt like gravel in the back of his throat. He spoke the words aloud, not just to hear himself talk. He wanted to see if there was anyone else around. If anyone else would respond to him, even a guard. But all he could hear was the patter of rain. It reminded him, in a soft way, of Gayam. The jungles there were always dripping with rain. When he tried to move to the corner of the room, he felt something pop inside chest. A new pain stabbed, just to the left of his heart, making him gasp. Turning the whole world white. Gods, help me. Too exhausted to do anything else, Eelha pulled himself into the corner of the room, laid his head on his hand, and tried to go back to sleep. It was impossible to get comfortable, but at least this way the pain in his chest didn't grow any worse. It might have been the second night, or the third. He couldn't be certain, because he slept so much. Eelha was slipping in and out of darkness, letting the sound of the rain soothe his wounds, when he heard the thump of heavy footsteps down the hall. Muffled by the heavy door. A voice, undoubtedly drunk, said, "Take a walk. You can't go in there. A week's pay. Take it. And take a walk." There was a pause. And then, one of the voices said, "Nothing on the head." A heavy door creaked open. Two pairs of footsteps scraped down the prison hallway. One belonged to a soldier, huge and muscular. Only 3 buttons were done up on his uniform, and they were all in the wrong places. He smelled so strongly of cheap beer, Eelha thought he might get tipsy just from breathing this soldier's air. There was another Kiran behind him, wiry and pale. He had whiskers on his chin and his cheeks, and they were quivering with a kind of excitement. Their eyes were bloodshot from drinking. The large one said, "You get his arms." "He's not going to do much with only one hand," the wiry one said, a hungry, frightened look on his face. "Evening, gentlemen," Eelha said. "Shut up." "Forgive me," Eelha tried again, "but you seem to have found the wrong room. This one is taken." "I said shut up." Eelha's stomach flipped. He knew where this was headed. Even if he did have a weapon, he didn't think he had the strength to swing it. Nothing about this would end well for him, no matter what he did. He couldn't fight. He couldn't stop them. And from the sounds of it, nobody else would either. He tried to keep his tone callous and confident, as if he had been waiting for these two to show up. But the fear he felt in his stomach was real. Only one other chance. "They didn't get all my tech, you know. Leave now, and I promise neither of you will get hurt." The wiry one seemed to believe him, until the big one scoffed. "Liar." Eelha gasped as he let his head fall back against the wall. It was worth a try. He was sweating now. And all he could do was hope they wouldn't kill him. Hope, or pray. Was this the right time to ask the gods' favor? Fool. Even if they were real, you know they're not listening now. The big one opened the cell with a key. The wiry one darted in, and kicked Eelha onto the ground, before tugging at his good arm, and pulling it tight behind his back. "This look familiar," the big one said. He was holding up a knife, Eelha's raven dagger. The hilt was forged into an ornate pattern of twin, black wings. "No," Eelha said. The wiry Kiran twisted his arm. Eelha squawked, his body didn't give him a choice. "Yes you do," the big one said, almost singing. "You know exactly what this is, you savage." He flicked the blade slowly in front of Eelha. "Pull him down." He said, "Not the face." The wiry one protested. "And I said, pull him down." And when the big one dragged the knife across Eelha's cheek, drunkenly sliding it all the way down his neck and over his chest, Eelha's world went white with pain. It was extraordinary. But this time, he refused to scream. He refused to do anything to their satisfaction. "Kenya," Eelha thought. "Give me strength." 83, flies. To Poyer's left, there was the forest. To his right, the steep, canyon walls which tumbled down into a craggy wasteland, strewn with glimpses of metal. The ancient infrastructure that had not been buried beneath the gravel and crushed stone was calcified and overgrown with hard minerals, and spewing infrequent bursts of steam. Blink. Everything was wrong. The forest was gone. The muddy streams pouring out from the cover of the trees and the broad-leafed ferns, trickling over the edge of the canyon walls, all gone. Blink. Everything was real again. The forest, the canyon. Blink. Poyer looked to his left, where the forest should have been. Nothing but the barren wrinkles of rock and regolith. And the canyon walls were no longer uneven rocky cliffs, but sheer walls of stone. A perfect half-pipe, miles wide and hundreds of miles long. Carved by a terraforming barge, whose beam made stone as pliant as soft butter. He could see the pipelines running for miles through that perfect canyon. They gleamed, naked steel in the light of the suns. Sometimes, they veered off to the side, boring into the sheer canyon walls. Venting away the heat, the steam, and the shimmering off-gas from the light fuel. Blink. Just the crumbling cliff walls, and a canyon-filled gravel, pock-marked by giant holes and strange, stony structures. Am I losing my mind? Poyer wondered. Lakey's was walking next to him. Her metal feet crunched heavily into the wet gravel, and beads of water condensed on her metal body. It almost made it look like she was sweating in the humid air. Lakey's, Poyer said. What do you see down there? Stone structures. They look like statues, though some are tall as towers. What else? She paused. The soldiers, 2 in front, and 2 behind, stopped as well. They were watching Poyer and Lakey's. Silently. Almost mistrustfully. When the mist falls, I can see moss on the stones and the cliff walls. I can see metal down there, sticking out from the gravel floor. You see those pipes? Poyer pointed at the canyon floor. The ones running down the center. I don't see anything, Divine One. And when Poyer blinked again, neither could he. Nothing, but an empty wasteland. Lakey's head was cocked to one side, concern in the squint of her eyes. One of the soldiers shouted, "What's wrong?" The Divine One is tired, Lakey's answered. Perhaps we should rest. I'm fine, Poyer lied. I want to keep going. He was tired, yes. But he could keep up this pace for at least a few more days, without feeling it too much. His implants regulated his energy levels well enough, and as long as he had enough food to eat, he could keep going. But the soldiers. Slow core. What about them? They were pushing themselves. For 3 days, they walked along the rocky, mossy path that marked the border between the edge of the forest and the cliff walls. The chief refused to slow down, and the soldiers never complained, at least, not that Poyer could hear. Only at night, when it was too dark to see, did the chief let them stop and make camp. Poyer kept walking, before Lakey's could say anything else. Every now and then, he stared down at the canyon below. And blinked. The past. That's what I'm looking at. Is that even possible? When he blinked, somehow, he could see the past. Or something very much like it. That night, when they made camp, the soldiers groaned as they set down their gear. Their clothes were ragged and dirty, and none of them bothered to dig any foxholes. Even the chief found himself a spot to rest, though Poyer didn't think the chief ever closed his eyes. And the Kirin soldier with the wounded ankle. Poyer tried not to look at her. When he did, all he could see were the flies buzzing around her face. Picking at the flesh on her skull. The past. Or the future. When he blinked, the false sight cleared, and he could see her for what she was, just a person, covered in scales. She couldn't hide her pain any longer. While the rest of them were laying on the boulders, taking off their boots and stretching out, she was trying to inspect her wound. Peeling away the bandage. Poyer could smell it, even from here. She sucked in her breath, and winced at the sight. You need medical attention, Poyer said to her. She snapped her head up, she hadn't noticed Poyer was watching. I've had worse, Godling, she said, trying to hide her surprise. There was too much sweat on her forehead. It's infected, Poyer said, they'll have to amputate your foot if you don't do something about it. I'm fine, she snapped, too sharply. The others were looking now, though none of them said anything. She could feel their eyes, and she turned herself around, not putting any weight on her injured foot. Hiding her wound from their sight. You need to go back, Poyer said. He could see the flies. Black, glistening bodies, twitching over her scales. Please. Don't make this harder for me. I'm not even supposed to talk to you. The injured soldier's eyes flicked over Poyer's shoulder. He turned around to see the chief, staring at the two of them. Poyer went to find Lakey's, standing at the edge of the camp. Carefully wiping the moisture out of her joints, and reapplying some kind of oil. She's going to die. I can see it, Lakis. If she keeps going, she's going to die. You can see it. I don't know how. I just know. When I look at her, I just know. Divine One, she is consumed by her purpose. And her pain. Perhaps you should try asking another. Lakis nodded at the tattooed long neck, who was sitting with his legs dangling over the edge of the cliff. Staring down into the canyon they called the Templelans. His name was Scamius, Poyer thought. A fresh wave of mist rolled down the canyon. Vapor blasted out of the holes in the ground, geysering out of the tips of the stone statues. Making a cloud that rushed along the empty canyon, sparkling strange colors as it moved. Scamius was holding a half-eaten piece of dried meat in one hand, absently chewing as he stared down into the canyon. He didn't even turn as Poyer stepped up behind him. What is this place? The Scamius said. Can you tell me? Why is it here? My people put it here, Poyer said. Now, Scamius did turn around, his long neck serpentining in place. His hard eyes sweeping up Poyer's body, up to his face. The tattoos on his neck were not just white ink, some were faded scars that crisscrossed up the curve of his neck. Tell me what's down there, Scamius said. Tell me why the people who go down into the Templelans rarely come out the same. I don't know, Poyer admitted. I just know you shouldn't be here. It's not safe. Scamius made a sound, not quite a laugh. And turned back to the canyon. Please, Poyer tried again. She's going to die. Soldier's duty, he said. It's what we're made to do. Why? Same reason every dull scale picks up a weapon. They promise us citizenship. Citizens can vote. Citizens can work for themselves. A citizen has the right to be a person, and not a servant for the rest of your God's damned life. The Glitterskins own everything. They own us. Maybe they'll own you, one day. He spat, down into the canyon. Watched it fall. Watched it disappear in the sparse cloud of mist. Your compatriot. She deserves to live, Poyer said. Everyone does. Nobody deserves nothing. Not even you, Godling. Besides, she's made her choice. Even if she wanted to go back, she'd have to get through the chief. Doesn't he understand? This place wasn't made for you. I've yet to find a place that was. Look, you want to chain the chief's mind? The only way that's happening is if he gets a direct order from Vorpi herself. What if I run? Scamius barked a laugh. You think that'll stop him? Hells, you could shoot him and he'd crawl his way through this canyon to find you. Give it up, Godling. Stick your business, and let us deal with ours. Even if it ends in death. Scamius shrugged. And said nothing more. But Poyer thought he could see a flicker of fear on the soldier's face. The next morning, Poyer was awakened by the sound of buzzing. There was a single black blowfly, circling and landing and circling on the stones nearest the injured soldier. He tried blinking, but no matter what, it was still there. The injured soldier was sweating more than usual, and when she got to her feet, she collapsed back to the ground, hissing with pain. The chief came over to check her out. When he touched the wound, she screamed. Scamius gave her something for the pain, and the chief pretended not to notice. After everyone else packed up, the chief said, "Get moving. We'll be right behind you." So Lakis and Poyer started walking, and the others joined them, leaving the chief and the injured soldier behind. Poyer was feeling sick, and when Lakis tried to get him to talk, he just shook his head. They walked, until the chief was out of sight. A wet, misty wind blew up from the canyon, making the tight curls of Poyer's hair almost drip with water. Mist beaded on Lakis' metal, dripping from her back and her fingers and down the outside of her thighs as she walked. Now, the false vision was there, all the time. He didn't have to blink to see it. At first, it made him dizzy, but he grew used to seeing two worlds, the past laying underneath the present. What was causing this? The mist? The pipes were thicker now, and there were dozens of them, running alongside each other. The mist was so thick here, it covered the canyon. It was starting to climb up the cliff walls, so that thin, white tongues of mist licked at their feet. Poyer sent an impulse to his liquid armor, via his wrist implant. It responded almost immediately, that cold metal sliding up his neck. Covering his mouth, his nose, his eyes. It made the air hotter, it made him sweat more. But there was something about the mist. Even the soldiers were acting different. Maybe it was just the exhaustion, but they seemed more irritable. When they spoke to each other, they were not kind, and they kept touching at their temples like something was pounding in their heads. Poyer heard his footsteps first. The chief was trotting along the gravel, rushing to catch up with them. He was alone. Nobody asked any questions about their injured compatriot, and the chief offered no answers. Poyer thought he could see a new, dark stain on the pant leg of the chief's uniform. It was past midday when the forest disappeared into the mist. Sometimes, a wind would blow the fog away, and they could see down below. The path did not so much as slope away, as it disappeared completely. Scammius almost fell over, when Lakis caught him. He didn't thank her, instead, jerking his arm away as if he were afraid of her. He stared at her, drunkenly. As if he couldn't remember who she was, or what she was doing there. This is it, the chief said, this is where we go down. When? One of them asked. One of the whisker folk. There were bags under his eyes, and his whiskers drooped almost down to his chest. Now, the chief said. He was talking to his soldiers, but he was staring at Poyer. So this was it. Poyer could feel it. This is the point of no return. He sucked in his breath, steeling himself for the arguments that would surely come. You can't go any further, Poyer said. The armor amplified his voice, making it sound harsh and metallic. This place isn't meant for your kind. The chief did not argue. None of them did. Instead, the chief merely took a step forward, and began the steep trek down the cliff. Down, into the swirling, white mist. Poyer blinked. The soldiers followed their chief, and Lakis started after them. She stopped only when she saw that Poyer wasn't moving. They've made their choice, Lakis. It's the wrong choice. How can you know this, Divine One? The flies. They're covered in flies. 84. What lies in the mist? The mist shimmered with too many colors. Glinting sparks of ruby and topaz, and deep, dark violets flashed in the fog. As though there was some source of light, hidden just out of sight. Only, it was everywhere. It's more than water vapor, isn't it? Poyer thought. The air was thick with it. It crawled over the stones and muffled their voices, their breathing, even the crunching of their footsteps on the gravel. It swirled in the holes in the ground, or clung to the stone statues and the tops of the mineral-encrusted pipes that jutted out of the templelans. In some places, the mist didn't move at all. It just hung there, a curtain of sparkling white fog, suspended by nothing. In others, the mist came rushing up from the ground in waves. If he wasn't paying attention, it almost made the stone statues seem to move. Poyer kept the liquid armor up, so that his face and head were completely covered by that living metal. He wasn't sure what made him more nervous, the mist, or Slowcore. The soldiers were on edge. They walked as though the enemy was everywhere, crouching low. Trying to stay quiet. Swinging their weapons around at the slightest noise. Once, the mist peeled away so that 3 stone statues seemed to emerge out of the fog. One of the soldiers hissed, and pulled his rifle up to his eye, but stopped just short of shooting at them. Cursing silently to himself. The chief was up front. He was the only one who seemed unbothered by the mist. As if he'd been here, 100 times before. Sometimes, the wind would blow, and they would lose sight of him. Then, it would blow the other way, and he would be too far ahead. He grumbled softly at them when they walked too slow, too cautious. But it was Scammius who worried Poyer most of all. The tattooed long neck was at the rear of the line, talking to himself. He was. No, no. You know he was. We had to do it to him. What else could we have done? He said. What else could I do? Poyer watched Scammius stop short. Put down his rifle, and hold his hand to his face, moaning softly into his palm. Then, though Poyer hadn't heard a sound, Scammius looked up and swung around. Who's there? He whispered out into the mists. Pointing his rifle at nothing. Breathing too heavily. Lakis touched at Poyer's arm. Come, Divine One. And pulled him away. The chief was stopped up ahead. He was chewing on some dark tobacco that stuck halfway out of his lip. He was half sitting, half crouched on the outer rim of a massive elbow pipe, which had come unburied from the gravel. The pipe bent at a sharp angle, disappearing high into the mists. Poyer could only guess at its purpose. Down on the ground, minerals had built up over the rusted metal, encrusting the base of the pipe with a wide shelf of rocky mineral growths, covered in a reddish-brown moss. While the soldiers adjusted the straps on their gear, or drank or grabbed rations out of their packs, Poyer circled around to Scammius. Scammius's eyes snapped to Poyer, as if he hadn't remembered who the human was. Or why he was there. Maybe he wasn't used to seeing Poyer, wrapped in metal. Then, he held up his hand. Don't. But Poyer could see it. Even now, it was under his scales. He could see the flesh, being picked apart. Rotting in the mist. No. Not rotting. It was crumbling, like stone turned to dust. You shouldn't be here, Poyer whispered, his voice made metallic by the armor. Please. Whatever you think you are going to do here. You won't live if you keep going. Scammius's eyes were wide. Unblinking. His pupils were dilating, undulating, as he tried to focus on Poyer. I've heard the gods could see the future. Can you? Can you see my future? Coming from another person, it sounded absurd. Of course, I can't see the future, he wanted to say. Light exposure. That's all this was. Too much light could make you hallucinate, everyone knew that. That's why they always kept it contained, right? It's just the mist. The mist is the problem. They shouldn't be here. But Poyer couldn't deny his sight. And the vision. It had all felt so real. The world splitting open. The buildings, the people, being unmade before his very eyes as the sky turned black with their dust. That shrouded figure, staring back at him. Untouched by the change. Scammius was still staring at him. Unblinking. Only now could Poyer see how the Kiran's hands were shaking. How his breath trembled with each exhale. Can you see the future, godling? What should he tell him? The truth? I can see something. I don't know what it is. It sits above the world, on top of it. Poyer put one hand on top of the other. Like this. What do you see, when you look at me? His voice was strained, like he didn't actually want to hear the answer. You should go back, Poyer said. There was a fly, dancing on the wet surface of his eye. The muscles of his cheeks, exposed and rotting in the mist. You should go back. Now. Scammius exhaled heavily. Almost with relief. The Kiran clenched his hand around his wrist, trying to stop himself from shaking. Poyer watched him walk over to the chief, who was sitting on a part of the overgrown pipe, staring out into the mists. Scammius said something that Poyer couldn't hear. The chief spat on the ground, tobacco making a black stain on the pale gravel. He stood up, slowly unfurling himself to his full height. He stepped past Scammius, slowly. Easily. Anyone else, the chief growled, anyone else want to take the easy way out? Scammius swallowed hard. He was watching the back of the chief's head. He looked like a nervous deer, about to bolt. Nobody said anything. They looked at each other, uncertainly. Go on, the chief said to Scammius. Leave your gear, you piece of shit, and get out of my sight. Scammius looked like he was about to argue. Then, he loosened his pack. And let it fall to the ground with a crunch, never taking his eyes off the chief. They stared at each other. Scammius started to walk. Past the chief. Past the rest of Slowcore. Out, into the mists. He didn't look back. Poyer didn't see it happen, that thunderous crack of gunpowder. But he saw the chief's pistol, held out. Still smoking. Scammius stopped walking. Looked down at his chest, where a red hole was blossoming, soaking the back of his uniform. Bang. 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 The chief squeezed off 3 more rounds. Not too fast. Not too slow. The hammer of the gun smashed and cocked back, again and again. Each time, a new hole appeared in the back of Scammius's uniform. It was like watching a tree fall. The chief walked calmly over to the body. Aimed his gun into the back of Scammius's head, and squeezed the trigger. Blood and flecks of white and dirt and gravel splattered up from the ground. He fired again, and again, until he was out of ammunition, and then the chief gripped the barrel of the gun, and threw it at Scammius's body. Who's in command here? He shouted, kicking at the corpse. Who's in command? The body jerked limply with each kick. The others only watched. 3 grim faces, sprinkled with mist. Poyer could feel the hot sting of tears running down his cheeks. Wrong. Everything about this place. About them. About him. Everything was wrong. He was alone. And he should have come alone. Why didn't they listen? A sound in the distance. A primal sound. At first, he thought he imagined it. He wiped his eyes, and tried to listen. None of the others seemed to hear it. The scrape of something long and heavy in the gravel. Too close. It sounded like there was something on the other side of the stone structure. Just out of sight. Poyer turned to see. Nothing but the mist. Chief, one of the soldiers was saying, he's dead. It's done. The chief whirled around. His chest heaving. His eyes red and wild. His hand clenched into a fist, as if he was ready to smash it into someone's face. Wood creaked out in the mist. High, overhead. Poyer saw it before any of them. A shape, tall, towering in the mists. Thick, gnarled limbs reaching down from the shimmering whiteness, almost perfectly silent. Something whipped through the air. Long, thorny vines lashed around one of the soldiers. Her scream was cut short as she was yanked away into the mists. Shoot it! Someone shouted. Shoot it now! The chief dove for his pistol. The rest of Slowcore brought their weapons to bear, and started firing blindly into the mists. Poyer found Lakey's, and reached out for her hand. The liquid armor extended his fingertips unnaturally, stretching out to touch her. When she caught him, she hauled him to her side. Her legs were already pumping up and down, and her heavy footsteps sprayed gravel in her wake as she hauled Poyer off into the mists. She did not say a word. Behind them, there were more screams. The crashing of branches, or something like it, on stone. The dangerous groaning of timbers, and the ear-raking shriek of metal on wood. Something whipped at the air behind them, cracking one of the stone statues in half, sending chunks of wet stone exploding outward. The ground shook. A plume of heat and warm, orange light erupted behind them. Did the soldiers have explosives? Or was that something else? Poyer tried to turn around to see it, but Laki's grip was iron, and she ran as if that was her only purpose in life, dragging him with her. It was all he could do to keep his feet. "Don't look back, Divine One," she said. Her voice perfectly even, despite the speed at which she was running. It was huge. Whatever it was. It was huge, and it was tearing into the squad. Poyer could see its black bulk crashing into the ground. He could hear the gunshots. And then, the gunshots were silent. And he couldn't hear anything, except the crush of Laki's feet and the squeak of her joints. They couldn't have run far. Only a few minutes. But here, the ground was wetter than before, and slippery with deep crimson moss. Laki's had to slow her pace, because each step gouged deeper into the rocky soil, and water seeped up through the gaps. There were pools of water now, and tiny ferns growing in the muddy soil, little more than small, purple leaves and red stems. But the puddles grew into ponds, and the foliage grew with them, growing into an ankle-deep ground cover. There were even a few stumps of trees, though most of them were thin, young things that had been shorn off, by what? In some places, the ponds drained into enormous holes in the ground. He could see the water slowly moving, hear the rushing trickle of water. Algae grew in the slower parts, covering the ponds with a dark sludge. Something glowed in the mists. Not far ahead. A bright, burning orange. It was the brightest color he had seen since coming to Thras. "What is it?" Laki's asked. "I don't know. I don't even know where we are now." "Neither do I," she said. "My sensors are failing to parse this mist." "Come on," Poyer said, stepping around the puddles of water. "If it's a landmark, it might help us find our way." Before she could argue, he started off around one of the larger ponds. He knew what she wanted to say, "What if it's dangerous?" Of course, it was. Everything here was dangerous. But he had to know. They crept slowly around the pools of water. Careful to keep their feet light. To stay out of the water, as if the ponds themselves were alive. But it was growing on a small hill, surrounded by the water. A tree. It was covered by a half-dome of plasma, dozens of plates of energy that glowed a bright orange. No, Poyer realized, the plates are growing out of the tree. Instead of leaves, the tree's limbs seemed to support the energy shield, each branch holding up a different section. And where the branches ended, so did the shield, so that the whole lower half of the tree was exposed. A whole carpet of dark, red fungus grew in spikes and thorns over the gnarled roots of the tree, living under the protection of that bright, orange shield. Laki's tailed Poyer, almost shielding him with her body as they approached. Mist hissed quietly as the water evaporated on the shield. He took another step closer, going underneath the shield, and now he could hear the quiet hum of the energy, too. And something else. The groaning of wood. "Poyer," Laki's whispered, her voice clicking with stress. "We're surrounded." Poyer's froze. There were huge shapes half hidden in the mist. Each one, as tall as an ancient kapok tree. Groaning and creaking as they settled into place. They were surrounded. "What do we do?" Poyer asked. Motion caught his attention. From the white tree. One of its lowest branches was pushing out more plasmatic energy, though this time it was a dark red. It formed into leaves made of light. And then, the leaves widened out, touching each other. Sealing against each other. Interlocking into a shape that looked too much like a face. A human face. "Is it time?" A voice said. It came from the branches above, and when it spoke, it fell like the rain. "Is it time to wake, yet?" 85, the prisoner. It didn't matter how many times they came back. It didn't matter what they did, how much they beat him, nor how close they brought him to the edge. Eelh would not die. He refused death. Usually, it was the big one, that oversized Kirin soldier with his stupid, slack-jawed grin. Sometimes, he brought a friend, or two. They were still paying off the prison guard, but the prison guard wouldn't let them bring any weapons in. It didn't matter. They would take turns on Eelh. Kicking him. Smashing their fists into his arms, his wings, his gut. And if he tried to fight back, if he tried to kick and claw at them, they just made it worse. So, he had learned to fake his blackouts. He had seen plenty of people die in the streets of Lowtown, and he knew all the signs of internal bleeding. When Eelh heard them coming, he would split open his wounds, and wipe the blood over himself, to himself look weaker. Closer to death. This didn't stop their beatings, but it took the fun out of it for them. The only one who kept coming back was the big Kirin. Not every day, but almost. Eel figured the big one must have been related to one of the Kirans he'd killed, out in the streets. An old friend, or something like that. Good, Eel thought. Good. Over the last few days, the big one's simple rage had morphed into something else. There was a kind of sick hunger in his eyes when he stood outside Eel's cell. Staring down at him. Breathing too heavily. Eel had known more than a few Kirans like this. More than a few avians, too, though he didn't want to admit it. And when the big one was done, when he left the Corvini crumpled on the floor, the big one would walk out with a skip in his step. Sometimes, he whistled tunelessly on his way out. Those times, Eel didn't have to fake anything. He would lie there, not moving. Barely breathing. Flirting with that dark edge, that last and final drop. Come on over, it seemed to say. It feels like nothing at all. But he always pulled himself back. Every morning and every night, the prison guard finished their shift by placing bowls of soup, filled with fish heads and tails and old, blanched vegetables, in front of each cell. Eel always licked the bowl clean. It didn't matter how bad it tasted, he refused to let any of it go to waste. He needed to heal, to be strong. The weak never escape. Judging by the amount of bowls the guards carried, there were at least 4 other occupants in this block of the prison. One was right next to him, on the other side of the stone wall, though they rarely touched their bowl. The guards would often have to take the bowl back, still full, or else leave it to rot, and stink up the prison. Why don't they eat? At night, when the rains masked his voice from the prison guards, Eel tried to talk to his neighbor. Eel would stick his beak through the bars at the front of his cell, and whisper. Hey, are you there? Silence. I know you're listening. I just want to know your name. He never got an answer. Deaf. Mute. Or maybe he just didn't want to talk. A shame. Escape was always easier with help. More days passed. More rain. More beatings. He slept as much as he could, and dreamed of a better place. Of being back in Lowtown. Or, if it was a particularly good dream, of being back in the Hanging Palace. Once, they caught him sleeping too soundly. He must have actually been asleep, because when he woke up, he was surrounded. There were 3 of them, and the big one was at the head of the pack. He had smuggled in a club this time, a hard piece of wood lacquered in black. The big one smacked it into his open hand, relishing the sound it made. Eel, still blurry-eyed, said something he shouldn't have. But it was just too tempting. You brought more help? How weak are you? Keep talking, bird, the big one said. I want to hear you scream. Me? I'm nothing, Eel smirked, you should have heard your friend when I shoved my dagger into his gut. The big one growled, and smashed his club against the side of Eel's head. After that, he didn't remember much. He wasn't there, in the prison anymore. He was somewhere high above, flying over the city. Watching them kick at his body. If he focused, he could see the big one sweating, his chest heaving from the effort. They spit on him. Eel could feel that. Warm, wetness sliding down his face. Disgusting creatures. The big one leaned down, slapping Eel twice on the cheek, sending a jolt of pain through his body. Bringing him back down to the prison. I'll be back. Don't you worry. He smiled. The 3 of them walked out of the cell, and slammed the gate shut. Eel screamed after them, you know where to find me, you scaly fuck. But even that made him blister with pain. Eel groaned as he rolled over. And gasped when he touched at his newest wounds. Everything hurt. It felt like a shovel was digging into his chest, cutting his lungs in half. When he coughed, it came up red and frothy. Won't have to fake the bleeding anymore, he thought. Eel lay where he was, in the middle of his cell, letting the waves of pain crash over him. Riding through him. A kind of heat that told him he was alive. Alive, and broken. The prison guard came that night with his usual bowls of soup, carried on a metal tray. He didn't look at Eel, or if he did, he quickly bowed his head. Is that shame, or am I just seeing things? God's damned Kirans. Can they even feel shame? Or are they really all this sick? Despite the awful smell of the soup, its scent made him salivate. And when he rolled over onto his stomach, he almost blacked out again from the pain. Something in his torso was fractured, maybe even broken. A rib? He propped himself up on his elbows, using his hand to claw his way towards the bars. They had taken Lakey's hand off his wrist, leaving him with nothing more than a metal contact plate that was soldered into his bone. If he really wanted to, it might make a decent bludgeon, but now, it was all he could do to pick up the bowl, and tilt it up into the bars, gulping down the liquid. When it was empty, he turned it sideways and brought it inside, so he could lick the bowl clean. Then, and he was not proud of this, he licked the floor where the soup had spilled. His neighbor's bowl was sitting out. Untouched. around the corner of the stone wall that separated his cell from the next. Just out of reach. Hey, Eel said, his voice coming out as a wet rasp. He swallowed, and tried again. You going to eat that? There was a scuffing sound. A hand came out of the shadows. Bright, blue scales, and a pale palm. A Kirin hand. Hey, he thought. So they lock up their own kind, too. Was everyone in here a Kirin? For some reason, Eel thought they would have a Xeno jail, away from the Kirins. Maybe they just kill the Xenos. Guess that makes me the lucky one. The hand pushed the bowl across the floor. Tin, scraping on stone. Eel took the bowl, and said, "Thank you." He tipped it up, and let the cool broth slide down his throat. It would be soothing, if it wasn't so foul. But a moment later, the bowl was empty, so he slid it back. If I can just get them to start talking. So, Eel said, trying to sound casual. What are you in for? Silence. There was nothing shocking about that. Some people just didn't want to talk. But desperately needed information, and as far as he could tell, the other cell next to his was empty. So, he would have to keep trying. You a thief? What does it take for a Kirin to get locked up? Eel pressed his beak against the bars. Murder. There was a rustle from the other side. Interesting. The Kirins didn't exactly place a high value on Xeno life. Which meant his neighbor, whoever he was, must have killed another Kirin. Eel had assumed the Kirins killed traitors. Well, he couldn't be sure what his neighbor was in here for. Have to get him talking. That's why they locked me up, too. Murder. Only problem is, I don't see it that way. See, from my vantage, they were the murderers. They were, interacting with one of the locals. You know what I mean. So I offered to help. 1, 2, it was done. It was so simple. It seemed like the right thing to do. Gods, I just got here. I was just trying to help her, and I got bagged on my first day on the planet. What do you think? Silence. Come on, talk to me. It's too quiet in here. Tell me what you did. Not even the scuffle of movement. Eel sighed, and leaned back against the bars. At least his stomach was full. He closed his eyes, and nodded off. When he woke up, the evening sunlight poured in through the window. It sounded like it would rain soon. He tried a few more times, but he was always met with the same silence. What's your name, or where are you from, or how long have you been here? When he had the strength to stand again, he inspected the lock on his cell. He tried scratching at it with his beak, but the big one had bruised the bone, and it hurt to scrape it on the metal. Eel ran his fingers over the cracks on the wall, trying to see if he could find any mortar that had come loose. Maybe, if he found a stone, he could make a weapon. His legs gave out, and he didn't fight it. He slept where he fell. And though it was easy to fall into slumber, it was hard to stay there. Late that night, while the rain fell in curtains against the tin roof, high above, Eel tried again. Look, I'll start first. My name is Eel. I'm from a place called Gayam. There's a city there, as tall as it is wide. They call it the Cauldron, because it sits in the old crater of a mountain. He spoke, with his back against the wall. Not caring if anyone heard him. He just wanted to talk. He just wanted someone to talk to. What about you? Your name, that's all I'm asking. You can make it up for all I care. Nothing but the tinkling of rain, pattering on the leaves of trees outside. The big one came again in the morning. He was alone this time. Get up, the big one said. Eel was too exhausted to fight him, so he tried to feign his weakness again. He pretended he was blacked out, and couldn't hear him. He even slowed his breathing as much as he could, keeping his breaths light and shallow. And when a huge hand hooked under his injured arm, and hauled him to his feet, Eel let gravity pull him back down to the floor. The big one didn't care. He spent the next 5 minutes kicking Eel as hard as he could. His shoulder. His ribs. His legs. Eel did his best not to flinch, hoping, praying that it would end. His head. That must have blacked him out, because when he woke up, he had no idea where he was. It took him a long time to regain his bearings. There was a bowl of cold soup, sitting in front of his cell. He was too tired to get it. Too tired to hurt. Too tired, everywhere. He closed his eyes again. And opened them, when he heard a scraping sound against the stone. Another bowl was pushed up against the first. The Kirin's hand withdrew into the neighboring cell. Eel didn't move. He just looked at it. Blinking. Not understanding. Eat, a voice said from the other cell. Deep. But not a male voice. The Kirin was a woman. Eel gasped as he pushed himself up. If he was hungry, he couldn't feel it. Too much pain. Even rolling over racked him with agony. And when he tried to drink, it was like taking shards of glass down his throat. But he drank anyway, because he knew his body needed it. Eel didn't bother to wipe the soup off his beak. He put the bowl back down, and slid it back over. Thank you. She grunted, not really saying anything. But Eel thought the sound was beautiful. What's your name? He asked. Slow and deep came the answer. Agrania. 86, a machine for death. My name is Agrania. Her own name hurt to speak, and not just because she hadn't spoken for weeks. Everything was dry, and when she swallowed, it felt like she was grinding rocks in her throat. My name is Agrania. The metal bars of her cell dug into her back, cold and hard. Agrania's thin prisoner's rags stuck to the permanent layer of sweat that covered her body. She stared up at the window, that tiny, dark square where a fraction of light cut into her cell. It was raining, softly, and it made her ache for the squelch of Thracian mud beneath her boots. It's nice to meet you, Agrania, the voice from the other side of the wall said. Despite the voice's hardness, its cracks and croaks, there was a melodic quality to it. Not Kieran. And his name? Eel? What kind of name was that? How long have you been here? Eel said. Agrania blinked. She couldn't remember. How long had she been here? Asterisk how long, in hell? Asterisk it hurt to think about it. Suddenly, she didn't feel like talking anymore. A while, she grunted. Hoping her disinterest would end this. You want to know what I did? I saved someone's life. I don't know why I did it. Eel crowed a laugh, that's not true. I know exactly why I did it. Never even seen one of them before, the locals here, but I know what your soldiers do. Seen it 100 times. So, I saved her life. He was talking about a local. He saw them as people. The black mouths. The Lacertan. People. He said it so casually, it just rolled right off his tongue. As if it was obvious. It twisted something inside her stomach. Made her hurt, so much worse. And you know what? I would do it again, he said. Talking to himself, out loud. For her benefit. That's the foolish part. I would do it again, every single time. Even though I'm supposed to well. I should have been more careful. But they deserved it. Here, the stranger's voice grew hard again. They deserved worse than what I gave them. God's damned soldiers. Agrania cringed. It was like he could cut her, with only his words. And for some reason, it made her blood grow hot. What would a Xeno know about being in Vorpi's army? Furious. You don't know what they deserve, Agrania said. It's not their fault. They're not given a choice. The Empire. A harsh laugh cut her off, scratching against the pattering of the rain. Right. Eel said, I forgot. The Emperor forces them to kill innocent people. It forces your soldiers to corner innocent civilians in dark alleys, and take them. They're conscripts. They're not given a choice. That wasn't entirely true. Some of them fought to get into the Veneratians' war academies. Some of us chose this life. But he didn't need to know that. You're right, Eel said acidly, it's not their fault they torture and murder my people. When my home was burning, they had to laugh while starting the fires, didn't they? And when they come into my cell, every single day I've been here, and kick me, and spit on me, it's not their fault. They're conscripts. We're not all like that, she wanted to say. But was that true? Maybe at the beginning it was. But service changed you. They changed you. Walk into this living nightmare. Again and again and again. How do you know what's right, when everything is wrong? And then, they reward you for the awful things you've done. All that is, Agrania said, saying the words of the temples, must be the will of the gods. Another one of those squawking laughs. What do you know about the gods, Kieran? He spoke, as if this Xeno could know anything about them, either. She heard him get up, his feet scratching against the stone floor as he moved away to the other side of his cell. Muttering to himself about Kieran's, and the gods' damned soldiers. Agrania leaned back against the bars, listening to the rain fall. Sometimes, she still couldn't figure out why she had signed up. The Dulscales, the provincials, didn't have a choice. For some of them, the military was the only answer to the poverty forced on the provinces by Seer's controlling elite. Others were simply drafted when the Veneratian census takers found too many young in a single place. But Agrania was a glitterskin. And she had chosen this path. All her life, she had been lured by, and feasted on, the stories and the bloody legends of Kieran history. You, too, can become the pride of Seer, and embrace the glory of your empire. And she had. She had fallen for it all. She had believed in it all, so resolutely. Without question. She had worn her pride as if it were the shining armor of Lethanian herself. Agrania had committed herself, mind and body and will, to this life. She had let them mold her into the machine. And when they were too slow, she learned to mold herself. A machine for death. But no matter how much they slaughtered, there was always more. Victory was always over the next hill. The next burned-out village. The next conquered world. And like a good machine, she never stopped working. For what? For the glory of the empire? That's what the papers and scribes and politicians said, wasn't it? Thousands of little, bright lies. It had taken Agrania so long to see how she was being used. To see who was using her. Not even the captains and commanders of this world were in control. Not entirely. They were all at the whims of the Veneritien. The Kirin elite, who had no qualms about climbing over the dead bodies of Xenos and Kirins alike, to reach the top. And what could she do to stop it? Become stronger, and help end this war faster? And what about the next war? And the one after that? How many more corpses did the people at the top want? How much higher should their mountain go? There was a deep breath from the other side of the wall. Look, Ilha said. I don't know you. And you don't know me. Let me start over. My name is Ilha. I'm a Corvini from Lowtown, and I'm getting the hells out of here. You want in? She didn't even have to think about her answer, no. The voice was silent for a moment. And then, confused. No? What do you mean, no? Like you said. God's damned soldiers. We are damned. Nobody cares about us. They turned me into this. But I'm done. I will not bring any more bodies to the mountain. Mountain? What mountain? What are you talking about? Nothing, Agrania said. She was looking at her hands. She couldn't look at the windows anymore. At the walls. There were faces in the stone. And it was all her fault. I'm not asking you to fight, Ilha said. She could hear him, pressing against the bars of his cell. Trying to get her to talk. I'm just asking for your help. We don't have to be in here. Yes, I do. She said. She wasn't sure if it was true or not, but it sounded right. I deserve this. Why? What did you do? I killed one of my own. One of my squad members. Why? Same as you. To save a life. Oh. The rain was pouring now, a constant rush of sound, and flashes of droplets on the inside of the window. Ilha was silent now, not even moving. And she was glad of that. Right now, all she wanted to do was sleep. No. That wasn't true. She didn't even want to sleep. Agrania wanted to become nothing. But every time she closed her eyes, she could see their faces. The ones she failed. The ones she killed. Tesso, as he was screaming at the scribe and that Lacertan child. Private Tesso, who was so proud of himself for finding the courage to finally do something that mattered. At least, that's how Tesso saw it. Idiot Greenfin. How old was he, anyway? Barely hatched, barely old enough to leave whatever provincial shitheel share farm he'd been born on. Conscripted to die. Sent out, with too many drill sergeants, too many commanders, and none of them bothering to show him the way. Thinking he was acting right, because nobody would tell him otherwise. Oh, Agrania had tried. Barely. But Tesso didn't have a chance. None of them did. Somewhere, deep in her chest, it felt like a gate was opening up. And all that hammering pressure was suddenly bursting forth, slamming against her inside, and drowning her in her own endless, spiraling thoughts. All the faces. All the ones who didn't deserve to be out here. Who didn't get a chance to know right from wrong. Who had no one to teach them, or worse, had the wrong kinds of teachers telling them how to act. Turning them into machines, just like her. Machines, made for death. Was it the right thing to do? Ilha rasped again, did he deserve to be shot? Does anyone? He laughed at that. The kind of laugh that spoke volumes. As if he knew what she was thinking. But how could he? How did it happen, he asked. Agrania pulled her legs in close. Wrapped her arms around herself, as if she could squeeze the world out. The rain was pouring now, scraping and rattling against the roof. A million metal daggers on her ears. Come on, Agrania. You're already in here. It can't hurt to talk about it. Stop. The voice went silent for a long moment, except for one last word. Sorry. There was thunder. And more rain. At one point, she heard the changing of the guards. She was running circles in her mind, going down into the blackness of her thoughts. And everywhere she ran, there were faces. So many faces. Again, and again. Tesso. And the other soldiers before. And the Lacertan, though they had long since blended together. And the child, the black-mouthed child. And Tesso. When she first met him, she could see how much he hated her, just because her scales glittered and his didn't. And then, when they were climbing down that hill, in the assault on the fort, there was Tesso, who went back for his comrade, a Kirin whose name Agrania couldn't remember, while cannons rained death upon them. Agrania told him to leave her. But he didn't. He was only a person. A dull scale, trying to look out for his friend. I killed him, she said. Not caring if the voice on the other side of the wall was listening. We were crossing the Templians, and someone in our squad found a child. A certain hatchling. Tesso was going to kill it. So I shot him. He didn't deserve it. He was doing the right thing. The captain was doing the right thing. We're supposed to kill them, those were our orders. More thunder. It didn't crack, so much as roll from one side of the sky to the other, rumbling the stones of the prison as it went. What about the locals? Eil said. What do they deserve? The answer had been drilled into her since the day she could first understand words. She was a Glitterskin, a daughter of Seer. They were the chosen children of the gods. And no one else mattered. Until she met the scribe, she never questioned that. But now, she had no answer. She closed her eyes. And opened them. Her face was wet, and not from the rain spattering in from the window. She didn't bother to wipe it away. If you stay in here, they'll just keep killing them. You know that. Is that what you want? I deserve this. I deserve worse. They should kill me. Why don't they? Because they still want to use me, she thought. That was the answer she had figured, after all this time. She was far too useful to throw away, just because a dull scale had died. You did a good thing, Agrania. Saving someone who couldn't help themselves. A child, gods damn it. You did the right thing. Maybe, she said. A heavy sigh from the other side of the wall, louder even than the rain. There was depth to that sigh. A history of emotion that she could not understand. But she could feel it. Who was this Zeno? It doesn't have to end here, Agrania. I want it to. I don't want to. She swallowed it. But it just came back up. I don't want to be alive. Well, gods damn it, you are alive. Be it by the will of the gods, or sheer luck, or whatever you want to believe. You're here, and I don't care what you did. The past is nothing, compared to the future. How can you say that? Another heavy sigh. This time, followed by a question. Can I tell you a story? She said nothing. It's a long story. About an android, and a god. And how the two of them saved my life. 87, an unbelievable story. Eil talked all night. He started with his first memories in the streets of Lowtown, and told her everything. He told her about life, before the gate from Seer first opened. Before they conquered the cauldron. He told her about his old crew. And how they fought together. How they died together, while he hid in the streets. He kept talking, even when his body ached, and he started to shiver. He used the empty soup bowl to get water by holding it up to the tiny window in the corner of his cell, letting it fill with rain. Then, Eil tried to tell her about the human. A fledgling, uncovered in the darkest places in his world. Asleep, in a cocoon of ice. So strange. How the old, human tower glowed when it felt his presence. Poyer was nothing like the priests said he would be. He was naive. Desperate to find his people, no matter what Eil told him. Always found himself running headlong into trouble. And Eil told her how, no matter what he did, he always kept trying. He saved us, Agrania. Even me. And when he finished, the rain had cooled to a gentle drizzle. All the frogs had gone quiet. Nothing stirred. There was a grunt from Agrania's cell. That's it. What do you mean that's it? He's a living human being, Agrania. The gods are dead. You're the ones who worship your emperor. How can you say that? A snort of derision from the other cell. I'm done talking to a liar. He didn't know why he was trying so hard with her. With the Kirin, for that matter. Why did it matter if she believed him? He could find another way to escape without her help. But there was something wrong with her that he couldn't leave alone. Something broken, in the most familiar way. Eil ground his beak in frustration. He pushed himself off the floor, wincing as the pain cut into his gut. It felt like one of his ribs was trying to pierce his flesh. He grabbed the bars, exhaling heavily as he pulled himself up, and shoved his beak through the gap. I know it doesn't sound real. I know what I sound like. I never believed in them, either. I still don't, not as gods. But they are real. And he's something like I've never seen before. What do you want, Zeno? Same as you. I want to get out of here. Who says I want to get out of here? Eel blinked. The realization came in like the tide. Each new wave adding to his understanding. So, that's how it is. It's inside her. She hates herself. He could still feel the scars of his own darkness. A black pit, that had taken root in his heart. Something that needed to be dug out. This is going to hurt. You think you deserve this, don't you? Eel said softly. You think because you lived, because you killed them and they died, that you were always wrong. You're guilty. You think all of this is your fault. No, she said, I know it's my fault. You think you could have stopped it. You can't stop thinking about all the ways you could have stopped it. What if you hadn't pulled the trigger? What if you had been slower, or worse at your job? Why didn't you try harder to let them go, right? It never stops. Be quiet. You can't block it out, Agrania. You can run from it. You can try to drown it out. But it's always there. And it never stops. Something smashed against the far wall of the cell. Her bowl lay in fragments. He could hear her deep, labored breathing. Ready to lash out. Stuck. Frustrated. Trapped. But Eel didn't stop. He was too deep into his own darkness. I was there, too, he said. In the sewers, beneath the cauldron. I walked down those dark tunnels, with only the eye of a machine to light my way. I went down there to die. Hells, behind me. Hells, before me. The only way to end it was to die. That's what I thought. That's what I knew. He could feel the stones under his talons. Cold and slick, and untouched for ages. He could hear the sounds of the darkness, and the things that lived in the darkness, all around him. Hunting him. How he had searched the place in his mind where he was supposed to care about his life, and found it empty. Absent. And then, I found her. A machine. A living person, inside a metal body, built by the gods themselves. She saved me, Agrania. He swallowed. His mouth was dry from all this talking. Whatever happened to you, Eel said. And here, he almost stopped himself. Because he couldn't believe what he was saying to Akiran. I know how it feels. I don't feel anything. And he knew that feeling too, but he didn't know what to tell her. Maybe there was nothing else to say. He had been lost. Only luck, pure, impossible luck had saved him. What could he do? She was trapped in her own mind. And he couldn't see a way in to help her. Eel eased himself down to the floor, holding on to the bars for support. There was something digging into his lungs, and it was all he could do to breathe. Gradually, as he lowered himself to the floor, and sat still, it became easier to fill his lungs. And the pain receded. How am I supposed to get out of here on my own? He ran through the possibilities, all the plans and escape attempts he had heard of before. But he was so exhausted. Too tired to sleep. How could he do this alone? The rain was coming down in sheets, blown by a wind that he couldn't feel. It rattled against the tin roof of the prison, and sprayed in through the window. Agrania broke the silence. I see faces. Eel didn't know how to answer that. What, he said slowly, what do they look like? You ever seen a dead body? Oh. Their eyes are stuck open. I see them everywhere. When I'm falling asleep. When I'm in the jungle. People I've killed. It wasn't always like this. Back when I first came here, I could kill. I was good at it. The first few times it felt good. They were happy with me. Proud of me. What changed? I was on a hill. It was raining, like it was tonight. They didn't see me. They were sitting in the crook of a tree. 3 of them, sitting together. 2 of them were young, younger than me, I think. I don't know, I don't speak Lacerdan. They didn't have time to fight back. They just watched me killing them. Are they here now? A pause. Yes. Do they talk to you? Dead things don't talk. Of course, they don't, he thought. My mistake. They spent the rest of the night in silence. Eel drifted in and out of sleep, trying to find a painless way to sit up, with his back shoved in the corner of the bars in the wall. A glimpse of light as the small sun began to burn away the clouds. He heard the scrape of the prison door. Eel's eyes shot open, and a trickle of dread ran down his spine. He's back. He's going to hit me. He was already cringing, trying to steel himself as he tried to move away from the bars. But no, it was just the change of the guard. Akiran came in, wearing his military uniform, carrying trays full of bowls in his hands. He dropped them haphazardly on the ground, sloshing their rotten liquid in front of the cells. The guard seemed not to notice the shattered pottery on the floor. Eel grabbed his, and finished the soup before the guard left the block. Then, he eyed Agrania's. And when her hand slipped through the bars, and pushed the bowl over, he almost gave in to his hunger. No. He pushed it back. You should eat, Eelha said. She said nothing. Eating helps. It keeps you grounded. Makes you feel better, he said, pushing her bowl back. I don't want to feel better. I know how you feel, Kiran, Eelha thought, as he folded himself back into the corner, and drifted off to sleep. I know exactly how you feel. But when he woke up, the bowl was empty. They didn't talk much after that. The guards brought in a couple of drunk soldiers, who were singing and shouting the whole way in. Eelha didn't want them to overhear their conversation, so he stayed silent most of the day, just trying to sleep. To heal. But when night came, and the rains followed, he tried again. Agrania. Are you there? He's not what you'd expect. Who? The human. She grunted, and he could almost picture her rolling her eyes. Just like he had, any time he'd heard the priests who sometimes wandered Lowtown, shouting about sinners and gods. No, listen to me. He's like us. In a lot of ways, he's just like us. Willful. Naive. Foolish, at times. Doesn't sound like a god to me. I've seen him do it. Perform miracles. There's no other word for it. Eelha put out his hand, the one that was nothing more than a stump, showing it to her. Look at this. It got shot off by some damn machine. I should be dead, but he healed me. With a drop of liquid, he sealed up the wound like it was nothing. Agrania grunted her disbelief. You heard about the city, didn't you? What city? The Cauldron. The capital city of Gayam. He saved it, the whole city. He brought up this, I don't know, this shield made of light. Never heard of it. Gods damn it. How have you not heard of it? There were millions of us living there. The Empire's a big place. It was just like they said he would. The savior. They talked about him, and I never believed it, but he saved us all. I watched him put his hand to the tower and bring it to life. Okay. Eelha looked down at his hand. At his stump. Neither of them said anything for a long while. Eelha shook his head. What am I doing? Why am I wasting time on this? If she doesn't want to believe me, then fine. He pulled himself to standing, using the bars to ease his way up. Started walking around the room, looking for something. Anything. Cracked flecks of stone, too brittle for anything else. He might be able to slide one of them into the door's lock, but the only time it opened is when they came to beat him. Maybe. Agrania, you got anything over there in your cell? Like what? Something sharp. Or metal. Anything. So you can get out of here. No, he snapped, so I can sit here and feel bad for myself for the rest of my miserable life. There was a shuffle over on her side of the room. And then, silence. I shouldn't have said that. No answer. I'm sorry. I'm not good at this kind of thing. A snort. A laugh. And then, something dropped just inside his cell. Cold, and hard, and metal. A knife? Eelha's beak fell open. Are you kidding me? This whole time, he shouted. His voice echoed over the stones. Down the prison block, someone shouted drunkenly, shut up. Some of us are trying to sleep here. Eelha clapped his beak shut. Took in a deep breath. And lowered his voice to a quiet whisper, as soft as the rain. This whole time, you had the god's damned key. 88, one last attempt. It had been days since the last beating. Or had it been a week? Maybe the big one, that idiot, brutish Kiran had grown tired of smashing Eelha's face in. Maybe they were bored, given that he'd never fought back. Maybe he'd been shipped out. One can only hope. Eelha sat on the floor of his cell, running his fingers over the key. Feeling the scratches in the metal and the gritted rust on his fingertips. Such a small thing. When he closed his fist over the key, his feathers covered it whole. How strange, to hold his freedom in the palm of his hand. And yet, he hadn't left. Some part of his mind was screaming at himself. What are you waiting for? Why haven't you left yet? He didn't need Agrania's help anymore, did he? Eelha could simply stand up, and walk out of here. Sure, he'd have to get past the guard, but that would be easy enough for someone like him. So why are you still here? Early morning, or close enough. The rains had started late this night, and when the clouds finally covered the stars, the constant drizzle started soon after. Humidity made all his feathers cling together, and his lungs fought to suck in the cloying air. Gods, I need to get off this planet. Eelha pushed his beak through the bars of his cell. And whispered out into the darkness. Come with me, Eelha said. We can leave right now. The two of us. I am not leaving, came the rumbling answer from the other side of the wall. Why not? Why are you so determined to die in here? I died a long time ago. And yet, I can hear you breathing. What does that tell you? It tells me the world doesn't care enough to bury me. The world never cared about me to begin with. Eel grabbed the bars. He wanted to shake them loose. He wanted to scream at her. He settled for a harsh whisper. Of course, the world doesn't care about you. The world doesn't care about anything. It just is. Only the living have the power to care, a grainy Ea. Silence. Eel sighed. Slumped against the bars, feeling that cold metal against his shoulder. He might as well be talking to a wall. Why am I trying so hard with her? Why can't I just walk out of here? He thought of Poyer, somewhere out there on this god's forsaken planet. And Lakes, who he hoped was out there with the fledgling, still protecting him. Some guardian I am. And then, for some reason he didn't fully understand, thoughts of Reich flew into his mind. The feathers, still growing across her pale skin. It had only been a few weeks since he'd last seen her. But it might as well have been a few lifetimes. Leave. His mind shouted at him. Leave, you fool. One more try, he thought. Just one more. A grainy Ea, he said softly. Is there no one else? Do you not have anyone else to live for? No. No. She's. Whatever we had. No. But you took the key, didn't you? You copped it from a guard, and you held onto it, all this time you've been waiting in here. Some part of you still wants to live. Again, there was that damned silence. It stretched on, and the rain came and went. And Eel was still there. Finally, she did speak. I've killed so many. Few deserved it. I am nothing but a machine. They made you into this. No, her words were slow, and drawling. He knew what she was feeling. He knew that she was seeing each and every one of those faces. Their blood is on my hands. I did this. And do you know what else? I loved it. I craved it. Even now, I can feel it in my blood. I want to. I want. Why should I live? Gods above, why won't they kill me? What a waste, Eel said. What a waste that would be. You don't know what you are talking about. No, he said. I know all too well. You have made too many mistakes. They cut you, every time you think about them. Every time you think you can forget, they come back to haunt you. Do you know what that makes you? Useless. It makes you special. Who else has learned this? Who else now knows what you know? Who else wants to change as badly as you do, right now? What a waste it would be, if all of that were simply to cease. I don't deserve life. Then who does? Eel growled, and gripped the bars. Tell me, who deserves to breathe this air? To walk this world? Who among us is perfect? Certainly, Eel thought, not I. Nor any avian. Nor the Kirans, nor any Xeno at all. All of us. Evil, awful, greedy, murderous. Yes. And bright, and brilliant, and hopeful, and helpful. From the lowest crow caste to the highest royal. From the dull scales, to the Venerit yen, and everyone they conquered. Just people. There is no worth, a grainy Ea. There is no one worthy. None but the gods. Ha! Eel crowed a laugh, then where have they gone? We're all that's left, a grainy Ea. If you're not going to use the key, a grainy Ea said, sticking her scaled hand out of the bars. Her forearm was thick with muscle. Then give it back. His hand clutched automatically around the key. An old thief's instincts. Come with me, he said. Hand it over, Xeno, she growled dangerously. Not until you promise to live. Damn you. She grabbed the bars, making her knuckles go pale as she screamed. Just leave me alone and let me die. There was a sound from down the hall. A guard? One of the other prisoners? Eel was certain that someone was listening. But he thought that he was getting close with her. He hoped. I know what it's like, a grainy Ea. To be a slave to your own thoughts. You think if you walk out of here, everything will be like it was. Or worse. But I can promise you this, nothing will ever be the same again, because you've seen it. You've seen what is, and what could be. Everything will change for you now, if only you'll let it. You don't have to stand still anymore. You don't have to be who you were. Her hands went limp. Let go of the bars. And slipped out of his view. He could hear her feet, scuffling over the stone floor. Going silently back into her cell. Eel spent the rest of the morning, sitting. Thinking. Running the conversation through his head. His back was to the bars, as he stared up at the window. He heard the guard open the door to the prison block. Shuffling down the corridor. The guard's keys jingled, and reminded Eel that he wasn't supposed to have his own key. Quickly, before the guard rounded his cell, he tucked it in a nook in the mortar of the stone. He sat down again, as if he hadn't moved at all. Heavy footsteps, and the sloshing of bowls filled with old fish and bad stew. The guard's footsteps stopped behind Eelh. Odd. He wasn't going to turn around, until he heard the voice. Did you miss me? The big one was standing in the hallway. Wearing a guard's uniform, and a big, shit-eating grin on his face. Eelh's heart sank. Suddenly, the cell was far too cramped. The air, already too hot to breathe, was now insufferable. Eelh flexed his feathers, trying to think of what he should do. No way out. Not now. No way out. That's right, the big one said, still grinning as he pulled at his new uniform. I'm on guard detail now. Means I'll be here, every single day of the rest of your life. Which, come to think of it, won't be so very long. Eelh stood up. And took a few steps back, as the big one shoved a key into his cell door, and let it screech open. The big one blocked the way out, rounding his shoulders. Come on, the big one said. Come here and stand, you weak little coward. Fight me. Even if he wanted to, there was little Eelh could do against the big one. He had a weapon, Eelh did not. He was in good health, and Eelh was broken from the last dozen times. The big one did not pull his punches this time. When it was over, both of Eelh's eyes were swollen. His whole right side was singing with pain. And when Eelh had curled into a ball, the big one stomped his boot on Eelh's foot, cracking two of his talons. He didn't even hear the big one leave. Didn't even feel his spit on his face. Eelh could only lay there, gasping in the late morning light. Unmoving. Unable to sleep. Drifting in and out of darkness. Morning became evening. The suns rose and fell. And rose again. A hard voice spoke from the other cell. Why do you let him do this to you? The voice said. Eelh managed to sit up, gasping with new agony that started somewhere in his hip, and forked like lightning into his heart, and back down to his leg. He will kill you, Agrania said. You have to leave. Eelh didn't bother to stand up. Not yet. It was too painful. He spoke, right where he was. His voice a dry, rasp. It's so easy, isn't it? Eelh's throat gurgled when he spoke. He coughed something up, and spat it on the ground next to him. It's so easy to feel sorry for yourself. To feel alone. To revel in despair. It almost feels good to be disconnected from everything. As if suddenly, you know the truth that was always there. But it's not real. That feeling doesn't matter. The truth is, everything is right here. He will kill you. Maybe, he said. Maybe. And he closed his eyes. When he woke up again, he found he could stand. His thigh bones were bruised, but not broken. As long as he limped, he could walk. He steadied himself on the bars of his cell. Hauling himself over to where he'd hidden the key in the nook of the mortar. It was cold, the coldest thing on this planet. It felt good. Powerful. Tonight. But first, he would try. One more time. The fluid filled his throat again, and he had to cough it up before he could speak. Do you know what he found, when he woke up? Silence. I'm talking about the human. He's a fledgling, a Grania. Just a young child of a god, who slept through the ages. When he woke up, he found that he was alone. I was the first person he met. She made a derisive sound. Doubting. Have you ever heard of the cauldron? Eelh continued. My city was built on the ruins of another. Of many cities, if the stories are to be believed. The sewers tell the story well. Go all the way down, deep under the surface. That's where you'll find the ruins of his old home. That's what he saw, when he woke up. His whole city, in ruins. Forgotten by everyone. They study the gods in Seer, too. Wrong. I've been to Seer. I've seen your stories, carved into the walls. Fantasy. You don't know anything about the humans. It's all gone, Agrania. Everything he ever knew. Everyone. Gone. He's the very last one. The last human alive. Outside, a peal of thunder rolled in the distance. The suns were setting, and the light was fading. And so came the rains. Eelh limped over to the cell of his door. Slid both hands through the bars. With one finger on the key, one feather outstretched to silence the sound of the metal, rasping on metal, he slid the key into the lock. He could hear his heart beating. Slowly. So slowly, so the clink of metal would not be heard over the rain. And turned it. The bolt clunked open, releasing the door. His heart sang. He looked up at the stone ceiling. Thought about uttering a prayer of thanks to the gods. And then, thought better of it. Eelh stepped out of the cell. And slowly, pressed the door closed. Muffling the lock again with his hand, so that when it clunked shut, it was hidden by the thunder. He shuffled to the next cell over, still testing the strength of his legs. She was sitting on the floor, staring down at her hands. Not moving. Not saying anything. She was huge. Muscular. A giant of a Kiran, and however many weeks or months she had spent in prison had done little to atrophy her body. The scales that ran down her neck glittered in the late dusk, like jewels half buried in scales. It's good to finally meet you, Agrania, he said. She lifted her chin, ever so slightly, to look up at him. Eel half expected her to wrinkle her face in disgust. Isn't that how all Kirans reacted, to Xenos? But she didn't. There was no reaction at all. He knew that stare. Cold. So close to death. I have to try. Eel leaned against her bars, gathering his strength. He spoke to her, not taking his eyes off of her. Do you know what the human did, when he found out he was alone? Stupid child ran, right beneath an assassin's bullets. No regard for his safety. He doesn't understand our world in the slightest. Every chance he got, he went looking for his kind. He refused to listen. He refused to let us tell him how the world worked. He showed me things, Agrania. He did things that shouldn't be possible. Poyer made the city come back to life. That's how he saved all of us. And now, he's somewhere out on this planet, trying to find a way to save himself. That fool refuses to give up. And so will I. Why Thras? She asked. I have no idea. Something he kept calling, the grid. There was a reaction, at that last word. Her mouth twisted, as if she was angry. Angry at him for lying. But Eel wasn't lying, and slowly, she seemed to understand that. Slowly, her anger turned into something else. Then it is real, she said. Eel shrugged. It's hard to question him, when he keeps proving me wrong. The only thing I know is this, everywhere he goes, change follows. All the worlds are changing. We're going to need people like you, Agrania. People who want to change with it. Silence. Please, Eel said. Come with me. Her head dropped to her knees. She was gone, again. Eel sighed. If you change your mind, he pulled the key out, and slid it through the bars of her cell. Remember that the only one holding you back, is you. Eel was about to leave, when he heard the sound of a heavy, oaken door swinging open. The light of an oil lantern poured into the darkness. A huge figure stood at the end of the prison block. The big one, with a big, fat grin on his face. Oh, I thought I heard something, the big one said, almost laughing to himself. Almost salivating. He had a club in his hand, and was smacking it into his open palm, as if he had been waiting for this moment. I knew you were faking it. The big one took a step closer. Eel took a step back. Even if he could run, which way would he go? The prison block only had one door. There was no way he could fly past the big one, and he had no weapon. The big one took another step closer. You afraid now? Another step. Good, the big one growled, almost purring. Good. Eel steeled himself. If I can go for his eyes. The big one slammed the beatstick into his shoulder, dropping Eel to the floor. He brought the club high into the air, holding it with both hands. Raising it over his head. It moved slowly. Dead. Arcing up. I'm dead. Arcing down. A third hand wrapped around the shaft of the club. Bright, blue scales. Holding it in place. Agrania's cell was empty. The door ajar, with the key still in the lock. She was standing behind the big one, towering over him. Her arm wrapped around the big one's neck, and made a quick, gentle twist. Eel heard the crack. The big one dropped to the floor with a mighty whump. Agrania was still holding the club. She turned to Eel, her chest heaving. Now what? 89, the cloud wastes. Clouds of mist walked along the ponds, making ripples along the shallow surfaces. But the mist could not touch that orange, glowing shield which sprouted out of the white tree. Instead, the shield hissed and burned away the fog, making it swirl angrily in that wavering heat. Behind him, Lakey's was tense. Ready to throw herself at whatever came out of the mists. Her eyes flickered rapidly, illuminating the clouds in bright flashes of light. Poyer could almost see them. They were huge, taller than the tallest trees on Thras. They leaned over the mists, so that he could see hints of bark and vines and machines stretching up into the fog. He could hear the organic creaks and groans and whine of metal joints badly in need of maintenance as they settled into place. They were surrounded. How easy would it be for them to crush this tree, shield and all? Or could the orange plasma protect him? He doubted it. Poyer turned back to the white tree, and to that face made of energy. It was projected out of the tips of the red fungus that crawled up the tree. It was hairless, a bald thing, with blank red eyes and a blank, red expression. And when it spoke, its lips and muscles moved too smoothly to be natural. Is it time to wake? Who would make such a thing? Poyer wondered. It was almost repulsive to look at. A crude imitation of a human being. And yet, this was undoubtedly human technology. And the shield, that was human technology, too. Not as advanced as the shield he had summoned over the cauldron, which meant this tech must be older than his conclave. What do you mean by wake? Poyer asked. Who are you? We are keepers. The heart made us to watch. To wait for an administrator. Are you one? How would I know if I am? An administrator must be created by a pre-existing administrator. And what if there aren't any? Aren't any what? Existing admins. Its lips frowned in a semblance of confusion. And then, its face shifted back to a neutral expression, blank, and unassuming. The movement was so unnatural, it almost made Poyer shiver. We do not have instructions for that case, the face said. Please contact your nearest administrator. If you cannot find an administrator, then... Poyer licked his lips. It worked before. Maybe it would work again. He cleared his throat, and uttered a single word, override. The face paused mid-speech. Its red lips froze, and the dark red caverns of its mouth hung open. Then, it unfroze. One moment. We are attempting to connect. The face dimmed, and glowed. Dimmed, and glowed. Failed to connect. Emergency access granted. Poyer felt a cold shock in his mind. He blinked rapidly, before he realized what it was. A prompt, in his implant. A menu that only he could see, in the front of his mind. It appeared in front of his eyes, words outlined in a white, holographic square. Unfortunately, the words made little sense to him. Some of them appeared to be obvious, but the deeper he crawled down each option, the more convoluted the language became, until he was lost in a sea of word fragments and symbols and ideas that made no sense in context. He gave up when he reached this line. SFT, matter self-contribution and aid. In void. It might be code. Or it might be the mad ramblings of a machine left to its own devices over the last thousands of years. The guides built into the more complicated pieces of machinery, like the keepers, weren't supposed to change themselves, as a rule. But what did they do when their cores began to deteriorate? It was possible no one could untangle this. Certainly not him, who had only started his flow training. Not that the caretakers ever expected his cohort to get far with that. Maybe the Emperor might know something about this. But he was here, and the Emperor was not. And, thanks to Ilha, part of him still held doubts about the Emperor's intentions. He tried a new tact. He focused his thought on what he wanted, and then pushed it forward with its words. Create new administrator. A prompt floated up in bright, orange letters, hovering inches in front of the face. Name? Poyer. Name confirmed. The prompts disappeared. Immediately, the face unfroze and resumed talking, as if nothing had happened. Administrator Poyer, is it time to wake? Behind him, he could hear Lakiza's neck whirring as she oscillated her head slowly from side to side. Her eyes still flashed that brilliant, blinding light. Flickering dozens of times a second, as if she could see through the mists. The shapes in the mist had not moved, but those impossible limbs still creaked and groaned in the slow turning of the mist. Are we in danger? Poyer asked. Please be more specific, the keeper's face replied. What are those things? He nodded at the mist. At the huge, lumbering figures, hidden just out of sight. We are keepers. We preserve this place, and protect it from change. We act under the heart's hierarchy, and the heart acts under yours. Poyer furrowed his brow. The question still scratched at his mind, so that he could not guess at its answer. What am I talking to? This was no simple machine guide. Something else. A machine, grown from a plant. Or a plant, grown from a machine? Had it been designed to grow this way? Or had something gone wrong? Then again, if the grid was still working, after thousands of years of no maintenance, perhaps something had gone very, very right. Who created you? He asked. The heart was instructed to preserve itself, in case of dire need. We have been waiting a very, very long time. Over the centuries, our maintenance lapsed, and our parts began to run spare. Once, this planet was sterile and docile. There was no life here, save the microscopic organisms that lived in the waters. But it grew as we waited, and every few hundred years, new species found their way through the gates. Thus, new resources came into our grasp. A good thing. That which we could no longer manufacture ourselves, we learned how to grow. To cultivate our replacement parts. Administrator, did we err? Was this an incorrect liberty? There was only one way to know. One answer he needed. That depends. Did you keep the grid working? Yes. It was the single sweetest word Poyer had ever heard. Yes. It has been dormant since the last administrator departed, the face said. 2372 years ago. The last administrator? Who? But the face did not give him time to think. Its voice was rife with urgency, as if nothing in the world mattered but this one question. Administrator Poyer, the heart would like to know. Is it time? Poyer could hear the rising desperation in its voice. He wasn't surprised anymore, by a machine wanting something so badly. They weren't supposed to change, to grow, yet here they were. Living machines, growing to keep themselves in place. Poyer looked over his shoulder at Lakey's. And then back to face in the tree. He sucked in his breath. His limbs burned with the desire to go. Show me, Poyer said. Show me the heart. The face closed its eyes. Then, it began to shift into a single, red, glowing texture vaguely in the shape of a skull. The skull crumpled in on itself in a neat, orderly pattern. The energy changed shape, turning into a simple, three-dimensional arrow that pointed forward, deeper into the mist. Out there, in all that white fog, he could see another light. The orange glow of another shield tree. And another one, hazy and dim beyond that. A path of white trees, with their burning orange shields, spaced wide across the ponds and paths of smooth stones. Poyer touched Lakey's arm. Her head turned to him, her eyes still snapping and flickering with light. Come on, he said. They won't harm us. Savior, there is something else, in the mists. Poyer nodded. He had felt it growing stronger as they moved deeper into the outskirts of the grid. It's not the mists, Poyer said. It's the light. Too much exposure can cause problems. It feels like it's watching us. She voiced the thoughts that Poyer had been rolling around in his mind ever since they had come to this planet. Or even before that. Poyer didn't want to say it out loud. It sounded wrong. Impossible. The light was light, a form of extremely compact energy extracted from beyond the divide. How could it be watching them? Maybe it was just the age of this world. The heart of the old grid was ancient, built before humanity established the thousands of repeaters and way stations that projected the grid out across the stars. Across the galaxies. Once, the heart had been the only way the grid could propagate. Now, it was nothing more than a forgotten artifact. Less efficient at using the light. Hence, the mists. How is your core? Poyer asked. I believe it the seal is holding. I hesitate to check, for fear of unnecessary exposure. Poyer hadn't considered that. Is it safe for her? He thought about telling her to stay. Or even, telling her to turn back. But then he would be alone. No one but him, and the keepers. He didn't want Lakey's to suffer, but... Is it safe for me? I will not leave you, Savior, she seemed to read the thoughts on his face. I will follow your lead. Poyer didn't want to argue. Didn't think he had the strength to do this alone. So, together they set off across the shallow lakes. The pools of water grew wider and deeper as they walked, most of them as clear as glass. Clouds of mist floated like ghosts over the water, dripping ripples onto the surface. The lakes were broken up by gentle ridges of rock and earth, and small hillocks that rose above the misty landscape. Here, the shield trees sat at the top of each hillock, jutting up like beacons in the mist. Poyer's liquid armor secured his feet on the wet stones, so he wouldn't slip on the moss, or spreading out into flat, metal shoes so he wouldn't sink into the mud. Lakey's had to move more slowly, for her feet kept slipping and shoving rocks down into the water. Her joints squeaked as she walked and balanced herself, and water dripped down her chassis, running into her joints. Sometimes, the hillocks that dotted the lakes were barren. Trees had been felled, or rotted away, leaving behind metal skeletons made of thousands of hollow fibers, intertwining into a kind of trunk that rose and branched out. Their metal roots, ripped up and exposed to the air. And once, when the clouds parted for a brief moment, he thought he saw a dark shape standing on one of the hills. A forgotten drone that had died up there? But up close, the hill was barren. There were machines in the water, too. Rectangular maintenance drones and transmitter poles that had fallen flat, like logs sunken to the bottom of the lakes. The angular mass of a slow-moving drone carrier rose out of the water, quietly rusting in alone in a lake. Coloring the whole lake a brownish red. How old is this place? Lakey's asked. It was built long before I was born, Poyer said. Probably before my conclave was founded. How can you tell that? Lakey's asked. The tech is older. He almost said outdated. Look at that shield over that tree. The plasma moves and burns the water that touches it. It's wasting energy. Do you remember the shield over the cauldron? My people built that when they first founded the conclave, so the shields here must be earlier versions. And it still works, Lakey said. She shook her head, as if she could not believe it. As if they knew you would need it, one day. He hadn't thought of that. Was that possible? Did his people know it would be needed? How? They were picking their way carefully across one of the stony ridges that spidered across the lake, when the ground began to hiss. The lake nearest them began to bubble and froth at a few, very specific points. A rushing, building and rising to a feverish pitch. Poyer gripped Lakey's metal hand, her crude fingers wrapping around his. Mist spewed up from the lake, and even from the stones under their feet, as if it was burning to escape the ground, any way it could. Colors sparkled and glinted in the white clouds, as fog billowed and thickened and shrouded them. It hissed like the exhalation of some gargantuan beast, thunderous and never-ending, spraying them with warm jets of mist. And then, the hissing receded, pushing away from them, down the way they had come. All that swirling fog began to settle and fall back down. Cooled and gentle. Poyer let go of her hand, and stared up at the mist. Not bothering to close his mouth, as he watched. Lights danced in the white fog. Glints of azure and emerald and brilliant flashes of white topaz. Playful lightning, arcing in dancing patterns through the clouds. There was something ahead. A dark stain in the mist. Lakey's, Poyer said, keeping his voice as low as possible. Do you see that? She froze in her movement. Her eyes flickered rapidly, flashing her own lights against the mist. Saying nothing for a long time. I see nothing, but the water and the rocks. But when the clouds parted again, only for a moment, Poyer was certain he saw it. Not a stain, but a person. Clad in clothes that glinted like a lattice made of metal. It was turned away, a hood covering its head. Poyer blinked. Still there. Hey, he shouted, who are you? It lifted one hand, but its clothes did not move. Instead, those strange, impossible fabrics seemed to create new versions, new fractions of themselves as the hand lifted, leaving ghosts of fabric in its wake. The figure motioned forward, pointing along the path that Poyer and Lakey's were already walking. Poyer took a step forward, and the ground began to tremble. Another step, and this time when his foot touched the moss-covered stones, the rocks shattered. The ground split open, creating a rift in the stones that shot forward like a streak of lightning. Stones and water began to slide into the expanding crack, pulling the ground and the lakes in. Pulling him in. Lakey's hand caught him around his chest, holding him up, as his body went limp. He gasped. Savior divine. The mechanical clicking of her voice snapped him back into reality. He was panting. He had almost fallen down onto the ground. The stones had not moved. There was no crack, no rift that swallowed the stones. There was no hooded figure, no dark stain in the mist. Only the soft, orange glow of shield trees, marching away into the grey fog. I'm fine, Poyer said. It's nothing. I just saw something that wasn't there. It's the light, isn't it? I think so, he said. He summoned the liquid armor to cover himself fully. The metal dimmed his vision, and made it more narrow. But it was better than these hallucinations. Or whatever they are. After all, had he not seen what happened to Slowcore, before it happened? The stone path sunk lower, or the ponds grew taller. Either way, they had no choice but to walk in the water until it sloshed around their knees. There were more machines here, and pipes running up from the ground, racing to the same destination. Sometimes he crushed the shells of small, hand-sized drones under his feet. Other times, he walked along the side plating of some forgotten building, kicking up swirls of rust as he moved through the still waters. Moss and lichens and algae and fronds grew up from the darker shadows, but otherwise there was no life here. No fish, nor insects of any kind. The water was moving now, no longer still but being pulled all together towards the center of this place. A breeze carried along the mists, too. It pushed the clouds past them, and made Poyer feel like they were moving faster than they were. Steel girders and the remains of ancient struts that had long since corroded and collapsed in place pierced the slow-moving waters. There was more machinery than stone here. In one place, a whole flock of maintenance drones, each one, as small as a fist, and each one with rotors, not repulsors, but actual rotors, had fallen or been spit out onto a floor littered with shattered glass. The glass and the drones crunched underfoot as he walked. To their left, something long and black sparked a blue light just underneath the water's surface, flashing electricity across the surface of the water. They steered clear of that place. Ahead, the huge, billowing clouds were pulled away by the breeze, revealing a leviathan hidden by the mist. An ancient dredger, a machine taller than any building, with dozens of earth-clutching claws and one enormous saw that could cut valleys into the stone, sat like a mountain made of metal. Vines grew up its sides, reaching for the sunlight that barely pierced the mists. And here, Poyer could no longer see the dirt. Only the pipes. Thousands of them, maybe millions. Some as small as Poyer's arm, some large enough to crawl through. Two of them were so huge, they could have covered a whole building. Were these the same pipes that drained all the way out in the Templilands? Great forests underwater plants trailed in the water, attaching themselves to the pipes. Bright red fronds, covered in their fluffy leaves that swayed in the currents. Look, Lakey's pointed through the fog. What is it? A fang, she said. It must have crashed out here. He squinted and stared, trying to see through the curls of mist as they wrapped around the half-sunken shape. He could see scratch marks, metallic and rusting gouges where something had carved a hole into the makeshift cockpit. And ripped someone out. When the water only grew deeper, sloshing up to their waists, Poyer began to grow worried they would have to swim. Gone were the shield trees, and their only direction was the angle of the pipes they tread on, and the flow of all this water. Ahead, the mist was so thick, it was as if a volcano was spewing up impenetrable walls of white smoke. There, a concrete platform ramped up, out of the water. The currents rushed around its sides, and beyond Poyer could hear the roaring crash of water over some unseen drop. It disappeared into the walls of the mists. Something sat on the walkway, just outside the mists. To call it a machine felt wrong, and yet Poyer wasn't sure what else it could be. Roots draped over it, growing in and out of its chassis. Branches curled around its body, and through the gaps in its limbs. Dark red leaves jutted out of the branches, so that when the machine moved, all its pieces shook. Its metal legs were covered over with a kind of flexible bark, though its joints were cracked and bleeding sap. When the machine saw them trudging through the water, it chirped a greeting. Poyer looked at Lakey's. Lakey shrugged. As they approached, Poyer felt a nudge somewhere inside his mind. A message, somehow slipped into his thoughts. The machine jostled anxiously as it waited for him to open it. Welcome, Administrator Poyer. It said. We apologize for this form of communication. This machine does not have a voice. Please, follow us. It beckoned them up the ramp of concrete. Here, he could see where all the water was rushing, and where all the mist must come from. They stood on the bend of a great, circular chasm. The water rushed in a curving waterfall into the dark depths. And out of the darkness, new heads of clouds rose up, like slow, white explosions, pluming new heads as they climbed into the sky above. The mist was so thick, even Lakey's eyes could not penetrate that white wall. Light glittered in the mist, brilliant yellows and neon orange and dark reds and flecks of violet. Pricks of multicolored light against all that white, so the whole thing seemed to shimmer with too many colors. The mist here was so thick, Poyer could stick his cupped hand into the wall, and pull out a handful of water. Lakey's was leaning over the side, looking down over the edge of the concrete ramp. Down, into the waterfalls. I cannot see the bottom, she said. The mist was warmer here, too. Hot, almost to scalding. Poyer was certain if he let his armor drop, it would burn his skin, and his wrist implant agreed. It was chirping and buzzing at him about the external heat levels, but he could barely feel the warmth. The plant machine, the keeper, was noticeably distant from them. When he asked it why, the machine sent another message. I can go no further. My grown parts will not withstand the heat. Indeed, he could already see the machine's plant limbs cracking from the short walk up the ramp. And its dark red leaves were wilting, and turning black from the steam. You must follow the path. Poyer was about to ask, what path, when the keeper gestured, moving one crackling branch arm out. Pointing forward. A sliver of light appeared in the mist. It raced towards them, all that dark, crackling red energy hissing as it cut through the mists. The steam warped around its sides, as the red strip of light connected with the top of the concrete ramp. You must cross the bridge, the keeper said. A bridge, made of light. Poyer could not see the other side. 90, the heart of the old grid. The bridge was a streak of red light that disappeared into the wall of white mist. The billowing clouds rolled around the red plasma, hissing and burning as they touched the underside of the bridge. If he looked down, Poyer could see through the transparent plasma. Below, where all the water of this flooded landscape cascaded down into the chasm, and all that steam roared back up. There were no rails. Nothing to stop him from falling off, should he slip. No human would have made this entrance to the grid. Poyer turned around, and spoke to the keeper, the overgrown machine. Is there no other way? None, came its mental reply. How much trust should he place in the old machines? How much trust, in the makers of this place? But Poyer could see no other choice. He had come so far. Were he alone, he might have turned away. Lakey's, however, was watching. I do not know, Divine One, she said. Perhaps we should consider alternatives. No, Poyer said. This is it. If he was going to find the rest of humanity. If he was going to find anyone at all, this had to be the way. Just one step, Poyer told himself. Take only the first step. Theoretically, the plasma was rigid. Theoretically, even a layer this thin should be solid enough to hold 10 times his weight. Theoretically. But that was only if they were using the same tech they used back in his conclave. There, the shields were stable, and the change in temperature was imperceptible. Here, he could feel the heat from the bridge. Hear the mist sizzling as it collided with the underside of the bridge, and was blasted away. From time to time, the solid-state plasma even rippled with dark red waves of energy sliding out along its length. Out into the mist. He stared at his feet for far too long. Listening to the water, crashing over the edge of the chasm. It felt like he'd been here before. The others in his cohort, already running ahead. Laughing in the joy that such things, such simple feats of determination, came so easily to them. And him, always falling behind. If anyone should be here, it should be the other children from his cohort. Maxia, or Salu, or even Lisha with his long limbs and his laconic grace. Everything came so easily for him. Well, they're not here, Poyer thought. And you are. And they can't do it. Only you, Poyer, someone whispered, answering his thoughts. He looked up at the sound of his name. Lakis cocked her head. Poyer, he heard his name again. But not from Lakis. Nor from the keeper, nor any of the machines here. Come. It came from the mists. Of course, he thought, it's the mists. He had been in this fog for far too long, and the light was getting to his head. And yet, the voice sounded so real. And painfully familiar. Nuwa. He trying to imagine his old caretaker. Standing just out of sight, veiled in the mist. Poyer, she was close now. Standing right behind him, though he couldn't see her. Whispering into his left ear. The voice changed, becoming harder. Go. Go. Take a step. Nuwa never spoke with so much urgency, so much need. She was always patient, even when he would sit down and give up and cry. Who are you? Poyer breathed out, so quiet he almost didn't hear himself. But the voice gave no answer. Divine One. Lakis was watching him, and her hands were clutched to her chest, as if she was anxious to keep him from stepping onto the bridge. He shook his head. This had to be done. And the longer he stayed here, the more he was afraid he would give up. Poyer pushed away the thoughts of Nuwa, of his old cohort. Pushed away the thoughts of Lakis, and all the people who were waiting for him to save them. It was only Poyer, and the bridge. The sole of his foot touched the plasma. The bridge hissed dangerously, as his toe connected with something, not hard, a dense, gel-like substance. For a moment he thought his foot would tear through the plasma, but the more weight he put on his toe, the harder the bridge became. He put all his weight on that one foot, and the bridge rippled beneath him. It held firm. Both his feet were now suspended over the clouds. Poyer began to walk. The bridge shaped itself to his footsteps, growing firm under the solace of his boots, under the metal of his armor. A few more steps, and he was standing over the chasmic depths, almost completely wrapped in the clouds. The thin metal skin of armor that covered his body was dripping with the hot, humid condensation of the mist. Divine One. A voice called from behind him. Poyer stopped. He had walked further than he thought. He could not see the concrete walkway anymore. Only Lakis's eyes, floating in the mist, flickering rapidly as she tried to parse his form through the haze. Is it safe? Shall I follow you? I think so, he said uncertainly. Be careful. Her first step was heavier than his. The red light under her foot rippled out, and Poyer could feel it rolling under his own. But still, it held. They walked, one in front of the other, the two of them swallowed by the roaring, rising clouds of mist. It was not long before he felt the wind, or rather, until his armor felt the wind for him. A wall of wind shoved back at the wall of mist, so that there was a clear divide where the mist ended. Poyer had to brace himself as he walked through the wind until, suddenly, he was standing out in the open. He could see everything. In the center of the chasm, there was a shallow bowl, the size of his old city. The chasm wrapped around this bowl, and the wind pushed the mist away, keeping this place empty of mist. Poyer could see up, see the clear skies above. And see the 4 moons there, waiting. The plasma bridge ran all the way to the rim of the bowl, and ended there. Inside the rim, Poyer could just see the metal. Millions of shining, reflective panels, locked together in an endless, concentric pattern. Spiraling down towards the center of the bowl. As he approached, he could see that each metal panel was a different size and different shape, though they were generally arrayed in concentric rings. Their surfaces were unstained, and Poyer could not find a single blemish in their interlocked pattern. Strangely, though the metal panels were all perfectly polished, they did not reflect the sky above. Instead, they seemed to swallow those colors, and blur them into something else. But Poyer's eyes were locked on another shape, at the center of the bowl. A gate. It was old, judging by the dozens of those semicircular arms were stacked like a turning staircase around its perimeter. Most modern gates only needed one, with a second for redundancy. How long had this place been sitting here, untouched? Did they know someone would need it again, after all this time? This place would have his answers. Or, he hoped, would allow him to find someone who did. High overhead, the moons of Thras were in their waxing crescents, all 4 of them lined up in a row. Each one, roughly the same size. Their surfaces a uniform, metallic grey. Their reflections turned into dark blurs on the opposing side of the silver bowl. Poyer did not see a way to the gate, except across the metal panels. He tested his foot lightly on one, only when he stepped forward, the panel lifted to meet his foot. And others in his path shifted slightly, as if they knew what he wanted. They made a gentle, easy set of stairs for him to walk down. Some panels, however, did not move. Either they had lost that function, or they had gone offline entirely. On the first of these, Poyer almost slipped, but the armor sucked at the metal and caught him, holding him in place. "Thank you," Poyer impulsed. Not expecting a response. But the armor did respond through a chiming sound in his wrist implant. Lakey's followed slowly after, awkwardly leaning back as she slid down the gentle slope of the bowl. The panels did not shift for her, but they did not throw her off either. Together, they cut across hundreds and hundreds of those irregular polygonal panels, most of them shifting from their perfectly locked places to make Poyer's path easier. Each step, his heart beat a little faster. In each breath, he felt both heavier and lighter at the same time. Halfway across, the gate was still small and in the distance. A smudge against that perfect, chromatic surface. A thought occurred to him. The bridge. The panels. The machines and the keepers that waited for me. The Emperor is not human, Poyer said to Lakes. And if he ever was, there is very little left inside him. What makes you say this, Savior Divine? I don't think the machines of this place, the keepers, would have let him in. I think they would know him for what he is, and they would have fought him. Because he's not human. He acted like this place was a gift for me. As if he was giving me something of his. But this place was never his to give. But he knew what you would find here, didn't he? Poyer pursed his lips. Thinking about it, for a moment. Yes, he did. Which means he wants something from this place. Or perhaps, Lakey's eyes dimmed as she clung to the thought. Perhaps what? Perhaps it is an exchange. Perhaps he will ask for something later, something much greater than this place. The thought made Poyer uncomfortable. What could I possibly give, that is greater than the old grid? The metal panels shifted to meet his feet. When he stepped off one, it would move slowly back into its place, so there was a long wake of out-of-place panels trailing behind him. It took them almost half an hour to reach the outer edge of the gate, at the center of the bowl. Red plasma erupted from the tip of the nearest terminal node, and formed into that same unnaturally smooth face. Little more than a red mask made of light. Its eyes opened, and looked at Poyer. Administrator. Long has been the wait. Poyer did not answer. He turned in a slow circle, soaking in the heart that rose all around him. Millions of panels, sloping up into the distance. Beyond them, the world was nothing more than white mist. And above, the moons and the suns. Is it time to wake? The face asked. So many questions flooded through Poyer's mind. Now, he would have the answers. Poyer sent an impulse to his armor, calling it to pull away from his face. If the mist and the light was already seeping through, then what did it matter? He wanted to see this with his own eyes. It's time, Poyer said. Wake up. Movement started at the furthest rim of the bowl. Over there, he could see a ripple in the bowl, as metal panels began to detach from each other, one ring at a time. Hundreds of panels, then thousands. Each one glittering in the sunlight. Then, it was as if the whole world was shifting as all the panels rippled out, blooming like some immense, chromatic flower. There was a screech and a shattering sound, as dozens of panels slid too roughly into each other, smashing against each other. Destroying the perfect surface of the bloom. Poyer felt a tug of fear in his gut, but the process did not stop. Would it still work? In the distance, something shimmered and crackled in the mist. Multicolored lightning streaked up from the chasmic depths, flashing light across the walls of mist. Brilliant yellows and neon purples. Bright, bloody reds and sapphire and azures. Not just hints of colors, but crashing waves and brilliant streaks that sliced through each other. Was it supposed to do that? Poyer felt a twinge in his chest. His crawled up his neck, and into the back of his throat. A warmth, in his sinuses, began to trickle out. He touched at his nose, and wiped it away. And he could hear the voices. It was like they were hidden under the clatter of the million, moving panels. Snatches of conversation slipped past him, as though he were standing neck-deep in a stream, watching the leaves rush out of his reach. Conversations and arguments. Cries of laughter. Of fear. He could hear them. Voices, not just far away, but distant in time. Too far and too high. A man shouted, "This is the cost. And now it has come due. And we cannot pay it. Then we will send more, and more, until we find a way. If beyond can come here, then we can go beyond. You lie only to yourself. We have already lost. Another voice, the way is shut. But there must be a different path. We must find a different path, no matter the price. And another, this is no meager debt. There is no currency that will extinguish that thing. It was here long before us. It was everywhere. You cannot stop it. You cannot even see the end of it. Each voice, different. They shouted at him from across the void of time. He did not know these voices, and yet he knew, without a shadow of uncertainty, they had all happened. That all these words had been said. By who? So that's it. You were finished before you even began. Yes. Came the answer, from a dozen different angles. Yes, an accident. A seed, taken root in the cracks between the concrete. Voices and shouts and sobs and laughter buzzed through Poyer's mind. It rattled his thoughts and made his face burn. He wiped at an itch on his nose, and didn't notice the blood on the back of his hand. We have to try. This last voice was sharp and feminine and scratchy with age, but still somehow strong and resilient. You may think so. But you don't know that. Nothing is determined. Not even these asterisk visions, asterisk. The voices were gone, drifting out of his mind. Poyer's mouth tasted metallic. Blood was dripping from both nostrils now. He wiped it again, and his whole hand was streaked with it. His wrist implant was singing a warning at him, and a rapid-fire list of medical advice flickered through the corner of his mind. One more voice, so quiet he almost didn't hear it. When he comes, we must be ready now. Poyer whirled around, and saw no one. You mean, another voice, even quieter still. If he comes. Who? Poyer wanted to ask. Are they talking about me? Are they waiting for me? You're bleeding. Lakey's hands were at his chin, tilting his head back. I don't have anything to stop it. Poyer gently pushed her away, saying, I'm fine. But when he opened his mouth, he tasted only blood. And when he looked at the sky it seemed to tilt slightly. That's when he saw the flare of light. A bright pinpoint, glowing at the southern tip of one of the moons. Poyer swallowed the blood dripping down his sinuses. The 4 moons were glowing. Gossamer strands of light spooled out of some depression on each moon. Racing down, towards the planet. Down to the heart, where the millions of panels were waiting to receive them. The light moved slow, impossibly slow for something so pure and bright. As they came closer, the strands seemed to grow thicker, until the sky was full of their brilliance. Each beam of light touched the bowl in a different place, but at the exact same time. Towers of energy, that connected the moons to the planet. And where they touched, they bled color over the metal panels, changing that chromatic metal into dark violets, into brilliant reds. All of them brightening into a white so strong, it hurt Poyer's eyes to look at the heart. It felt like the whole world was melting together. Pulsing with new, endless energy. Savior, Lakey's was so close to him, her eyes mimicking a kind of concern. There's so much blood. It's nothing, Poyer said. It wasn't the first time this had happened. This was nothing compared to the tests that he and the others in his cohort had gone through, so many times before. Everything is fine, Poyer said. And it was true. Because, now, after so long, the heart of the old grid was beating once more. I want to send a message, Poyer said. Not to Lakey's, nor to the keepers, but to the grid itself. If you can hear me, he said. My name is Poyer, and I am here. 91, I am the storm. You have to do it, Kadam. I know. It's just harder than I thought it would be. Finder was floating behind her, his face screen and the tiny cameras peeking over her shoulder. Together, they watched Kadam's screen, where the numbers climbed into the millions. Her hedrons were harvesting the dunes. Digging deep into the sand, feeding minerals into their extractors, synthesizing new compounds, and printing new copies of themselves. It was challenging to keep track of them all now, so she created a few control groups and used those as eyes, flying high above the rest. The far deserts were churning with dust, as her hedrons ate at the raw resources of this nameless world. She kept a few other eyes in the atmosphere above the gatewalker, so she could watch the hive city that grew over it. So far, her drones had only encountered a few nomad scouting parties. Those insectoid people and their half-breed beasts had eaten or crushed a few hundred of her machines, but her flocks easily overwhelmed them. They attached themselves to the nomad scouts, hundreds of polygonal shapes biting into the dry exoskeletons and dissolving the pulpy flesh underneath. At first, she felt vindicated, watching the nomads shiver and die with their bodies covered in hedrons. But after the first brutal death, the nomad had been eaten alive. Kadam wished she had a better way to do this. A cleaner way. When the hedrons finished, there was nothing left of the scouts' bodies. And then, the hedrons simply floated back to the sands. Burying themselves in the dunes, consuming and reproducing again and again. You have more than enough now, Finder insisted. There's no reason to wait any longer. It doesn't feel good. Is there another way? There's always another way, Kadam said. But that would mean changing her course. Which could take days, if she was lucky. Maybe that was fine. But the grid was offline, and she had no idea what was going on out in the rest of the universe. What did the other scars look like? What systems had been torn open already? Or had it progressed to galaxies, already? Her dreams were different than she remembered. The vision had grown more solid. More specific, in ways she couldn't understand. Before she had entered cryosleep, it had only been humans in her dreams. Now, when she slept, she dreamed of alien worlds, and alien peoples. Ravaged by the change. You have to do it, Kadam. I know. The protocol was waiting. And the longer she stayed on this planet, the worse her chances would become. The more likely she would be found, before she had a chance to prepare herself. The herald was out there, somewhere. Maybe it was still forming. Or maybe, it had already begun its sweep across the stars. Invoking the change. Either way, Kadam had to be strong enough to stop it. To hold it back. And, if possible, destroy it. This had always been the plan, even before Kadam joined Rodiero's clan. That was why she joined Rodiero, because he had the resources and, unlike so many others, the sheer will to try anything, no matter how insane. No matter how the rest of humanity felt. No matter how much humanity tore itself to pieces. Go, Kadam, and hide. I will stay here, and try to make the way ready. I will do what I can. So that when she awoke, there would be nothing to stand in her way. Nothing, except escaping this damned planet. To do that, she needed a gate, full of light. And since all the light was gone, and the grid was offline, she would need an extraction engine. Fortunately, there was a massive and tectonically stable planet beneath her feet. Why do you hesitate? Finder said over her shoulder. He had been pushing her to start the process for hours. But each time she had come close to initiating the first step, she pulled herself back. Because, they're living beings, she snapped, an entire species. Do you understand that? You're asking me to kill an entire species. Just like that. They want to kill you, don't they? Finder said. Besides, they're going to die anyway. He was right. If she was going to build an extraction engine, the whole planet would become uninhabitable. And in many ways, it was already uninhabitable. What little life she had seen here was desperate. Most likely, the nomads were an escaped clutch from some biologist's experiment. One more of their ill-fated attempts to restore the human genome. To fix the birthing problem. Some rapid evolving genetic material that the biologists love to throw around, and there it grows. Evolving into a sentient species, almost capable of building a civilization. But this planet was not made to sustain life, indefinitely. There were too many biological filters here. Still. She could not make herself do it. They're like children, she said. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what I am. They don't know anything and nobody gave them a choice. It must be done. His voice crackled with the emphasis. He was right. Of course, he was. And before she could hesitate any longer, she impulsed the command to the millions of Hedrons. Millions of them out in the deserts, stopped what they were doing. And listened to her project one more command. Begin. The queen of almost everything felt a shift in the sands. Not the normal shifting of the dunes, being pushed out into the ocean by the winds. Nor like the shifting of the waves, spitting the dunes back out. This was different. A tremble, that began in the air. She felt it, not in her own body buried deep beneath the ground, but through the antennae of her subjects, and the sensitive hairs on their legs. The queen tore her attention away from the god's hell. She had been watching it, non-stop, for weeks. Waiting for that unholy deity to re-emerge. To open the god's hell once more, so that she might send her subjects in, and rip it out. But this shift was more pressing. The queen flung her attention across the sands, settling her gaze in the minds of her farthest ranging subjects. The scouts. Only, she could not find them. That did not make sense. Where had they all gone? The queen reined in her senses, feeling for her other subjects. Thousands of them, crawling through the hives. Tending to the larvae, to the farms and the dew collectors. Repairing patches and cracks in the spires. The queen selected one subject who was climbing up to the top of a spire, clutching fresh gobs of mud sand in its mouth. A builder. Its eyes were not the sharpest, but they would service for now. She looked out upon her queendom from the builder's eyes. Below, the other spires and the mountains and hills. In the distance, the dunes, the coast, and the old spires that her mothers and their mothers, and all their subjects, had once inhabited. Beyond, there was a storm approaching. Dark clouds coming along the horizon. Good, she thought. The farms need the rain. It has been too long. The farms were always in need of water, that was just the way. But as long as she controlled her subjects, and kept their numbers to a minimum, the hive would survive. That was why she was queen. She held the builder's head steady. Odd. Those storm clouds were moving fast. And low. It was starting to look more like a wall, than a storm front. Bleak, and grey, the wall stretched from the tops of the dunes to the bottom of the sky, churning up mountains of sand as it rushed towards her hive. She had never seen a storm like this before. The queen of almost everything dug through the ancestors' memories, to see if she could find anything similar. There had been great storms before. But they had been slow, and wide. Nothing like this. But her walls were strong. Probably, the ones in direst need of repair would crumble. But the hive would withstand. Still, it was wise to recall her subjects, to push them deep underground, in case the rain lashed the mud walls and melted the highest spires into. It's not rain. The builder's eyes focused more carefully. Rain clouds were large, and few in number. This was many things, small and countless. Clouds were soft, sometimes white, sometimes dark. These were all the same color. All the same shining grey texture, molded into the same polygonal shape. Each one, no larger than a builder's claw. They were perfectly spaced apart. As if they were arranged. Floating, no, flying, towards her hive. She sent up the alarm. Commanded all of her subjects to return underground immediately. And just as the builder began to climb down the spire, the wall crashed upon him, smashing him against the hard-packed mud sand. Hundreds of those shapes clung to the builder, biting into his exoskeleton. They knocked it loose from the spire. The builder was dead before he hit the ground. There was a snapping sensation as the queen was catapulted back into her own mind. Disoriented, she spent a few seconds gathering her thoughts. Trying to understand what had just happened. A sound, a crushing hum, was vibrating far overhead. Reaching down here, down all the way into her dark, cramped burrow. She could hear the sound as millions of those spheres swarmed over her hive. Smashing into the walls. Into her subjects. Destroy them. She commanded her subjects. Kill them. She could feel the battle rage as they lashed out. Crushing one sphere, only to have 50 more takes its place. And then, she could feel their pain. Something crumbled overhead, raining dust and sand upon her body. A brilliant slash of light blinded her, as the mud ceiling of her chamber was suddenly torn open. The light from the sun burned on her pale, milky exoskeleton. It had been decades since she'd last seen that light with her own eyes. The queen of almost everything could only scream as the humming swarm descended on her. Devouring her alive. Kadam couldn't look away. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her mouth pressed together in a tight, grim line. It was working, exactly as she'd hoped it would. Then why do I feel so awful? Her hedrons were disassembling the hive. Chewing through the sand spires from the top, down. Cleaning away every last speck of sand and flesh. There were more nomads than she thought there would be. Tens of thousands of them, lurking underground. And when it was done, she could not stop staring at the screen. A few of the spires had been constructed on top of the gatewalkers' exhaust ports, and the ship's fumes were finally released into the air. The nomads had been feeding off of it. Their whole civilization existed only because of our tech, Kadam said. And now, it dies, because of our tech. Does it hurt? Finder asked. She looked at Finder. What a strange question, she thought, for a machine. Who programmed his personality? I wish I didn't have to kill them. I wish I could have stopped this. Finder rotated slowly in the air, aiming his screen directly at her. You could have. Kadam frowned. You were just telling me to do this. I thought you agreed with me, Finder. Finder says nothing. What's wrong with you? Kadam asked. It's your core, isn't it? Come here. Let me take a look. No, he said. No. It was the second time he'd denied her, since he'd found her in the desert. She had ignored it last time, because it was so minor. But Kadam had never heard of a machine making an outright refusal. She was about to press the issue further, when she felt something in the back of her mind. A gentle ping sound. Bright, and beautiful. It was coming from her clasp, the first device she had made from the printers. Kadam gave one last look at Finder, who was gently floating there. His screen, blank. Then, she summoned the notification. A message was waiting for her. It was from the grid. Her breath caught in her throat. The old grid, the first one that humanity had set up, before they fractured and went their separate ways. As far as she knew, the old grid couldn't turn itself on. Which meant, there's someone else out there. She impulsed her clasp to hook into the signal, just for a moment. And braced herself. What if it's another glitch? What if the clasp was printed wrong? What if? A message popped into her mind. Glowing. Waiting for her to open it. And when she did, a voice poured into her mind. Surprisingly young, but still undeniably human. If you can hear me, he said. My name is Poyer, and I am here. 92, the silence of discovery. The grid was blank. It was like swimming in an empty, white world. All that was left of the places he used to know, virtual realms and learning systems and all the streams, were the skeletons. The basic infrastructure. Everywhere he looked, there was no noise. No rooms filled with chatter, no blaring advertisements. Every page, every forum, every virtual space, blank. Whoever had been here before him had erased all the guides, too. Who would have done this? The Emperor? That didn't make sense. Poyer didn't think he would have made it through the keepers. But as far as he could tell, the infrastructure worked. The keepers had kept this place alive. Functioning. He had set the grid to repeat his message, over and over. Broadcasting it out across the stars. Maybe there's nothing. Maybe there's no one out there to hear it. The grid was on. It was working, and any receiver out there, out in the stars, should have gotten his message by now. Some part of him had hoped the grid would light up with responses. That he would find them all, waiting for him. As if he was only a lost child, stranded on some distant planet. It had been a vain hope. They're gone. You know this. But knowing and believing were two very different things, and Poyer was not ready to believe that he was alone. Not yet. While he waited, Poyer tried to work his way through the infrastructure of the grid. The keeper had to guide him. Poyer's cohort wasn't trained in flow manipulation, nor anything but the most basic programming. Even if he had, the grid had been built on ancient specifications, and the rules had long since moved on. To him, it was all symbols and words, all meaningless to him. So many options, and none of them seemed to do anything. So, he called upon the keeper. The frustrating part was how easy it was, with the keeper's help. Getting into the backend was easy. Crawling through the administrative logs was no challenge. Finding the server backups was as simple as asking, and even the compounds were open to his queries. But it was all empty. Only the keepers themselves and the basic functions of the grid had anything left. It was a house with blank walls and 100 empty rooms. After hours of searching, Poyer disconnected from the grid, and opened his eyes on the real world around him. The 4 moons had long since transited away, but all the panels of the heart were still awash with that brilliant, white light. Poyer had to squint to see, and when he held up his hand, he could almost see the veins through his skin. The walls of mist around the heart were too bright to see. He curled up against the metal dome of a terminal, feeling the cold metal stick to the sweat of his shirt. The liquid armor wrapped and reached out to touch the terminal, inspecting it. When it was satisfied, it went back to sliding slowly over Poyer's torso. Lakey squatted next to him, her body levering down so easily on her machine joints. She had her hands on her knees, and her face, smooth except for that one great scar, was staring gently down on Poyer. Perhaps the Emperor might be of assistance, she said. Perhaps he'll know a way to look. You really think we can trust him? Not at all. You look distressed. So that's it. Poyer said, still staring at the sky. His limbs were too heavy to move, and even opening his mouth was a struggle. We came all this way, just to turn back. This was a success, Poyer. The grid works. It's here, and you made it work. This is a time to be grateful. There's nothing here. We came all this way to find an empty machine. I left him behind, Lakey's. I left Eelh. I left Kyrene. And those soldiers. They were killed for this. Frustration will not yield results. The calm clicking of her voice only incensed his anger. The sudden urge to shout escaped his lips before he could think about it. Of course you can say that. You're a construct, Lakey's. You're not programmed to get frustrated. Shouting, attacking her was supposed to make him feel better. Only, it didn't. He looked up into Lakey's eyes. They flashed once, with some kind of emotion. Because she wasn't a machine. She was, something else. I didn't mean it, Poyer said. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm talking about. No, she said. You don't. But lucky for you, Divine One, I am programmed to forgive. He furrowed his brow at her. Not sure how to answer that. Her eyes were glowing warmly, still boring into his own. It is called a joke, Divine One. You are meant to laugh. She had no mouth on that scarred, metal face, but the light of her eyes narrowed into an approximation of a smile. Poyer smiled back. You have come far, Divine One. But in the great scheme, you have moved only an inch. You must do better if you wish to bring us all salvation. He sighed heavily. Everywhere I go. It's more setbacks. More jungles to cross. More problems to solve. That is life. Does it always have to be this hard? I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I should go ask the Emperor for help. He knew this place was here. Maybe he had a plan for the grid. That's what I'm afraid of, Lakey said. You were the one who suggested it. I could see that you were stuck in a narrow path. You were not thinking beyond the moment of failure. I was only trying to help. Yeah, well, Poyer said, feeling his anger melt into something else. Thanks, Lakeys, he said, after a long moment of thinking. I'm glad you're here with me. As long as I live, I would be nowhere else. To serve you, Savior, is the greatest blessing I could ask. Poyer gave her a mock sour expression. You're really not a machine, are you? Define machine please. Poyer shook his head, and smiled. Another joke. But he couldn't laugh. Not now, not here. He had come to the end of the road. The race was run. And there was no one waiting for him at the end. I thought when I got here, Poyer started to say, it would somehow solve all my problems. I don't know what I expected. You thought you would find someone here. Yes, he croaked. His throat was tight, making it hard to speak. Or that I'd find something at least. A sign, a light in all this darkness, telling me where they'd gone. What happened to them? I'm such an idiot. He reached up to touch her hand, to feel something. It's empty, Lakeys. The whole universe out there, it's all empty. But Lakeys wasn't looking at him anymore. Her head was turned to the terminal. Is it? Poyer followed her gaze to a single, blinking light. A message? No. This was more than that. This was a line, waiting to be pulled. Poyer stood up. His palms prickled with sweat, and under his arms too. The humidity stuck his clothes to his bare skin. Only the armor kept him cool, as it tightened around his stomach, clenching at him for support. He swallowed hard, and wiped his palms on his shirt. Go on, Lakey said. Her eyes were wide, too. Maybe wider than his. See what it is. He could hear the excitement in the clicks of her voice. He could feel it, in his own heartbeat. Could it be? Poyer opened the line with an impulse. The other end crackled with silence. No, that wasn't silence. Someone was breathing. A voice poured out from the terminal. Just loud enough to carry across the metal expanse of the bowl, speckled with dew and still glowing with light. Can you hear me? The voice said. A woman's voice. I'm here. Poyer said. Can you hear me? Are you human? The voice asked in guarded tones. Once, that would have been a strange question. But now, it was the only thing that mattered. Poyer nodded vigorously, even though the voice couldn't see him. I am. Are you? Yes. Who are you? My name is Poyer. I'm from Kaya, but that was a long time ago. It's different now. Everything is different now. You're the first human being I've talked to since I woke up. Well, almost the first. Almost. I met someone who calls himself the Emperor. The Everlord of the Kiran Empire. Do you know him? There was a silent pause on the other end. Can't say that I do, she said. Oh. What's your name? Listen. Poyer, is it? Before we do anything else, is the grid working on your end? I think so. I'm at the heart of the old grid, but it's empty. There's nothing inside it. Do you know what's going on? The heart? You know, maybe you shouldn't tell strangers where you are. What? Poyer said, furrowing his brow. He looked over at Lakeys, whose face was blank. Why not? Forget it. So you went inside the grid? What did you see? I told you, it's empty. The rooms are all there, the paths and the space. But it's all empty. The voice said. Are you an admin? Yes. Okay, have you checked the ARC's connection? What? The receivers. Scrape underneath and look at the receivers. I just want to know if it's outputting, or if the line bank is empty, or what. Okay, Poyer said, eager to help. Then, he thought about it. I don't know what any of that means. I thought you said you were an admin, she asked. I am. How can you be an admin if you don't even know how to access the grid's receiver? I'm the only one left. The keepers said I'm the first they've seen in thousands of years. So, I asked them to default it to me. Hey. Silence. Then, the voice said, okay, Poyer. I'm going to try to walk you through this, step by step. Are you ready? Did you kill them all for nothing? If Kadam had known the grid was still running, even the old grid, then she wouldn't need an extraction engine. Then she wouldn't need to pull her own light. Which mean, all those nomads had died for nothing. Well, Kadam said, it's not working yet. Kadam put everything on hold while she focused on this. All the Hedrons stopped in their tracks. Even Finder seemed pleased with her decision. He was just as excited as she was to hear another voice, another human voice. If this worked, she might even throw out the original plan. If they could get the grid working, she could shortcut herself across the stars. As for the plan, if this Poyer person had come from a settlement, she might be able to borrow and scavenge pieces of old, human architecture. That would preclude her from having to build from the ground up. Kadam spent half an hour troubleshooting the grid through Poyer. As she did, she had to keep adjusting her mental image of him. A child. A newborn. Still in his teens. He must have been born right before seed fall. And thrown in a cold chamber ever since. Right? But why would someone have put a child into a cold chamber so soon? Not important right now. First, she wanted to maximize the grid. So what if it didn't have any information? She had all the information she needed. Kadam just needed the grid to amp up its functions. It was old architecture, and many of the systems were painfully outdated. The old grid had been old long before Kadam was born. It had fallen into disuse when the newer way stations were created, and then the repeaters made it absolutely obsolete. Not to mention what happened after seed fall. The boy on the other side wasn't an idiot. And though navigation was difficult, because Kadam couldn't even see the options, she found it easy enough to coach him through the convoluted pathways, many of which routed them to dead ends, or back to the top level. Slowly, Kadam was starting to get a clear impression of what happened to the old grid. It had been wiped. Someone had gone out of their way to locate the decrepit, old network that nobody used anymore, and purged it while Kadam had been in stasis. Why? She could only guess. And Poyer was more clueless than her. Kadam had Poyer ask the guide that tended to the grid's maintenance. It had been warped and evolved, corrupted was too strong of a word, by the unpredictable entropy of time, and now the guide, it kept calling itself we, the keepers, was a kind of living presence that guarded and upheld the old grid, for thousands of years. And it knew nothing either, only that it wanted to serve the old grid. To keep it operational. That was worrisome and hopeful at the same time. It meant that Kadam might be able to expand the grid's functions. Maybe she could still use it to locate more artifacts left behind. Good. Now, can you see the extractors? She asked Poyer. There's 4 of them. There used to be 12, but the others are dark now. Well, 4 is enough, she said. How much light do they have? And when Poyer answered, Kadam's eyes went wide. She said nothing for a long moment. Imagining the possibilities. Is that good? The voice on the other end asked. That's incredible, Kadam said. That's absurd. Are you sure that's right? Unless the sensors are broken. No. It just means it's working. That's very good, Poyer. We might even be able to open a gate. We're ready to start. That would make everything so much easier. A near instant result. Then, she'd be able to fix all of this herself, in person. Of course, there was still the question of the kid. Who was she talking to, anyway? Kadam was several hundred years old, but even among Rodiero's upstart clan, she was always the young one. This Poyer. There was something out of place about him. Something, she couldn't put her finger on. Okay, a voice broke through Kadam's clasp. It poured directly into her mind, via her implants. Okay, I think I've got it working. Read it to me. It says resetting sphere. That's the entangled path, right? Yeah, that's good. That will take a few minutes. Or maybe longer, I don't know. It's old. If this doesn't work, we might have to try resetting the whole grid. But I'd like to avoid that if possible. Why? He asked. His question was so innocent. So naive. Because if we turn the grid off, Kadam bit her lip. There's no guarantee it'll come back on. Oh. It was agonizing to even consider the possibility. To know that all she needed was right there. Was almost working at a reasonable capacity. To think that any slight error, compounded over centuries, could erupt at any moment. Look, don't worry about it just yet. Whatever we have to do, it's worth it. All the other grids are down, I don't know why. The other grids? There's more than one. She scrunched her mouth in a kind of confusion. Of course, there were other grids. Everyone should know that. Each city, each settlement, even each clan had their own way station. How else would they stay independent, safe from the swarm? Where are you from, Poyer? You said Kaya. What's it like there? It's green. It's hot. We lived underground, mostly, except for the shield dome that protected the reserve. But Kaya is all different now. Before I woke up, they were just animals that we experimented on. You're a biologist. No, he said. He almost sounded disappointed. And more than a little sad. I wasn't old enough to choose. To start training. I was. My caretaker was still. I wasn't old enough. Again, Kadam scrunched her face in confusion. Kadam was born in a cold smith settlement, on the outskirts of the outskirts. Only a few hundred people, but most of them were experts in their fields. And she had been trained as one of them, from day one. Broken toys and drones and other half-finished machines were integral to her upbringing. She was fixing things before she could even speak. And this was before she even met Rodiero, a true master. Biologists, architects, everyone she'd ever met were much the same. They had each been taught from the start to love and explore the worlds they inhabited. Training always began at birth. Kadam. Yes. Have you seen any other humans? Kadam almost answered no, but she bit it back. She had seen others, since she'd woken up. There was Chwara, and the black-haired one. Did that count? And there were the others, still frozen in the gatewalker's cold chambers. Harold-touched bodies. Rife with the dream disease. She shuddered at the thought. It was hard not to imagine the power going out, and that awful degeneration spreading across the ship. And beyond. I should move one of the gates, just in case, Kadam thought. Get the Hedrons to carry it to the other side of the planet. No, Kadam finally answered. No one alive, anyway. What about you? No, the voice was slight. Just aliens. And the Emperor, but I don't think he's human. At least, not anymore. A guide. I don't think so. His body is human. And he acts like one. But I can't see it in him. Well, that's concerning, Kadam thought. And dangerous. And what did he mean by I can't see it in him? Kadam couldn't help it. Her mind went immediately to the figure in her dreams. The herald, with those footsteps that cracked the earth. If this emperor was the herald. If the herald was already this far ahead of her. She would have to be careful. There would be no room for error. Kadam swallowed. Only now did she realize how thirsty she was. Slowly, she formed the question. Is this emperor with you now, Poyer? No. I'm alone. It's just me and Lakey's. She's an android. The emperor is on another planet. I don't think the keepers of the old grid would let him through. Kadam leaned back against the hull of the gatewalker. Relieved. If it was just this kid, she'd be fine. She'd get the gate working, and walk through, and figure out the rest from there. Just be patient. How much longer, Poyer? Right now it's on the step called side integration. Whatever that is. Let me know if it starts spitting errors at you. And don't touch it. Kadam. Do you know what happened to them? To who? To us. Kadam furrowed her brow again. Staring at the naked hull of the gatewalker. All that plain, grey metal, stretching up towards the rounded ceiling. You don't know. How could he not know? About the pact? The lightning wars that wiped out so many of their cities and threatened the clans at every turn? About Seedfall. And the visions that started it all. How could he not know? Your people never told you. They didn't tell us a lot of things. None of my cohort was allowed to talk about this. Talk about what? The voice on the other side went silent. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter. Softer. I have visions. They're like dreams, only they happen when I'm awake. When I'm near too many people. Or now, in the mist. That's when it's at its worst. Then you do know. So it's real. The boy's voice was tinged with worry. Then why wouldn't they tell us? Of course, they're real, Kadam thought. Why else did we do this? Why else am I here, if not to hunt down and destroy the herald? That was the whole point. That was the only reason she had agreed to cryostasis, when all of humanity was falling to pieces. It would have been easier to stay. To fight, and die, with the rest of them. But Rodiero made her go. This war is lost, Kadam. You must go to another place in time, to wait for the world to be so utterly broken that there is no one left to hunt you. You must go alone, and save us. Kadam came here to build. To prepare herself for the only murder she would ever commit. But she wouldn't tell Poyer that. In fact, she was more than a little surprised he didn't know anything about the vision. Poyer, where are you from again? She just wanted time to think. He had called the planet Kaya. The name sounded familiar to her. Maybe it was just another one of those biologists' worlds. They did love to propagate, and find new places to build their useless experiments. Kaya, he said. I'm from the Central Conclave. Do you know it? It was like a fuse had been lit in her head. And she was frozen on the moment, where the spark was almost at the end of the wick. Ready to ignite. Rodiero had spoken of the conclaves. Everyone had spoken of the conclaves. The projects, rumored to be hidden among the stars. There were biologists, and then there were radical biologists. Many people didn't think the latter existed. Still, other, more militant groups dedicated their lives to rooting them out. to destroying them, and their conclaves. Heretics, who went against the strictest wishes of all humanity. They worked on projects that should never be. They worked with the light, far outside the scope of acceptability. The universe is ending, they said. That was their excuse. And it was true. Everyone could see that. Everyone had the visions. Everyone had the dreams. But the radical biologists went beyond the brink. Rodiero always spoke of the radicals with venom in his voice. This is not the way. This is exactly the wrong way. They're going to bring the change to our doorstep, and then we will have no chance at all. We will lose, before we've even begun. He wasn't the only one who thought that way. Poir's voice interrupted her thoughts. Kadam. I see it. It's finished. I'm going to try something. The line was severed. It was like a string of light in her mind had suddenly snapped. A pocket of her thoughts, gone dark. Kadam felt a great, yawning emptiness there. She held her breath, trying to stem the tide of panic that threatened to wash over her. Be patient. But what if it doesn't work? What if he broke it and you're stranded out here all alone again? What if? Be patient. A new signal blinked in her mind. A beautiful, one-note song. A new connection, waiting for her to open it. She opened it. The image appeared in the air before her, floating. A child, his skin so dark, it was almost blue. Tight, black curls of hair growing a little too wild, like he hadn't cut it in months. And his face was innocent, with his eyes opened wide, and his tongue sticking out in concentration as he tried to interface with the grid. Tried to understand if he was doing it right. How long had it been since she'd seen a child? Hello, he said. Can you hear me? Poir didn't know she could see him. Kadam, is it working? But Kadam could not bring herself to speak. To breathe. The icy claws of horror dragged down her spine, and wrapped around her heart. It's him. But he's so young. How can it be him? Yet every part of her was screaming the truth. The herald. The one from all our dreams. Kadam severed the connection. Shut off her clasp. And grabbed at her chest, gasping for air. Sucking it down, alone in the dark. Why did he have to be so young? 93, easier than it looks. Agrania held out her hand to the Xeno lying on the prison floor. Eel took it. His feathers brushed against her scales, and it made her skin shiver. Not with disgust, though she did feel an instant shock of instinctual repulsion. But when that faded, all she could think was how strange, to touch another person who looks like this. How different. The only feathers she had touched before were those of hunting birds, and the chopped fowl bought at the markets. Even then, their feathers were nothing like Eelha's. His black down was silky to the touch, and the branches, the barbules that filled the contoured shape of his finger feathers, were soft even where they were molting. Some of them were losing their black luster from the lack of nourishment. But then, Agrania probably didn't look so good either. You saved my life, Eelha said, as Agrania pulled him up to his feet. He was surprisingly light, for someone of his size. He was stringy with muscle, and one of his hands had been cut off, leaving only a stump. It looked well healed, barely scarred at all. Maybe he had lived with it for many years. I guess I owe you one, Eelha said, looking up at Agrania. She blinked. Everything he had said to her. All those nights, he had talked, even when she would not, could not, open her mouth to talk back. The stories he had told her. Even if they were lies told for her benefit. To make her feel better. And all the bruises and blood and broken bones he had suffered, when he could have left. No, Corvini. Now we are even. Eelha shifted uncomfortably. Come on, he said. There isn't time to waste. They pulled the big one's body into the cell, and shut the door. The door out of the prison block was still ajar. Eelha called the all clear. It was nothing more than an alcove at the top of the stairs, with a wooden stool, and a cramped row of lockers made of wood. Agrania could have bashed it open with her fist, but Eelha stopped her. He pulled out the keys that had been dangling around the big one's belt. When had he stolen those? One by one, he opened each of the wooden lockers. Mostly, they found soldiers' uniforms. One was full of Agrania's old gear. Her gun was missing, of course. But her boots, stiff and caked with mud, were still there. The hilt of her long knife sticking out of the sides. She ran her fingers over her old uniform. Just touching it made her skin crawl. This was the reason, wasn't it? The cause of all her problems. Put it on, Eelha said. It's a good disguise. He was right, she knew. But still. Agrania swallowed down her distaste, and began to tear off her prisoner's rags. Eelha turned away, embarrassed, as she undressed herself and slid her arms into the sleeves of the uniform, buttoning it up automatically, as she had done thousands of times before. When she was done, Eel was fitting something onto his hand. Idiots, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. I can't believe they just left this here. He held his hand up. A metal hand. Each finger, flexing individually. Smooth, as if the hand were not metal at all, but something organic. Old tech. But it was only a hand. There was something else, hanging around his neck. A pair of goggles, it looked like. They didn't look special, but the way he carefully slipped them carefully over his neck, maybe they're sentimental. She couldn't see any other reason why he would want a pair of old goggles. Thras was a cloudy planet, and the wind wasn't very fierce here. Eel swiped another soldier's uniform, and winced as he stuck his arms into the sleeves. Agrania could see where his shoulder must be fractured. When he was done, he looked awkward. All those feathers jutting out of the uniform only made him more conspicuous. You can't wear that, she said. Am I not good enough to join your military? He crowed bitterly. You'll stand out. She looked around the small alcove, and spotted a black raincoat spread over the guard's stool. Obviously, it had once belonged to the big one, but he wouldn't need it anymore. I'm not wearing that. Eel's face twisted with disgust. It was surprising. Almost entrancing, how much emotion he could display at the corners of his beak. What a strange-looking species he was. Why not? It'll hide your feathers. That was his. And now it's yours. There isn't time to argue. We have to leave the city. Now. Fine. Eel took the coat from her hands, and started to put it on. It was long, and went down to past his knees. 4 brass buttons held it together on either side. I'm not leaving the city yet, Eel said. What do you mean? You begged me to come with you. To get out of here. I didn't beg. I urged. Agrania blew a frustrated breath through her nose. Were all avians this ornery? Eel said, I came here to find 2 people. One, I made a deal with. And the other. The corners of the avian's beak lifted into a slight smile. The other is my ward. The human. I'm his guardian, supposedly. Or one of them, at least. Which means I have to find him. Which means, I have to find the Tribune. Kyrene will know where Poyer went. A politician. Agrania's eyes narrowed. She felt a pang in her chest. Not quite anger, but something close. Eel held his hands up, the metal hand perfectly mirrored the real, in a gesture of appeal, hold on. It's not like that. The Tribune, he's different. At least, he might be, and that's all I've got to go on. But he made a promise to me, and I'm going to hold him to it. If he's still alive, that is. So, Agrania grunted. After weeks of being in prison, and getting nearly beaten to death, you finally get out. And you want to go right back in. Yes. This bird, this avian, really did have a death wish. But then again. So did she. Fine. Fine. No arguments. I'm coming with you. I can't ask you to do that for me. There's someone I need to help, too. And you look like you know how to get in places you shouldn't be. Hey, Eel cocked his head. Those black, glittering eyes boring into hers. You know, I kinda took you for a loner. Agrania said, not really answering him. So, who's your person? A scribe. A weakling, who did what I could not. He stood against us. Any idea where he is? Any idea where they keep political prisoners? More prisons. Follow me. She was about to say, and keep your head down, but Eel was already pulling the hood of his raincoat over his face, trying to keep his large, black beak out of sight. This one was smart. Smarter than the people she was used to dealing with. Agrania led the way, moving as quietly as she could through the rest of the prison block. There were no other guards on duty tonight, which was odd. Most of the prisoners were sleeping, and those that weren't, didn't want to start a fight with a Kirin of Agrania's size. Too many weeks spent in the brig had done little to atrophy her muscles. Agrania and Eel walked through all the prison blocks on the top floor. Then, they went downstairs, and checked those rows too. No luck. No sign of the scribe at all. 2 other prisons we can check. 2 that I know of. How do we get there? Quietly, she grunted. It was the middle of the night, which meant it was raining. Saranthe City had few street lamps, given that it was only meant to be occupied temporarily, and they avoided what lights they could. Eel seemed at ease in the dark alleys between the ramshackle huts built by locals, and the newer, brick-and-mortar buildings that were already cracking from the moisture. She found that the avian was surprisingly good at picking his hiding spots, and even though he was limping, Agrania didn't have to slow down for him. Still, there were too many patrols out. They swept the streets, far more frequently than she was used to. Once, they stepped out of an alley between the shabby, collapsing buildings of the locals, and almost ran into a full cohort of soldiers. They were dragging 6 heavy gun emplacements. Teams of soldiers hauling dozens of rope lines attached to cannons. The cannons' wheels kept getting stuck in the mud, or in the grooves in the gravel roads, and the soldiers were splashing in the muddy water, trying to shovel the wheels out. Other soldiers were setting up sandbags and other battlements. All aimed at the gate. What the hells? Agrania thought. What is it? Ilha said. Something is coming, she said. Soon. What do you mean? What are they doing? They're getting ready for an assault. But the only assault that would come from the gate, would be Kiran. Agrania had a sick feeling in the pit of her stomach, brought on by a new understanding. Was this why they kept me alive? Did they think I would fight for them? Kiran against Kiran. No matter who won here, she knew who would lose. Every dull scale. And even the glitterskins who were low on the ladder. All fodder for some pointless machine. All, going to the same place. For no damn reason. They stopped, just inside the mouth of an alley. The low, leafy roof of a bamboo hut obscured them both from the view out there. Ilha was crouched low, leaning against a building and trying to gather his breath. Agrania stared out at the brick facade of the prison. There were dozens of tiny windows, evenly spaced along the wall. Each one, covered in bars. The same layout as our prison. That would make it easier. But because they were closer to the gate, the prison block was littered with guards and soldiers. This prison was just off the main road, the only paved road in Saranthe city. Through the next set of buildings, she could see the soldiers lining up. Taking on positions, as if they were waiting for something to come through the gate. As if it would come at any minute. A patrol of green Finns, standing nervously close to each other, gripping their rifles too tight, passed by the mouth of their alley. Headed towards the gate. Agrania tucked herself back into the darkness of the alley. It was cramped, and rain poured off the roof, onto her shoulder. Well, Ilha's voice rasped over her shoulder, how do we do this? Don't know. You could go ask them where your friend is. She blinked. Gave Ilha a frown, you want me to just ask them? Just the thought of it made her breath catch. Sure, why not? As far as they know, you're with them. And then what? I can do the rest. He said, flexing the fingers of his metal hand. This wasn't the kind of thing she did. Give me a jungle, to hide in. Give me a target to kill. She could be quiet, but not like this. I'm not like you, she said. The lies don't come easily for me. I can't make up stories like you, about gods or prisoners or whatever. The avian sighed heavily. Look. You're a soldier, right? Just act like it. That's all you're doing. Soldiers' rounds, prisoner inspection. Tell them you have orders to interrogate one of them. It'll work. She stared at him, a moment longer. Probably, he shrugged. Agrania gritted her teeth. Rounded her shoulders, and stood straight. And walked out of the alley, and into the light. The dull scales stared at her, sour expressions on their faces. There were 4 of them, huddled under the awning above the door, trying to stay out of the rain. Their rifles were slung over their shoulders, or strapped lazily in front of them, so they could rest their hands. None of them looked happy to see her. Only one of them, a striped one with pale white scales and dark stripes, saluted her. The others were chewing tobacco, and staring dully at her, or down the road towards the gate. She could feel the nervous tension permeating their group. Friends, these soldiers were. They knew what was coming. Agrania saluted back. She heard someone spit. Before she could say anything, the striped one said, "We've already got orders." Another said, "We're staying put. I'm not going up with the rest of the fodder." She couldn't blame them. This one would be bloody. The best possible chance for them was to stay out of the way. "Not here to give orders," Agrania said. "Then what?" She ran through all the other words she had conjured up. All the answers to the questions they might ask. She could feel herself sweating, more than the heat asked for. Could feel her pulse quickening. Waiting for them to notice who she was. To call her out. "I'm looking for someone," she said awkwardly, "a prisoner." The striped one tilted his head back towards the prison. "Well, they're all in there." Agrania almost went in, and then she remembered. "And the Tribune. Do you know where he is?" The striped one's eyes flashed. "Suspicious. That's classified." "Classified my ass," one of the other dull-scale guards said. "Everybody knows where the general's keeping him. Prefect's tent, so they can keep a nice eye on him." "Thank you." And that was it. She saluted them, they saluted back, a bit more eagerly, now that they realized she wasn't going to make them move. And then, Agrania simply walked inside. As easy as the avian said it would be. The scribe was on the top floor. He was sleeping. Agrania had to watch him a long time to see his chest rise. She left without waking him, just in case his excitement gave it away. She remembered the cell block he was in, and then headed back outside to find Ilha. On the way back out, she heard voices. She paused, at the door, listening. Officers. Glitterskins, shouting at the guards. Get back to the front. We already got our orders, the dull scales were digging in their heels. Well, you got new orders, dull scale. An officer shouted back. A desk jockey with too much confidence, thanks to his perfectly trimmed uniform. He looked like one of the prefect's understudies, fresh from the academy. Or have you forgotten that I am your superior? I think not. Do as you are ordered. Agrania stepped out, hoping their argument would keep the officer from noticing her. The door creaked as she shoved it open. All their heads turned to stare at her. The officer's face flittered through several emotions. First he saw her. Then he stared at her. Then, his face was filled with a vague recognition. He opened his mouth, about to point at her, when one of the dull scales spat into the mud, splattering the officer's boot with tobacco juice. Fuck this. I'm not going to die for some shit-stained glitterskin. You go up there, if you're so keen. And the soldier turned on his heel, and stalked off into the night. The others looked at him. Looked at the officer. And then, they followed their insubordinate compatriot in solidarity. Soldiers. The officer shouted at him. Ineffectual. You. Dull scales. Get back here right now. Agrania slipped away into the night. 94. The injustice. At first, Lucas the scribe felt only the injustice of it all. You can't do this to me. You cannot silence me. The people will hear about this. Indignation fueled his anger, and made him say things he probably shouldn't have. Nothing was ever gained in prison by losing your cool. Everyone will find out what you're doing here. I will make sure of it. Which, he knew, wasn't exactly true. Other scribes had come to Thras before him, and Lucas hadn't heard a peep from them about the immoral, disgusting, violence profane madness of this place. He should have known how horrible this would be by the way the head scribe smiled when he first gave Lucas this assignment. Now, he was here. His forehead pressed against the bars of a cell, screaming down the prison block, I am a senior scribe for Carpa's Weekly. You will have to answer when they come looking for me. Again, not exactly true. He was a junior scribe for Carpa's Weekly, and even that was contingent upon the material he wrote from this assignment. So, really more of an unpaid intern. The people he worked for knew people, but Lucas doubted if his head scribe even remembered his name. And Lucas didn't know anyone. His mother had taught him to write, and she would slap his hand for every word he misspelled. Not an uncommon punishment for bright, young Central Kirans, who were otherwise unconnected and had no great prospects. His curiosity was encouraged, up to a point, but his father always reminded him, we're no great house. We're the bottom of the top, and count yourself lucky that we are. The Lucayan bloodline was nothing to write home about, unless you were very interested in his great-great-great-great-grandmother, who may or may not have been a minor governor during the provincial wars. Nobody would come for him, which was such a distressing feeling that, once his outrage subsided, Lucas found himself hyperventilating in the corner of his cell. How long could they keep me in here? A day? A week? On the one hand, it was soul-crushing. But his mother taught him to always think of the silver scale. At least I'm alive. And at least they didn't put me with the political prisoner, and the other traitors. When he first came to Thras via the gate, one of the junior officers gave him a tour of Saranthay city and the war camp. Lucas had seen what they did to the political prisoners. Compared to those cramped, dark, and perpetually wet lockups, Lucas's cell was a grand hotel room. 2 square meals a day. A window. A linen sheet to lay down on, and a bucket to go in. And all the free time a writer could ask for. No paper, but a good journalist didn't need to take notes. So, as the hours turned to days, and as Lucas grew tired of hyperventilating, he took a nap. And woke up. And told himself, I will not waste this time. Any scribe worth their salt would kill for a chance like this. Lucas Pulhas Lucaeus promised himself that he was going to craft the greatest hit piece on the Kiran warfront of his generation. His prose would make the foundations of Kiran society tremble and quake. His words would cause the greatest political shift of the last century. And he would compose the whole thing in his mind. In his mind, he was a grand storyteller, rolling out the sentences as though they were great mountains and deep valleys. He composed and recomposed his leads, his theses, his hooks and loops. And his moral arguments, most of all. Each day, as the sun fell and the rains began, and the rains went away, and the sun rose again, the details became more exaggerated, until he blossomed into a kind of prophet figure in his imaginary fight against the Kiran aristocracy, and their awful war machine. In some compositions, the soldiers were his direst enemies. In others, they were weak, helpless souls who needed just as much salvation as the next Kiran. Salvation, that his words and his words alone would bring. And when it was done, and when there was nothing else to say, the sun still rose, and the rain still fell, and Lucas the scribe was still incarcerated. So, he sat down and slept, and woke, and ate, and slept, and wrote more stories in his mind, just to pass the time. Ate, slept, woke, ate, slept. Ting. Sometimes he dreamed he was back on Seir. He could hear the laughter of conversation, sitting at his mother's dinner table, eating with their neighbors. Sometimes Sarias, the neighbor's daughter, was there, that girl whose eyes shone brighter than any glittering scale. And he could hear the olive trees rustling, and the lemons dropping from the boughs. And the ting, ting of metal cutlery, clinking together as people laughed. Ting. Ting. The sound stirred the scribe from his slumber. Metal against metal. It was an annoying sound, that's what it was. He woke up only to find the source of the sound, and stop it from bothering him. But as he sat up, and looked around his cell, he could hear no sound. Nothing but his own breath, and the gentle fall of the rain. He looked up at the window, to see what time it was. Dark. Middle of the night, maybe. The bars are gone. The bars that filled his window like long, metal teeth were gone. Each one of them, pinched off at the top and at the bottom, as if they were made of the softest clay. Then, a face appeared in the window. Two big, black eyes. A huge beak, as dark as dyed leather. What mad dream is this? The scribe couldn't help himself. He had to talk to the face, whatever it was. What the hells are you? You're not so pretty yourself. The face said. Its beak clacked gently, and its voice came out, forming the words more easily than that cumbersome proboscis would suggest. The scribe scrambled across the room, his back ramming into the bars of his cell. Get away from me. Get out of here. I'll call the guards. Now, why would you go and do a foolish thing like that? And then, horribly, that thing started to climb into his cell. Its body was covered in feathers, some of them grey at the tips. Its face contorted with pain as it pulled its torso deeper into the cell. And then, it reached out a hand at Lucas, trying to grab him. It's coming for me. Oh, gods! He looked wildly around the cell, looking for anything he could throw at the hand. The sheet? No. The bucket? Gross. Nothing. Come on, the thing crawling through his window said. Take my hand. Almost like it was trying to help him. Its eyes bored into him, both pained and determined, as it stretched. What are you? Lucas asked. Corvini, the thing answered. Or have you never seen an avian before? Of course, he'd seen an avian before. They were brilliantly colored, with huge, dazzling beaks and majestic wings covered in feathers. You're not. Then, Lucas struggled to understand. It's not a monster. It's not a nightmare. Then what? Who are you? The Corvini, whose body was half stuck in that tiny, square window, his arms held out like a fool, rolled his eyes. Come on, Kiran, he said, exasperated. You owe someone a favor. Stop asking questions and take my hand, gods damn you, or I'll leave you in here. Lucas stepped up to the window. His fingers brushed against the Corvini's hand, and he almost pulled away at the cold shock. He hadn't noticed, the avian's appendage was made of metal. The metal fingers wrapped around his wrist, so smooth and gentle, and then, the avian shouted, got him. Pull. Suddenly, Lucas was being hauled up. Up into the window. He started to scream as the twisted remains of the metal bars dug into him, but the avian's free hand wrapped around his mouth, and silenced him. Gods! He's going to kill me. Lucas started to struggle. To twist and turn and writhe in the avian's grip. They sent an assassin. To kill me for everything I wrote about the Kirans. It did not dawn on Lucas that, as of yet, all his grand writings were still only in his mind, and no one could have possibly read them. And then, Lucas was falling. He fell to the mud with a heavy whump. The wind was knocked out of his lungs, and he struggled to breathe. Mud splattered his face and he had to lift his head to not drown in it. There were talons next to his head. Big, and black. Throat-cutting talons. And a pair of soldier's boots. Lucas looked up to see the most beautiful face he had ever seen. It's he gasped, it's you. A grainy Ia bent down, and pulled him out of the muck. Her grip was just as strong as when he'd first seen her, and she lifted him as easily as if he were a child. Yes, she said. And nothing more. It was definitely her. Down to the last, understated word. At least she wasn't grunting her responses anymore. And who is this? Lucas nodded at Ilha. The avian's feathers looked ruffled, and not just from the fall. His black eyes were wary, and locked onto the scribe. Agrania looked at Ilha. Narrowed her eyes while she conjured up an adequate explanation. She settled on a simple shrug as her answer. Will someone tell me what's going on? Is he going to be a problem? Ilha asked, nodding to the scribe. Talking about him as if he wasn't standing right there. Scribe, Agrania said, this is Ilha. He's with us. We're getting out of here. Ilha turned back to Agrania. Not until I've found Kyrene. My name is not Scribe. It's Lucas. But neither of them seemed to hear him. They were already discussing their next steps. The avian named Ilha seemed to want to find someone else in the camp. Agrania disagreed. She thought it would be better for them to escape first, and come back later after it happened, whatever it was. He could be dead by then, Ilha said. He could be dead right now. Who are we talking about? Lucas asked. I'm not leaving until I find him. You don't have to stay. Corvini, we have tried our luck too many times tonight. Lady Fortuny's smiles are swift to change. Thought you didn't believe in the gods. Besides, if I don't find him, then I have no idea how I'm going to find Poyer. You can take your scribe and go, but I can't leave without looking for him. Who? Lucas asked again, but they were doing something. Agrania and Ilha were staring at each other. Locked in some kind of unseen communication that the scribe couldn't interpret. Agrania moved first. She nodded over the avian's shoulder. Prefect's tent. Over there. Let's go. Lucas was still in a daze. Every step was better than the last, and made the world feel more real. To feel the breeze on his scales. To feel the open sky above his head. To be free. To be walking directly back into the mouth of the beast. Of course. It made him jumpy, knowing where they were headed. Agrania seemed to understand. When they were crouched in an alley, waiting for another patrol to pass by, Agrania whispered into his ear. Stick with me. Stay quiet. It was the most comforting thing he'd ever heard from her. Or from any soldier, come to think of it. Ilha was at the mouth of the alley. He had a strange set of goggles pressed to his eyes. They seemed to mold around the shape of his beak, fitting his face perfectly. A faint green glow lined the rim of the goggles. There's no one in there, Ilha said. What do you mean? She was at his side, peering into the darkness of the war camp. The rain drizzled softly on their heads, and pattered on all those canvas overhangs. In the war camp, not a single body moved. Who are you looking for? Lucas asked. The Tribune, Ilha said, offhandedly. But the prefect's tent is empty. The whole camp is empty. They left, Agrania growled. They're all at the gate. Ilha was shaking his head, cursing under his breath. Ilha, Agrania said. She was clenching her fists. I'm sorry. Tribune Kyrene. Lucas said. Is that who you're looking for? Ilha whirled around, his huge, almost animal eyes searching his face. You know where he is? Lucas nodded, slowly. I think so. The guards were talking about it. A building they call the Boxes. Right behind the Consul Vorpi's manor. Which is where, exactly? No sooner had Ilha asked the question, when a brilliant glow illuminated the sky, somewhere over the center of the city. A string of light appeared above the gate. Thin and gossamer and whiter than white. It stretched all the way up, beyond the rooftops. Beyond the clouds. Up, into the stars themselves, until the light could not be seen. There, Lucas said, his mouth hanging slightly open. They said he was near the gate. Is that what that light is? I thought we didn't open gates at night. A boom rolled out from the center of the city. The buildings and the ground trembled with the low rumble of an explosion. As it subsided, they could hear the screams. The crackle of gunfire. And the crashing of the cannons. Agrania said, it's begun. 95, Grim Fortune. Vorpi's soldiers streamed through the city, hundreds of boots squelching and flinging up mud and gravel. Hundreds of rifles clutched to rain-soaked uniforms. Officers shouting orders every few blocks, urging the dull scales to arms. All of them, headed the same way, towards the gate. Towards the cracking gunfire and the rising clouds of smoke. And Ilha ran with them. Even though he limped along, with Agrania's help, out in the open streets, no one seemed to care. All the soldiers wore that same grim, determined look on their faces. Even the officers and decorated commanders, who trudged with urgent purpose amidst the throngs of soldiers, had that same unhappy look. They knew their chances. They knew they weren't good. Ilha almost felt bad for them. These Kirans, these people. Maybe they had a choice, once. But now the machine was moving. And all of them were merely pieces, caught up in its crushing momentum. Somewhere ahead, there was shouting in the back ranks. A soldier had tried to run. His fellow soldiers caught him under the arms, and an officer was screaming into his face. Get back to your position, you worm. You maggot. You insufferable excuse for shit jelly. You are the most disgraceful, worthless, useless, piece of. And so on. As long as they were running towards the battle, nobody seemed to care, so Eel kept his head down and kept walking. But as they passed the would-be deserter, a gunshot made Eel turn his head. A grainy tugged on his arm, trying to pull him along. They just shot him. Eel said. Deserters always die. They didn't shoot you. I didn't desert, she said, without a hint of irony in her voice. I came back. Whatever she had done, a grainy believed she had done her duty. The three of them circled around the center of the city. They found pockets of uneasy peace among the chaos. Here, there were dozens of VOR-PI soldiers. Sitting behind sandbags and dugouts. Nobody saying a word as they waited for the enemy to come. The next alley was filled with smoke and screaming and bullets that smacked into brick, or blasted through bamboo walls. And then, the next road over, it was like the battle had already finished. Bodies lay in the streets, none of them making sound. Eel thought he could see the enemy soldiers, wandering like ghosts in the distant smoke. This was the avenue a grainy chose. The scribe helped Eel over the more treacherous parts of that muddy road. More bone than muscle, the scribe's scales were coral-colored. Aquatic blues and touches of pink, mixed with those silvery, shining scales. His head and neck was lined with soft, almost flowing fins. Sorry about earlier, the scribe said, as he helped Eel limp down the gravel street, now pockmarked with bullet-sized craters. And bodies. Back in the prison. I wasn't expecting. I've never seen a. Don't worry about it. Eel grunted, trying to ignore the pain flaring red-hot in his hip. Something was fractured there, and the more he walked, the worse it hurt. I've never been in prison before. It does things to you, doesn't it? I thought you were a dream. Guess that's a compliment, then. A grainy held up her hand up, silencing them both. They were on the north side of the town. They could see the road, a straight shot towards that heavy, white stone manor sitting in the middle of the city. And all the way down, there were sandbags and gun emplacements and foxholes and cannons. And soldiers. On the roofs. Sitting behind the sandbags. Leaning against the walls of the stone buildings. All of them, anxious to start shooting. VOR-PIs? Or the other side? How could anyone tell from down here? If only I could fly up to the roofs. This would be so much easier. Just walk straight, and don't look at any of them, a grainy said. They'll ignore us. Will they? Eel thought. All the soldiers stared at them, the odd trio making their way towards the general's mansion. But nobody stopped them. At one intersection, Eel thought he heard someone shouting, "Lieutenant," at her, but a grainy didn't stop. She just kept walking. The general's mansion had been turned into a fort. There were dozens of guards, and cannons on the roof. Dozens more on the ground levels, and Eel could see the barrels of rifles jutting out of the windows, making the whole stone structure bristle with armaments. The fighting was not here yet, but when it came, it would come heavy. Fortunately, the boxes were not inside the fort's walls. The boxes was a single, low-slung longhouse made of hardwood, with no visible windows on any part. There was only one door, with two uniformed soldiers guarding it. Neither of them looked happy to be standing out in the open. Halt, one of them said as a grainy approached, but she merely grunted, "General's orders," and stomped past them before either of them could stop her. The doors were also made of wood, so solid that Eel could barely see a gap around the edges. Each door had a small, wooden slat at the bottom, presumably for pushing in food, and another one at eye level. One by one, they opened the eye-level slats. The rooms were dusty, sparse, and far too small. Smelled of rot and mold and old bodily fluids. There was barely enough room for a person to lay down. One room per prisoner, all of whom already looked dead. It was the scribe who found him. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor. Scratching at the wood with his fingernail. Not writing. Not drawing. Just digging at the wood, over and over. There were dozens of similar marks already on the wall. A huge, heavy wooden latch held the door shut. No key required. Eel lifted it, and opened the door. Kyrene didn't look up. His chest rose in sawing, laboring breaths, and not just from the dusty and humidity. There were white spots spreading across his scales, and even his silver scales were peeling off. Gods! He looks awful. Is it time already? Kyrene asked, his voice bored. Almost disinterested. Yeah, Eel said. It's time. And what if I refuse to go with you? His words were slurred. Like he was fading out of reality. What more can you people possibly do to me? We had a deal, Kieran. The Tribune stopped scratching at the wall. Slowly, he turned around. Blinked, and squinted up at Eel. By the gods! It's really you. He pushed himself up, his knees wobbling as he struggled to stand. Eil took a step forward, wincing at his own pain, and tried to help the tribune. Easy there, Eil said, as Kyrene latched onto him. As they held onto each other. I saw her. She was here with me, every single day. My sweet Sinal. I was with her, because I was dead. He sounded like he was about to fall to pieces, until he looked over Eil's shoulder. At the other two Kirans, staring at him. Quiet. Not saying a word. Kyrene swallowed hard. And tried to pull himself to standing. Are we out of time? Yes, Agrania said. Something's happened. Kyrene asked. His voice was rough, from lack of speech. Out there, something's happened. Happening. Agrania said. Oh, he nodded. His face, his eyes were still distant, as he slowly adjusted to the light. He clenched his jaw, and swallowed hard, and when he spoke again his voice had regained some of that former orator's strength. The war. The Emperor has begun. Did he send you to rescue me? There was an explosion that rocked the ground, shaking the dust from the wooden rafters. They ducked, instinctively. Eil almost lost his footing, and so did Kyrene and the scribe. Only Agrania remained on her feet. After the rumbling died down, Eil could hear the screams. The gunfire, far too close. It sounded like the battle was happening right outside. Don't think the Emperor wants you alive. Ah, he said. Calm and sad. As if everything was so simple, and so disappointing. I see. A bullet hole appeared in the wall, smashing through the wood. Taking a chunk of it with it. Move, Agrania said. She hooked her arm around Eil. And the scribe helped steady Kyrene. And together, the four of them walked out of the boxes, and into a new hell. One of the guards was gone. The other one was lying on the ground, a bold, red stain bubbling out of his chest. There were ghosts in the smoke, soldiers with weapons aimed at the walls of the fort. Smoke was pouring down from the walls of the fort, and there was something wrong with it. It was powdery and white and thick as chalk dust. Not gun smoke but something else. A gunshot cracked across the street, and the scribe screamed in pain. Agrania bellowed something that Eil couldn't hear. She grabbed the scribe with her free hand, the muscles in her arms tensing as she hauled him. They were running. Away from the fort. And not a moment too soon. The smoke erupted into flames, setting the air around the fort's walls on fire. Blood-curdling screams as dozens, maybe hundreds, of soldiers were set on fire. Agrania didn't let them stop. Anytime they tried to catch their breath, she was there to haul them off their feet and keep them running. The scribe was clutching his side where he'd been shot, bellowing in pain. Agrania made them stop under the blown-out remains of a bamboo hut. The straw roof was collapsed in on itself, but at least it kept them hidden from the battle raging outside. The scribe was still bellowing, until Eil grabbed his arm, and pointed down at his wound. There was no blood. Shrapnel had torn his clothes, but he was untouched. The scribe paled, his face full of embarrassment. Then, Eil looked at Kyrene. He had been quiet the whole time. Stiff. He was leaning against the wall, and his hands were covered in blood, and shaking as he tried to wrap a strip of cloth around his thigh. His face was pained, but he made no complaint. Through the torn rags, Eil could see the blood pooling and dripping down exposed muscle. The sudden urge to vomit rose in his chest, but he swallowed it down. Stop, Eil said. Give it to me. I'll do it. Kyrene made no protest. Only let his head fall back and breathed heavily out of his nose as Eil worked. The scribe was staring, eyes wide. What a fool I was, Kyrene said, wincing as Eil pulled the cloth taut. To think I would be his champion. Is this all we are to the gods? They're toys. They're playthings. They're machines, Agrania said. Maybe the Emperor sees you that way, Eil said. But not all of them. You're human, Kyrene said. Yes. He was rather young, wasn't he? Agrania stared at Kyrene. A strange expression on her face. Not quite disbelief. The ground was shaking with the near-constant blast of cannons. Shockwaves rattled the thatching of the roof, and the walls felt like they might collapse any moment. He's the only one who can help us, Eil said. Kyrene, do you know where he is? Who can say? Kyrene gasped. His mouth was dry, but somehow the tribune still had the strength to speak. Maybe it was the only thing keeping his mind off the wound in his leg. I haven't seen him since my own damned mother threw me in that hole. Any idea? Anything at all? Eil looked around at the three of them. Trying to keep the desperation out of his voice. He was looking for the grid, Kyrene said. But who knows what that means? I don't. Eil said. The scribe only shook his head. Agrania made a sound, a deep, hum that rolled up her chest. And for the first time since he'd met her, he saw an emotion flutter across her face. Fear. I do. Her voice was grim. I know where to find him. 96, the break. The warm, salted breeze should feel good on her skin. The waves lapping at the sides of the gatewalker's hull should soothe her ears. She should be drinking down the outdoor air, the first fresh air she had tasted in weeks, like sweet ambrosia. But Kadam could not feel the joy of being free. She stood on the outer hull of the gatewalker. Her hadrons devoured every last grain of sand, and the old, broken ship was nothing more than a lone island in the ocean, with waves lapping at its hull. Barbaric as they were, all this air had once belonged to the nomads. This ruined ship had once been the foundation of their sandy empire. And she had erased it all. Every last trace of them. So much death. And for what? The herald. The old prophets said he would be the last being alive, because he would destroy everyone, and everything. The bringer of change and ruination. So what did that make her? On the one hand, she was lucky. She had found the herald. In all this vast, empty expanse, she had found him, not as an almighty nightmare, but in the form of a child. Naive and trusting and weak. How much easier could it get? On the other hand, how am I supposed to kill a child? Kadam inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with that salt-scented air. Staring up at the night sky. The stars closest to the scar were occluded by its glowing light. The scar, as far as she could tell, hadn't changed at all, which meant the light dam was doing its job. With a flick of her mind, she pulled her eye implants over her eyes. Tiny lenses slid out from beneath her eyelids, building themselves into a kind of telescope that covered her cornea. It was a stiff feeling, but it let her see the scar in great detail, a faded, white light. A crack in the sky, with edges billowing with white mist. And there was the light dam, a black speck, frozen in transition against all that unfolding brightness. The architects built the light dams. One for each scar. The fact that the dam still worked, that this scar hadn't changed at all. It was almost miraculous. And the stars beyond were so peaceful. Twinkling, and quiet. She stifled a yawn. Kadam flicked her mind again, summoning another injection of hormones to keep her awake. It had been 3 days since she'd seen his face. And more, since she last slept. There was a chance that the naive child was only a form of the harbinger. A disguise. She didn't know how that would be possible, but she didn't want to take chances. What if he knows where I am, now? What if he doesn't? Either way, Kadam didn't want to sleep when there was so much to do. So many plans to work through, once she got off this planet. The ground rumbled. A gentle earthquake that disturbed the lapping of the waves and made the sands on the distant shoreline shift and ripple. The earthquakes were supposed to happen. What else would you expect, when you're carving out the center of a planet? And she had set up all the proper safeguards. And, Finder himself was watching over the hadrons. Still. It made her stomach turn. Kadam stood up, stretching her arms over her head, as she walked up the gentle slope of the hull. Back towards the cargo door. There was a dry spot on the metal, where the poles had once been. That ancient skeleton, hung up like a standard. Kadam had forgotten to tell the hadrons to leave the skeleton alone. So, the hadrons devoured it, and turned it into spare materials. Any one of her hadrons now could be made of molecular bits and pieces of human remains, but she tried not to think about that. Inside the gatewalker, all the lights were on, but it somehow felt emptier than before. The hulls were huge, and even though Finder was somewhere down here, part of his mind monitoring the hadrons, another part still trying to guess another gate's coordinates, good luck with that, the space was large enough that she couldn't see him as she walked through the cargo holds. Kadam found a terminal, and began to flip through a few of her hadrons control groups. There were billions of them now, most of them underneath the planet's crust. They were burrowing and emptying out the lower regolith, and the cooler parts of the mantle, slowly consuming the liquid stone down there. Drinking it in, and using it to print new structures. She checked to make certain they were being careful around the crust immediately below the gatewalker. The geologic signals looked stable enough, but she widened the exception zone another 100 miles, just to be certain. All the sand was unpredictable, and she didn't want her ship to suddenly sink beneath the waves. Then, she took one of the hadrons and followed its camera through the subterranean structures. In the cavernous spaces below the world, the hadrons were knitting new bones together. Metal cables and wires held the ever-hollowing planet together, and pillars of freshly printed stone, hundreds of miles tall, kept the crust intact. The interior of the planet would soon be a porous entity, like a massive, spherical sponge made of rock and metal. It was about creating space within mass. The extractor needed both to remain stable. But it would be days until the hadrons were finished. Weeks, maybe, if anything went wrong, and Kadam always expected something to go wrong. Building an extraction engine wasn't exactly the most predictable process. Architects were better at working at such scale. But all the architects. She was on her own. Once the Hedrons finished creating the outer structure, then she would have them build the extractor itself, at the center of the planet. She would need a few million heat-specialized Hedrons to make that happen. Simple enough to make, in theory. And then, if all the tests went well, she would have an engine for creating light. But for now, she had to wait. So, Kadam wandered the hidden places of the ship. Aimlessly. Looking for things to fix, for problems to work on. But everything was flowing so smoothly, thanks to Finder's help. How lucky she had been, to find him. How lucky that he had crashed on this planet, too. Not just a machine, but an intelligent construct that still had its mind in place. Maybe we should seek out his old factory, once we get off this planet. I'd like to see where he was made. Life support was still sound, now that all the leaks had been fixed. And the cargo hold was still a mess that she would never clean up, because why? Who's going to see it? Her feet carried her up the steps, through the corridors, and into the old habitation quarters. She didn't know why she was going up there. Maybe to feel a sense of normality. Maybe, to not feel so alone. The cold chambers were still there. Their lights, still blinking quietly. Their glass, still opaque that enough she couldn't see inside. The info panel lit up. It didn't recognize any of her impulses, so she had to turn it on manually. A body, perfectly frozen. Short, black hair. Slender, maybe even petite frame. Skin as pale as a barren moon. A woman? It was hard to tell. The dream disease glistened on her skin. Black, glistening chunks of skin and flesh, carved away in strangely geometric patterns. Unnatural. There were blue-black lines, jagged, almost pixelated veins, running across her chest, and up her neck. It was awful to look at her face. The flesh from her right cheek, running up to her eye. Dissolving, crumbling. Being unmade. Shivers ran down her spine as she looked at their changing faces. Has it progressed since I've been here? Kadam shoved her disgust down into the pit of her stomach. She refused to let it control her. Leaned into it, until her forehead was pressed against the glass. She didn't think so, the cold chamber was insulated against the light, and should prevent any growth, but it was always so hard to tell. She stared a while longer at the woman. All the others were in the same state. Remember this. This is why, she thought. This is why you have to kill him. If the old prophets spoke true, this dreaming sickness was nothing compared to what would follow in the Herald's wake. Instead of millions of years, the Herald would bring the change sweeping across the universe in 1,000. 100. Or fewer. But he's only a child. It rose inside her, again. That feeling of something being off. Why? Kadam. Finder's voice interrupted her thoughts. He was floating in the hallway behind her, his spherical bulk taking up almost the entire corridor. His claws hung under his body, curled inward. Almost protective. You appear distressed, Finder said, are you still worrying about the other human? He's not a who. Kadam stopped herself. She wasn't sure what he was. You haven't slept. Do you fear that he will find you? I don't think he knows anything, Finder. He's barely a teen. By our standards, he's basically a newborn. Then, perhaps you could speak with him again to make sure? To find out what he knows. Kadam felt the blood rushing to her face. It was the last thing she wanted to do. He's the enemy, Finder. I have to kill. He must be destroyed. She had already explained this to him. Finder, it seemed, couldn't wrap his mind around the concept of the Herald, or the old prophecies. Is it not best to analyze an enemy in depth, to understand it? Is this not worth the risk? The scientist in her wanted to. A large part. To find out why he had been chosen. And why so young. To find out everything about this Poyer that she could. Part of her still disbelieved he could be the end of all things. But that face. The dreams. The visions. Millions had seen him, had seen the destruction he would wrought. She had seen it. Rodiero had told her to anticipate the unexpected. What was he talking about, if not this? It's too dangerous, Finder. Right now, we're too vulnerable. What if he's lying about what he is? I don't know what he's capable of, and if he finds out where we are right now, well. Right now, I know where he is and that's enough. The sooner we get off this planet, the better. Oh. In that case, I bear good news. Finder bounced up in the air, his claws clicking excitedly. I found a gate. An open gate? How Kadam's eyes were wide with disbelief. When did wait, is it safe? I haven't tested it yet, but I have reason to believe that it may be. What reason is that? A healthy signal, with more than adequate light to power our side. And the data suggests a breathable atmosphere. Light? You're sure? Yes. What were the chances of that? It must be slim. The old grid still had light, but it had 4 working extractors. Some random gate, in the middle of nowhere, what were the chances? That doesn't mean it's safe, Kadam thought. But still, this was astounding. Another chance to get off this damned planet, in case things went wrong. Kadam ran forward, and wrapped her arms around Finder, awkwardly hugging his body's sphere. Careful not to freeze herself on the cold fire of his repulsors. Incredible. You are an incredible machine, Finder. Good, Finder bobbed his body, nodding at her. Then you must get ready to leave. I will help you collect your... I'm not leaving, Kadam said. I mean, that's incredible, Finder. But I'm not going to open some unknown gate, on the hope that it's safe. But I opened it for you. I spent so much time working on it. And I can't thank you enough. But unless we have a way to verify what's on the other side, I'm not going through. Finder's expression didn't change. The animated eyes on his screen stared at her. Okay, Finder said, after an awkward pause. Then my task here is done. If there's anything else I can do for you, please let me know. I am here to serve you. She patted him one more time on the dome of his body. This is still huge, Finder. If nothing else, this means we have a backup plan to get off this planet, right? Right. And I could still use your help monitoring the Hedrons. Thanks to his core, he was better at handling the absurd numbers of Hedrons than she was, at detecting micro-errors and other bugs that, if projected across billions of drones, could still impede her plans. Together, they went back down to the main terminals. Finder didn't say much over the next few hours, as they monitored the Hedrons. Still carving out huge pockets in the magma and ancient, volcanic basalt. Still building the skeleton of what would become the engine. When Kadam started yawning again, Finder suggested she try to sleep. Humans cannot go forever without rest. He was right. And every hour that passed, sleep became more tempting. So that night, curled up in the cargo holds with too many blankets and a warm cup of freeze-dried Earl Grey tea, Kadam finally went to sleep. The dream came. Just like it always did. Only, tonight, it was interrupted. A metal claw, jostling her shoulder. Kadam. Not yet, she mumbled. There's something wrong with the scar. She was sitting up before her eyes even opened. She blinked into the darkness of the hold. Lights, she shouted, and the lights poured down from the lofty ceilings, illuminating all the metal debris and cargo containers. All those hundreds of printers, now stacked against the walls. Ignoring the painful dryness of her mouth, and the stiffness of her joints, Kadam pulled herself up. And jogged to the nearest terminal, where the scene was unfolding on screen. The Hedrons in the mantle were still working, all that magma cooling into hard, black rock as the spaces above were hollowed out. Hundreds of millions of the drones were buzzing in squadrons through the chasms. And there were more Hedrons flying up on the surface, still drinking up the dunes and turning them into more solid, structural material. Kadam kept flipping through the control groups, until she found one floating, in the atmosphere? Why would they be up there? Millions of metal orbs, flying up in a long string. Stretching up towards the scar. The crack in the void was flickering, like some black thunderhead illuminated by flashes of lightning. She could see tendrils of white light crawling out from that unnatural void. New cracks were forming in the scar. Some disappeared, but many did not. She flipped through the groups, until she found the ones closest to the scar. No, she gasped. Thousands of those small, polyhedronic bodies were covering the high towers of the light dam. Millions more, eating away at the black discs that held the whole structure together. Repurposing that precious matter into something far less useful. How could this happen? As she watched, one of the connectors was broken apart. A jagged tower began to lean, crashing into its neighbors. Ropes and lassos of blue light scattered down the tower's length. And as it fell, the scar continued to grow. 97, friends. How could you let this happen? How could you not see this coming? She tried to be so careful. So many fail-safes and precautions. Geology alarms, astral alarms, energy and radiation. And countless protocols to protect against the Hedron's uncontrolled reproduction. This shouldn't have been possible. There were tens of thousands of them, crawling over the surface of the light dam. Dissolving its joints. Deconstructing the towers that held the light in its place. Now the scar was opening up, and instead of holding the scar shut, the light dam was now channeling its growth. Branches of light shot out of the scar, streaking across the dam's black, near-impervious metal. Carving white and ashen grey lines in near-geometric patterns down those enormous spires. Carving and crumbling away the platforms that held the dam together. Off! Kadam shouted. Off, damn you! All at once, all the Hedrons across the planet, and beneath it, and above it, froze. The ones in outer space began to drift. The rest fell towards the center of gravity. Even the dozens of extras she kept inside the ship, the rejects and the ones with slight imperfections, went dark. But it was too late. The dam was past its breaking point. What now? Now, the scar would begin to cut itself open. It would grow, feasting upon the matter nearest it, carving jagged lines of white across the empty space. How long, until it reached the planet's surface? Weeks? Days? Stop. She thought to herself. You're not helping. Panic never solves anything. If she was going to die, fine. But Kadam had not come all this way, all these thousands of years, to die without fighting. But before she could even begin to think about fixing this problem, there was another, more immediate complication lurking in her midst. None of her instructions should have led the Hedrons out of the planet's atmosphere. So what happened? The Herald? Was it something that child had done, when she answered his call? No, not likely. Unless the Herald had figured out how to leap through the impossible barrier of physics itself, he shouldn't be able to issue any commands to her Hedrons. Which left only one other possibility. Finder, Kadam turned to the floating drone next to her. Why didn't you wake me up? I didn't know, Finder said matter-of-factly. So simple. His voice, empty of any emotion. How could you not know? You were supposed to watch them. That was the only thing I told you to do. Kadam, this is not the time to get angry. He hovered closer, extending a claw out pleadingly. Everything will be fine if you stay calm. How? How is it going to be fine? The gate. I told you, I found it. I found it and I have prepared the way. It's waiting for you. All you have to do is open it, and you will be free from this place. Her eyes stung dryly. She had to blink a few times to see him clearly. To see the gate, already humming with energy that Kadam had not extracted. Energy, from another gate that Finder had connected. Where does it go? She wondered. The odds of finding an open gate already fueled with light, what were the chances? Finder had been working on this for weeks now. Glued to the terminals, searching. But still. The chances were astronomical, at best. How many gates had been destroyed? How many gates were even left? She never watched him search for it. Never bothered to stand over his shoulder, and see what he was doing. Had he been lying to her, this whole time? Kadam reached through the Arias net, as quietly as she could. Going through the upper admin channels, instead of the faster, broad openings. She felt for the scrapped Hedrons, still lying around the gatewalker. The ones that hadn't met her criteria, flawed from the printing process, but were still functional enough that she didn't want to throw them away. There were a few hundred of them, scattered around the ship. Most of them, she could feel. Awaiting her orders. Just in case. She felt Finder watching her. There was no way he could know what she was doing. Only humans could gain access to the admin channels. Right? Please, Kadam. The longer you wait, the more you risk. He was begging now. His voice filled with urgency. But that wasn't really his voice, was it? She knew who had programmed him, didn't she? Or rather, what? Kadam kept her voice as even as she could, trying to bury the fear clawing at her throat. Where does the gate go, Finder? Another planet. I found another planet. Which planet did you find? It's safe, Kadam. Much safer than this one. The more he dodged her questions, the more her stomach sank. She didn't want to believe this could be possible, but it made sense. How lucky it had been that he had crashed on her planet. They're still hunting us, she thought. But Finder didn't want her to think. He wanted to urge her into the gate, without giving her a chance to question him. Do not waste this chance. You must go, Kadam. Must I? She growled. Trying to hide the fear with anger. She circled around the gate. Stretched out an arm, and casually grabbed one of the angle grinders off a nearby printer. The grinder was her favorite tool for cleaning up the burrs that formed on the Hedrons, when the printing process didn't go as smoothly as possible. Not that it mattered now. She kept her eyes glued on Finder. Not on his screen, but on the cameras that lined the screen. At his claws. At the glow of his repulsor that she had spent so many hours getting to work. Finder, she said, her voice low, where did you say you were from again? I was created in a drone factory. What factory? She took a step forward. On what planet? Finder hovered backward. She could sense his heat levels rising, as his answer came slower and more hesitant. All that processing must be warming up his core. She took another step forward. His face screen turned off. No longer trying to hide behind those two, large, animated eyes. Finder, she said. Have you ever heard of the machine worlds? No, he lied. And what about the sovereign swarm? No? Nothing about the rogue constructs scattered across the old, core worlds. She could almost hear his core churning through the information. Through all the coded possibilities of what he was supposed to do next. No, he said again, the exact same tone. No. I think you're lying. I think you know what happened there. To our worlds. Tell me the truth, Finder. What will I find if I walk through that gate? It's safe. Safe for who? She wanted to ask. But if she were to open that gate, she knew exactly where she would find herself. Deep in some metal-blasted landscape, surrounded by constructs who had no emotion, could not be reasoned with. Constructs that wanted her brain, her body, for reasons she did not understand. They were supposed to be dead by now. She wasn't supposed to wake up, until they were all gone. But she had been found. What a fool you are. What a damn, blind fool. All the times he had helped her, going so far out of his acceptable risk limits, almost getting himself destroyed, just to keep her a little more safe. All those times he rejected her maintenance. She should have known, the moment she saw him clearing the sand off her cold chamber, what he was. But the waking after so many thousands of years. It did things. It made it hard to grasp such obvious answers. Finder had been a dose of impossible luck, a drone, uniquely designed to help her live. But he never wanted to help her. He was sent here, to find her. To keep her alive, so he could bring her to the gate. And the crashed gatewalker? Had he been a part of that, too? The implications made a shudder run through her. She wrapped her fingers tighter around the angle grinder. But she couldn't stop her voice from shaking. How did you find me? Your kind's attempt at survival, Finder said, was predictable. The Sovereign knows all. Your discovery was eventually inevitable. Are there others on this planet? She asked. She thought she already knew the answer, no, otherwise she would have met them by now, but she wanted to see if Finder would tell the truth. I am enough. Gone was the empathy. Gone was that friendly chirp that she had come to know and love over the last months. Her friend, her only friend, was nothing more than a machine, a fragment of the swarm, programmed to mislead her. But she was human. And she could not extinguish the last bit of weakness that welled up inside her. Does it have to be this way, Finder? She asked. Desperation seeping into her voice. Can't you change? The Sovereign's path is unerring, Kadam. Finder extends his claws. It has been easy, being with you. Your resourcefulness, however reckless, has made my task much easier. Do not make this hard. Please, open the gate. And if I refuse? Finder's claws slowly unfurled from around his body. Then I will be forced to make you. I am sorry. I wish you were, she said. She let her head fall, making a show of the emotions that were crashing over her. She didn't have to pretend to be overwhelmed. Those feelings were right there. Right next to the feeling of the half-scrapped hadrons, awaiting her signal. You will go of your own volition? Finder asked. Hopeful. Doubtful. What choice do I have? The controllers said you would put up a fight. Maybe your Sovereign doesn't know everything, she said with so much bitter venom. His screen flickered. Was she getting to him? Was there anything real inside? It's not too late, Finder. His screen stayed dark. Please, she begged. The machine called Finder said nothing. Behind him, the gate was humming its song, letting her know that if she opened it, it would connect with another gate, far across the void. And the light would catch. She sent out the first impulse. 50 scrap hadrons, each one half finished or barely able to fly, or missing pieces of their shells, began to hover in the space behind Finder, behind the gate. But if she was going to do this right, she needed to keep his processes focused on her. Everything we did together, she said. Everything you did for me. Did it mean anything to you? You are alive. That is all I needed. That's it. Do not resist, Kadam. Your transference will be painless. Except for the part where you dissect me, alive. But right now, it felt like she'd already been cut open. He didn't care. He never cared. Humanity is the problem. The Sovereign is the solution. We made you. That does not give you the right to commit our destruction, and the death of all existence. You know what your kind has done, Kadam. And what you will do. Now. Kadam shot the impulse out with a jerk of her head. The hadrons erupted from their hiding spaces, and slammed into Finder. Most of them bounced off his chassis, but a few latched on, their circular mouths sawing and dissolving at his metal. He swatted them away easily enough, batting them off in clusters, crushing them in his claws. But while he struggled, Kadam found her opening. She dived under his body, squeezed the angle grinder's trigger, and shoved that spinning, metal disc up into the glass of his repulsor. The air under the repulsor was icy cold, and she could see the crystals freezing down her arm as the tool screeched against the glass. It shattered and sparks and glass showered over her, but she kept shoving. Heedless of the metal, scraping and gouging into her wrist, her forearm. Up to her elbow. Slicing open the suspension nets, and making contact with the core. Cracking it. Finder's systems went dark. He collapsed to the ground. Almost falling on top of her. She threw herself back, kicking at the orb of his body. The torn metal and glass ripped long strips of flesh out of her forearm, biting into her tendons. Fragments of glass embedded in her skin and blood and a clear fluid dripped down her arm. Across the floor, Finder rolled to a stop. A misty light poured out of his underside, pooling on the rubber tiles. Kadam was clutching her arm and crying and gasping. The pain, so much worse for what she had done. Waves of anger shook her. She picked herself up, and with both hands still gripping the grinder, she fell upon Finder's body. Knocking away the hedrons that were still attached there. A howling, animal shriek as she shoved the grinder into his chassis. Again and again. Sparks showered in curtains over her. "I hate you," she said. "I hate you." And each time she said it, she knew it was a lie. From birth, every goldsmith learns to love her machines. And Finder was the best thing that happened to her since she'd woken up. It didn't matter how he'd been programmed. The blood loss made her weak. And she finally dropped the grinder, and collapsed on the broken, shredded body of her only friend in the universe. 98, Death, impending. Lightning crawled in stuttering bursts across the starry expanse of night, as if the emptiness itself was cracking itself open. What had once been the size of a distant moon now covered a quarter of the horizon. Radiant explosions of light tore gouges across the sky, but it was still millions of miles away from the atmosphere. The scar's growth was silent. And it would kill her quietly. Her wounds were healed, mostly, thanks to the nanite syringes stored in the habitation quarters. Kadam had covered her arm with dermagel, and instead of a gaping wound, all that was left was fresh skin, too pink for her natural color, and the crust of dried-up gel. And when Kadam tried to turn her thoughts away from this death impending, tried to steer her thoughts towards engineering a solution, all she could think about was how alone she was. Finder. She pushed the name out of her mind, only to have it bubble back up. "Why? Stop it," she said. "Stop. You need to focus on what you can do." The Herald. The Scar. The machine swarm. Everywhere she turned, there was another insurmountable problem. What matters most? Above, the Scar was rupturing with light. Branches and cracks flashing into being, each one oozing mist from their unknowable depths. Eventually, it would reach the atmosphere of the planet. When it did, nobody wanted the light dams to fall. Even the zealots. Even the swarm left the dams alone. But the dams were imperfect, and from time to time, they failed. She had seen it happen, an old recording. The light began to spread its branches, like a tree made of pure illumination. And when the light touched the atmosphere, when it came into contact with closely packed matter, it raced through the clouds, turning the sky black with spores of the disease. Veins of the change scoured through the cities, the mountains, the oceans, all the same. Changing them all into that grainy, glistening dust, lighter than air. Filling the sky with death. If she was lucky, she had days before the light reached her planet. If she was lucky. Can it be fixed? All light dams required maintenance. That's what the first children were for, weren't they? And the androids and the countless other constructs designed to keep the dams running for thousands, tens of thousands of years. But even now, she could telescope into that massive work of infrastructure, and see the veins growing through that light-resistant metal. Black alloy, evaporating under the effects of the change. Turning into a kind of dust. There was a haze of slow-moving particles eroding off the light dam, being pulled up, glistening as they vortexed into the Scar. No. Even if she had all the resources in the universe, she didn't think there was time to patch this one back together. "Okay," she said, picking herself up. Wiping the medicinal crust off her hands. "We need to move a gate to the other side of the planet." And then, she remembered that she was still alone. "Fuck it," she said. "If there's no one around, then who cares if I talk to myself?" "Okay, Kadam. You can do this. What comes first?" The crust from the dermagel crinkled and crumbled off as she moved, and her new skin felt a little too stiff around her inner elbow, but the wound didn't split as she walked around the cargo hold. Searching for the next task. Ignoring the remains of Finder's body, still laying on the floor. Hacked to pieces. You still have plenty of gates. Might as well move one to the other side of the planet, in case the Scar reaches that side last. So. Hedrons, they can carry the gate. But what about me? She thought, tapping a finger to her pursed lips. How am I supposed to get to the other side? A bike. That would take hours to get up and running. And that was if there were no printer errors. And then, how many hours would it take her to fly across the planet? Time. Time was her enemy. Well, there's always Finder's Gate, she said. It was supposed to be a dark joke, to take the sting off. But the sting was still there. At the corners of her eyes. She swallowed down the emotion. The screens that monitored the scar flashed again. Another glittering explosion of light erupted across the horizon. Starting somewhere in the center, and branching out into two veined wings of light. Her eyes opened wide as a new idea settled into her focus. Brilliant. Kadam turned to the wall of printers. She whipped through the blueprints, selecting parts almost as fast as she found them. By the time she was done, dozens of the printers were already at work, slowly extruding the pieces she would need. For such a simple design, it still took an hour. And another hour for her to hammer it all together. She used the angle grinder when the interlocking chassis was too large, and a chisel gun when she needed to punch holes in the metal. It was a drone. Not one of the Hedrons, but a simple self-propelled vessel, shaped like a light bulb, like the ones they used in ancient times. Only this bulb was as large as a human child. She slotted a single fuel cell into the bulb-shaped array, while the neck of the drone carried all the repulsors. It wasn't nimble. It wasn't fast. But it was enough to capture the light needed to power a gate. Once inside the airlock, she threw the vessel up and impulsed her command at the same time. The repulsors ignited in midair, holding the drone steady. And then, it began to drift upwards, accelerating against the friction of the atmosphere. She didn't need to guide it. All she could do was wait. So, to keep her mind off of Finder, off the Herald, and off her own end, Kadam kept printing more pieces for more vessels. It never hurt to have backups, and besides, all this material would go to waste soon enough, when the scar. Stop it. As they slowly oozed their materials into new shapes, she went back to the cargo hold where the gates sat, unused. The fuel cells there, empty. One last time, she cursed that wretched, black-haired fool who had let them empty. And then, she apologized in her mind, because she still felt guilty about her Hedrons devouring his bone-dry corpse. Because he'd only been trying to survive. Because he'd been abandoned, too. Rest easy, now. Whoever you were. Before the other vessels finished printing, she felt the alert in her implant. Her first vessel was nearing the outer edges of the scar, and all that flashing light. So soon? It was closer to the planet than she'd hoped. She ran to the screen, and watched the vessel's array begin to open. A simple, blossoming flower made of panels contoured to catch the light and funnel it into the fuel cell. One moment, the fuel cell was empty, and the next, it was full. Over capacity. The cell shattered and at the same time, the vessel's camera went black. All its sensors, gone. She slammed both fists on the wall, letting out a shout of frustration. Are you mad at a machine, Kadam? Rodiero's voice, taunting her. Does being angry fix it? No. Anger is stupid. The only thing that will fix it is fixing it. Shut up. She slammed her fists against the wall. And again, until her hands were hurting and the stiffness on her arm felt like it was going to split open. Wait. You can try again. The printers were still going. There were parts, fresh and warm and ready to fit together. And fail again? There's too much light, she shook her head. It will destroy them. I can't get close enough. Then what? You cannot stop, Kadam, Rodiero was saying. This is the one thing you cannot do. The Herald must be destroyed. Only in this, you cannot fail. But she had failed. Her mission. Their mission. The scar would grow and devour her alive. So, she would die. And with her, the last chance for humanity. For all existence. The Herald of the Change would grow, whether he knew what he was or not. And in his wake. The undoing of all things. She breathed in deep through her nose. Grinding her teeth, as she stared at the walls. The printers. The gates, empty of light. A single word, marching in her mind. No. Absolutely not. This is not how it ends. There were ways out. One, in particular, that was so obvious and so easy. Kadam went back to the terminal where she had left the clasp, discarded it, only a few days ago. Back when Finder was still. She hooked the clasp into the grid. And right before she sent a signal, she stopped. Lowered her hand. Let go of the clasp. You have to do this. You. Kadam had built defensive construct before. Rodiero and her and the other coldsmiths in the conclave kept the machines maintained in case of attacks. There had been attacks, of course. She could still remember the time a fleet of anti-humanists had found their conclave. Crashing their ships intentionally onto the planet, destroying huge swathes of their crop towers. The defense systems worked flawlessly. Slicing the ships in half, even as they descended into the atmosphere. And when there was nothing but wreckage left, her own drones had flown through the cut-up remains of ships, and tapped any survivors. Painless death. But Kadam had never done it herself. More, she had never done it unprovoked. But it's not unprovoked, is it? Poyer is the herald, the destroyer of all things. What more provocation do you need? Then again, there was that needling doubt. He's only a child. Kadam gritted her teeth. And bent down, to pick up the clasp. She impulsed the signal. Poyer? It's me. A long pause. Enough time to ask herself too many agonizing questions. She was about to put the clasp down, when a voice crackled on the line. Kadam? What happened to you? My connection cut out. I'm sorry. They used to lie to me, too. All the time, they told me the tests wouldn't hurt. Or that I was doing fine. I could always tell. Who lied to you? My caretakers. The directors. Everyone. They were always hiding something, and so are you. She blinks. Some child. I'm not angry. You don't have to lie to me, Poyer said. I'm on your side. What does he know? Kadam needed to find out. Poyer, she said. Did they ever tell you why? Do you know what you are? The savior? Is that what you mean? Only the avians call me that. And some of the Kirans believe it too. Not Vorpi. Nor the magistrate. Is that what they've been telling him? That he's a savior? Where did they get that idea? No, she said. I mean. Have you ever seen the visions? You said you had. Yes. What does it feel like? When the world is too loud, and there are too many people around me. It's like being swallowed by too much water. The world is still there, but it's different. Or like I'm different, and I can see everything for what it is. Like nothing is real, until I can see the truth of it. I don't know how to explain. You've seen the change. Yes, he said. The end of all things. A pause. Finally, he said, yes. Is that what it is? Yes, that's what I saw. And there's someone there, in all these dreams. You've seen them, right? Yes. But he's hard to look at. Poyer had said. He's hard to look at. Does he know? Tell me what you see. He's wearing clothes that don't make sense. Almost like armor, I guess. When he moves, it's like he's not really moving. It's like the world has moved around him, and all I see are ghosts of where he was. Flashes. Who is he? Her guts were squirming. Every part of this hurt to do. What if he's lying about this? What if he knows who he is? What if he doesn't? She wasn't sure which was worse. Have you seen his face? No. I have. Did he look at you? That was too specific of a question for her to ignore. The dreams had been studied extensively. Every moment, every inch, every single possible thread that humanity could untangle, had been written down. Some even found ways to record their dreams. The herald, as far as Kadam understood, never bothered to hide himself. Never tried to obscure what he was. An old man, with white grey hair, and a neat beard. His deep, black skin was wrinkled, though whether through sheer age, or lack of self-care, or a lifetime of strain, it was impossible to say. An old man, who had once been a child. This child? No, Kadam said. He never looks at anyone. Only at the horizon. At the destruction that follows inexorably in his wake. Who is he? We call him the herald, she said. The prophets spoke of him first. Powerful. A new form of life, they said. Until all humanity began to dream the same dream. Until seed fall. Only then, did we see him for what he was. Only then did we recognize what we had let into our midst. The bringer of the change. The one who will destroy us all. Who? Poyer asked again. And Kadam didn't know why she said it. Was it the innocent naivete of the child before her? The earnest need in Poyer's question? Or did she, in a moment of weakness, after every last emotional string had been pulled to breaking inside her, did she decide to leave this one up to fate? Either way, it was a stupid thing to say. The truth. She should not have told the truth. It's you, Poyer. You are the herald. What? Poyer's question died on his lips. She could not see his face, but she could hear the sudden, invisible pain he must be choking on now. You are the harbinger of the change. You are the greatest threat to all humanity. To existence itself. How can that be? It was seen. By everyone. By every single human being alive. You were seen. No, she could almost see him shaking his head now. That's not true. Why would you say this? I'm just Poyer. I'm nobody. I was last place in my conclave. Always. They wanted to get rid of me, but Nuwa was the only one. You were raised by biologists, were you not? But you've never known your parents. You have human DNA, but you are not like the rest of us. Because the biologists, your creators, wanted you to be born of something else. I don't know how they made you, but they did. I don't know how you are part of the other side, but you are. They thought that you and your conclave would save us. But you are destined to destroy us all. A painful silence. It seemed to last forever. She checked the line. It was still hooked. But she could not even hear him breathing. Until. Kadam. Yes. I don't want to kill anyone. For the second time that day, her heart broke. First for Finder, and now for this thing. I didn't ask for this, his voice was shaking. Quivering with the sobs that threatened to spill out of his throat. I never wanted to be. What should I do? I don't know. Can it be stopped? What do they say will happen? No, she said. It cannot. She would not tell him the end, because if he did not know, then maybe that would make all this easier to bear. How do you know? Poyer's voice was filled with anger. How can you know anything about what I am? Who I am? One dream. Just because you have one stupid dream, you think you can see the future? It's not possible. Nobody can see the future. Nobody can, his anger faltered, and so did his voice. And went silent. The ground tremored slightly beneath the gatewalker. Now that all the Hedrons had stopped their work, there was no point in building an extractor any longer, but the planet was still gradually losing integrity. Not that it matters anymore. She looked at the screen, where the center of the scar was now brighter than the sun, too bright to look at. Branches crackling and flashing and exploding silently across the space between the stars. She had to pull the camera back, so she could see it in its entirety. Kadam, Poyer said slowly. Why would you tell me this? Because she started. Because I'm a fucking idiot. Because I'm weak, and you're the first person I've talked to in months. Because you're a child, you look exactly like a human child, and for some damn reason, I don't want to do this to you. But she didn't say any of those things. Instead, she told him the truth. Again. Because I need your help. Kadam swallowed. Shook her head in disbelief at how stupid she was being. He'll kill you now, you fool. You had him, and now you have nothing. But Kadam plowed ahead, because what else could she do? I need you to open the gate on my side. And then what? He shouted. What are you going to do? Silence. You're going to kill me, aren't you? He said. Not a question. Yes, Kadam said, her voice croaking over the word. She wasn't sure if it came out at all. There were tears running down her cheeks now. The only human she had seen in months. Maybe the only other human alive. And she was supposed to kill him. Yes. 99, surety of purpose. The Savior Divine was staring at his hands. Only moments ago, the Savior Divine had been conversing with someone. A human, who was far across the galaxy, or further than that. Now, he was silent. Why? Lakes wondered. Perhaps the light from the heart, from all those thousands of asymmetric metal panels, brilliant with captured energy, was making him see things. Another hallucination? Or perhaps it was something the other human said. But Lakes was here to serve, not to intrude. It was not her place to guide the Savior. Only the promised one could guide himself. So, she kept her distance, and watched. But Poyer was not speaking at all, now. He was kneeling before the terminal in front of the gate, and holding his fingers in front of his face. Looking at the backs of his hands, as if there was something wrong with his skin. As if he could read the veins, illuminated by all that light, and find some critical answer. But what is the question? Lakes burned to know. Everything he did, everything he said, everything he thought, she kept in her mind. Treasuring every moment of his presence, like a miser loves her coins. The Maker told her to find him, and she had. The Maker told her to protect him, and so she did. With every fiber of her being, she waited for any chance to prove herself. Only now, the Savior Divine was doing nothing at all. Moments passed. Then, minutes. Clouds of mist roared in the distance, making a blistering white wall that encircled the grid, blocking out the rest of the world. As if they were all alone, with nothing save the miles of metal panels, sloping up. And the sky above, growing dark. The fourth moon of Thras Et Unum was rolling away, its beam of light long since extinguished. And still, the Savior did not move. She could not help it anymore. Lakes was no algorithm, enslaved to her code. She was Tython, and her desire to know and to help and to share in the Savior Divine's torments overruled all else. Torment. That is what this was. She could see it plainly on his face. The focused lines of his brow. The pain squint of his eyes. His jaw clenched so tightly, she wondered if he might crack his teeth. Lakey's feet clanked on the metal panels as she approached. Divine One. Poyer looked up at her. Blinking, but not because of the light. It was almost as though he didn't know where he was. Why are you here, Lakeys? Why have come all this way with me? It is my deepest honor to walk with you, Divine One. To serve you is my highest purpose. There is none more important than you in all the worlds. You are the one who was foretold. She bowed her head in deference to him. The one who was foretold, Poyer said, echoing her words slowly. As if he took some other meaning. Many have waited for your return. Many have spoken of your awakening. The words are written in the unfinished book, for the first children themselves have seen what was, and what will be. Your advent was foretold. How? On the world called Kaya, Lakeys quoted, deep in the flourishing jungles. From a den of ice and feather, there will he awake from the ages long past. The Savior. The one who will deliver us all. And then what? Poyer asked. Lakeys refreshed her eye feeds. Outwardly, she blinked. There was a quality in the Savior's voice, an emotion she couldn't name. She cocked her head, to allow for the vibrations in his words to enter her oral sensors at a slightly different angle. I don't understand, Lakeys said. This Savior, whoever they are, what does your book say they will actually do? How am I supposed to save anyone? For thousands of years, Lakeys had wandered. Following the string of mangled prophecies and half-truths across the scattered worlds. Crossing gate after gate, many of which slowly leaked their light away into the void. Long, had she pursued this goal, and this goal alone, find the Savior. An impossible dream, she had known this since the beginning. Her own maker had told her that the universe was against her, and the odds would never be in her favor. So little cause had she to ever think beyond reaching that one, single goal. The unfinished book is still being written, Lakeys said. So you don't know? You don't know if this Savior actually does anything good. You have already saved millions, Divine One. I turned the power on. I put a shield up. That's it. Anyone could have done that. Perhaps, Lakeys thought. But none did, until you came. It is a fine start to your prophetic rise. The Savior Divine asked, and what if I am destined for worse things? Lakeys felt a million signals in her core, all freezing in place. Worse things. Lakeys, what do you know about the Herald? Lakeys blinked a few times, stalling as she soft refreshed her core. This question needed time to percolate through her problem-solving systems. That word dredged up forgotten memories from her dormant storage. Memories that the Maker had given her. The bringer of the change, Lakeys said. She narrowed her eyes, to show her disdain for the idea. The Maker called it a poisonous myth. He put no stake in those claims. He called them an attack, a belief, designed to infect the minds of humanity. To pit one against another. Something flickered in the Savior Divine's eyes. And then it was gone. But he had the dreams, didn't he? Oh, yes, she said. He had the dreams. He simply did not agree with them. Lakeys thought for a long moment. How long since she had seen the Maker's ancient, hairless face. Lined and wrinkled and spotted with such painful age, his eyes almost milky white, so that he had to use implants to see anything at all. And the black veins, running up from his neck, under his chin, starting to eat away at his lips, no matter how much nanite he used to replace flesh with metal. The vision disease, it was called. Poyer's eyes were searching her face. How do you know, he asked. How do you know what is right? Lakeys turned her head. She had never contemplated that before. The Maker was infallible. That was at the core of her understanding. He had always been right. Hadn't he? What if every step I take is the wrong one? Poyer asked. Lakeys narrowed her eyes, focusing her vision tightly on Poyer's face. On the micro-expressions crossing his lips, his eyes, his cheeks, his brow. What if I am no one's savior? Impossible, Lakeys said, without thinking. I have delved through dark ruins and temples that exist only by the gifts of your people. On too many worlds, the highest kings and lowest tribes sing to your glory. Even the crumbling remains of ancient Xeno-civilizations, forgotten by all but time, bear the dedications to the Savior. They all speak of you. That's what I was afraid of, Poyer said. They spoke of me. Of me. I'm no one. I've never been anything more than Poyer, born on a Kayan conclave. How long has it been since you've seen a human? How easy would it be for them to get it all wrong? What did she say to you? Lakeys asked. Her voice buzzed cautiously as she spoke, as she tried to keep her own emotions, the fear, the trepidation, the electrical changes inside her core, under control. Poyer turned his head up towards the sky. His eyes searching the stars. She said it was me. She said I'm the one they dreamed of. The Herald. No, Lakeys said firmly. There was no point in restraining her emotions now, not when such an awful lie was placed before her. It's not possible. How do you know? Poyer shouted, and then he lowered his voice. How can anyone know? Her fists did not clench, they snapped shut. Every piece of her core was spinning at maximum, heating up the center of her chassis. Trying to wrap her thoughts around this untruth. She could see the red light of her own eyes, reflected in the whites of Poyer's. So small. So vulnerable. Why would anyone want to destroy him? Lakeys, he said, and something about his voice seeped into her oral sensors. Like cool oil, thin and liquid, soothing her core. Calming her. Bringing her back down. Lakeys twitched, as if she could clear the emotions gathering inside her, blocking up her reasoning faculties, just by tossing it out with a shake of her head. She lies, Lakeys said. The other human must be lying. She believes what she says. To believe in a lie does not make it true. As the words tumbled out of Lakeys' speaker, vibrating gently from underneath her mask, she could hear it. She could hear the question that Poyer had been asking. Exactly, Poyer said. So, how am I supposed to separate the lies from the truth? The truth was written. Anything can be written. Vorpi calls the emperor a tyrant, yet I have seen what she does to her own people. The avians think I'm a god. The Kirans, too. But I've met their gods. The emperor isn't even human anymore. You think I was sent here? To save, not just the Xenos, but everything? What would humanity say to that? Who would you listen to, if you could hear their voices? There were tears welling in his eyes. His breath shuddered in his chest. Lakeys could feel the thrum of his heart, pulsing too hard. What did the book say about this? He was not supposed to feel doubt. The savior was a force of action, of certainty. Nowhere had she read about this. What should I do? Her hands answered her own question. They moved to embrace Poyer's slight, slender shoulders. She held him, and he sank into her. Shoving his face into the crook of her hard, metal shoulder, where her joints in her armor and her chassis all blended together. And she held him, and he held her back. I know my place, she said, whatever you choose to believe, Poyer. I am here with you. Thank you, Lakeys. She did not let go, and neither did he. He took a few more shuddering breaths, and sobbed gently into her shoulder. When his arms left her sides, she felt suddenly cold. Like his touch had been the only thing that warmed her. Like a piece of her had been cut away. Poyer lifted his chin, and looked her in the eyes. She had known him only a few months, but already he was growing taller. One day, the child would leave him. I know what I have to do, Poyer said. But I need you to promise me something. Divine One. Lakeys, he said, his voice ragged and serious. Suddenly, he sounded so much older than he was. As if the child was already gone. If you ever meet her, promise you won't hurt her. Why? Lakeys could feel her core warming up again. That feeling, rising through the integrated channels of her limbs. Making her joints surge with energy. Poyer, what are you going to do? Poyer dusted himself off. Straightened his muddy, ruined clothes as best he could. The liquid armor rose up, lapping at his fingertips, as if it was trying to help. She's going to die, unless I help. Isn't that what a savior would do? He smiled at her, a sad, tearful smile. I'm going to save the only other human alive. Poyer padded over to the terminal, to one of the nodes jutting up from the corner of the gate. Though his lips did not move, the gate seemed to respond to his call. The huge semicircles of metal, dozens of them surrounding the gate, began to separate. They lifted, and hovered in place. Slowly, so slowly, they began their first revolution. All around the heart, the roaring walls of white mist froze in place. And then, instead of rising up, they began to crash down. As if something was pulling all that sparkling mist back beneath the ground. Back, into the heart. Before, the metal panels of the heart were merely reflecting light. Now, they were glowing with it. Poyer was at the center, his hands flat on the terminal. His eyes closed as he communed with the heart. All the panels of the heart grew more luminous. Brighter and brighter, until Lakeys could not see anything at all. Until she was as blind as the day the Maker made her. 100, open. The sky above the nameless planet was a canopy of lightning-shaped cracks. Each branch of the scar flashed and crackled as it crawled across the dome of night. No stars. No distant, glittering lights. Now, there was nothing above, but the scar. Down in the gatewalker, Kadam was hammering the shell of another light vessel into place. The vessel, a simple drone with an array for capturing light, was her third iteration. This one was huge. It was shaped like an enormous lantern, if that lantern was also wearing several layers of armored scales. Each scale was made to ablate if any one of them was touched by the light, it would crumple and fall away from the body, before the change could spread. Hopefully. If Kadam was lucky, that would give the rest of the vessel time to collect the light from the scar. Again, hopefully. This was her least favorite kind of plan, a plan that relied on luck. And so far, Kadam was not lucky. Her previous 2 vessels had made it up to the atmosphere. Both had opened and started gathering that otherworldly energy. And both had been overloaded almost instantly. But there was no time to panic, no time to sit back and dream up a new design. Poir, no, the herald, had not spoken to her in hours. She had told him everything, and this time he went silent. You just had to ask. You just had to tell him what you knew, didn't you? Why couldn't your questions have waited at least until he let you through, you idiot? Stop. No point in getting angry. Kadam had tried to find out what she was up against, and it had cost her. Every action has an equal. So, all she could do was keep hammering. Keep working. Keep. An alarm shrieked suddenly in her ear, which made her squeeze the trigger of the air chisel too hard. The pinpoint blast of air from the tool punctured one of the vessel's scales. It collapsed and dinged another scale as it fell, making that one crumple, too. She was about to curse, when the words she had written appeared in her head: planetary atmosphere, contaminated. She pulled up the camera feeds from her remaining hadrons. How could it be contaminated? The branches of the scar were still dozens of miles above the planet. Then, she saw them. Hundreds of slender threads of silken light, so faint she could barely see them, were hanging down from the canopy of frozen lightning above. Each thread, hundreds of miles long. They dragged against the planet, leaving huge veins of black, glittering matter in their wake. And the air around the threads was spewing ash and a dusty, black smoke into the sky. So. This is the end. Stop. She told herself as she returned to her vessel. If you're alive, there is time. That's all you need to know. But the shrieking alarm wouldn't let her ignore it. It screamed at the black, crumbling disease that was spreading across the dunes. How long until it found the gatewalker? An hour? Less? The change fed on the planet's matter, all the sand and the regolith. All the structures she had hollowed out in the center of the planet, becoming something else. The dunes were sinking in on themselves, and those thin spirals of glistening smoke grew thicker, even as she watched. Great black clouds of degenerated molecules, slowly rising into the sky. Rising up towards the scar. And this fucking machine isn't cooperating. She kicked at the vessel, and 2 crumpled scales became 3. And when she bent down to slot in new ones, another shifted out of place, and when she tried to slot it back in, she pressed too hard and Kadam threw the hammer down with a scream. I can't do it, she shouted at the ceiling. I'm sorry. There was no answer. Only another alarm, blaring from across the cargo hold. Then, the floor of the cargo ship bucked and began to slide under her feet. It stopped as soon as it started, but the hull let out a low, metallic groan. Another alarm chimed, calling for her attention. What now? She thought. What new crisis could this possibly? There was a message. Waiting for her. From him. Kadam glared at the terminal. The notification was a tiny number 1, wrapped in a red circle. So innocent. It looked like every other message she had ever received. Her hand almost tapped it automatically. She pulled back. What could he possibly want? Who knows? Maybe he wants you to kill him. She snorted at the thought. When was anything ever that easy? The ship groaned again, and this time she almost lost her footing as the ground beneath her feet shook. Somewhere deep below the planet's crust, one of her stabilizing columns had collapsed into the mantle, which sent shockwaves rolling around the planet. There was a monsoon of magma underneath the ship. Even if by some mad miracle the scar stopped its clawing advance, the planet would not hold. Kadam opened the notification. Kadam, a voice said. Small. Not quite a child's voice, but certainly too young to be an adult with any kind of responsibility. Funny. Could anyone have guessed that the herald himself would sound like that? Kadam, I wanted to ask you something. Can you hear me? What is he doing? What kind of trap is this? Does he know how close I am to death? Does he know how close the scar is to ending this world? Her heart was hammering in her chest, and the air was too thin to fill her lungs. What choice did she have? There was no time. There were no more chances. To go into Finder's Gate would be a fate worse than death. But to die here? Everything. Literally everything, both living and dead, and everything else depended on her staying alive. Kadam. I'm here. Ask. Were you sent to kill anyone else? What? She stammered. What do you mean? Just answer the question. You want to kill me? Fine. But what about everyone else? She furrowed her brow. Still not understanding. Everyone else is dead. All humanity. And what about the rest of them? What was he talking about, the rest of them? The plants? The animals? But she wasn't going to mess this up twice. She would tell him anything he wanted to hear, because if he was just a child, if he was this naive, then maybe luck was on her side, for once. And if he is a child? Will you still be able to do it? Kadam clenched her jaw. Her mouth was suddenly dry. It took her another moment to form the words, only you, Poyer. I'm only here for you. There was no reason to tell him about what she had already done. About the nomads, and their queen. Good, he said. And he started to say something else, but she couldn't hear it over the tremors shaking the ground. The gatewalker started to tilt. Kadam reached out instinctively, grabbing hold of the terminal, almost ripping it off the wall. Seas of trash and debris and broken hedrons began to slide across the rubber floors of the walker. The walls of printers tipped and crashed to the floor, and the huge, metal crates that lined the cargo hold started to lean dangerously. It dropped back down with a thunderous crunch. Part of the hull was shorn off and light crashed through jagged gaps in the ceiling above. One cargo crate tipped back too fast, and collapsed to the floor of the gatewalker, vomiting out its scrap metal contents. If she had been on the other side of the ship, she would have been crushed. But she was here, and she was talking to the Herald of all Ruin, and his voice crackled through the speakers as he spoke to her one last time. I'm going to open the gate, the Herald said. His voice was shaking. He sounded like he was only just keeping himself together. I'll be waiting for you, here. You must. You have to do it. Only you. Are you ready? He asked. Yes, Kadam lied. Clutching the chisel gun to her chest. I'm ready. The arms of the gate sang as they warped the air around her. The metal disc froze her feet in place, even as it rumbled and the rest of the world rumbled with it. Kadam tried to picture him. A child, on that world. What had he called it? Thras? The arms of the gate were spinning so rapidly now, she could not see them. Nearly weightless in their clutch. A flash of light. A shift. And the arms were ringing, as they screeched against the air. Slowing. Becoming a blur. Becoming too heavy, metal semicircles. The sun was brighter here, than she imagined. And the world smelled, sweet. There were buildings, all around her. Sea stone and lime and white basalt, all shining bright in the sun. Half of them looked like they had been demolished by some recent disaster. There was scaffolding everywhere. Where is the heart? She blinked against the brightness of the sun. Towering kapok trees lined winding cobblestone avenues. Green-leafed vines climbed up terraced row houses and buildings that were 5 and 6 stories tall. She was standing on a gate, yes, but nowhere could she see the machinery of the grid. Where is he? Where is the Herald? There were far too many people here. Wearing clothes from another time. They were rolling carts, or hawking wares. One was riding a large beast with black and white striped fur. There were a dozen or so with what looked like gunpowder rifles, aimed at her chest. They stared at her. She stared back. Their mouths, their beaks, hung open in terrified, reverent awe. 101, a song for the old gods. There were hundreds of them, and more pouring in from the broad avenues and dark, narrow alleys, or staring down from balconies or roosting on the rooftops, their talons clutching the ledges and gutters. Aliens. Most of them feathered, though she saw skins covered in scales or fur or wet slime. Old and young and fragile and strong. Almost all of them, vaguely humanoid. Unlike the nomads, who were little more than overgrown insects, so primitive and single-minded and all the same, these beings wore clothing and carried tools. Sat on pack animals, or had small, knee-high constructs following them around. Their infrastructure was made of complex materials. Not simple mud and sand, but industrial brick and clean-cut stone. Iron poles dotted the streets, with what looked like gas lanterns embedded at their tips. The last wisps of cold vapor steamed off the disc of the gate. Kadam was sweating, and not just from the humidity in the air. There were hundreds of them. What kind of trap is this? If the boy who was Herald meant to kill her, she could think of 100 easier ways. Any number of planets he could have sent her to, devoid of atmosphere, or with crushing gravity, or no star at all. Here, the air was breathable, if a bit thick with moisture. Here, the sun was a great, golden globe and the trees and broad-leaf plants shed emerald shadows on the cobblestones and bricks. And the inhabitants, they were just staring at her. Hundreds of eyes, on her. She had no armor. No drones to defend her. No weapon, save the chisel gun, a handheld power tool, made for punching metal with a burst of air. If they decided to attack, all she could do was run. And the winged ones, how fast can they fly? But the hordes of aliens made no move to get closer. And as the crowds gathered, the strange silence only seemed to deepen. Feathers of all colors. Beaks of all shapes. What are these things going to do to me? One of the feathered creatures broke the silence. By the gods divine, the creature said. Kneel, you fools. Kneel. The creature's ornate tail feathers shook and fanned out in the sunlight, shining gold and turquoise as it shifted to lay on the ground, even pressing its beak and forehead against the street. The crowds began to shift. Fear stung in Kadam's gut, in her arms and legs as she wheeled around, trying to find a gap in the crowds through which she might escape. But the crowds began to ripple. And then, they dropped in waves. Not just kneeling, but prostrating themselves on the stone streets. Until she was the only one standing. Poir, what is this? She thought. Where did you send me? Movement caught her eye. There were two bird things who did not fall to their knees. The first was tall, taller even than Rodiero had been. And the crowd seemed to split open before her, shuffling on their knees out of her way. Her skin looked wrong. Kadam thought there were spines growing out of her flesh, but it was only stunted feathers, growing back through her pink and white flesh. She had a sharp, proud-looking beak, golden except for a long, forked crack running down the center. More than a few of them jutted from the top of her scalp, like a crest or a crown. The other one trailed her, another bird thing with white feathers, who was shouting, Your Highness. Please, slow down. But the tall one reached Kadam first. She stepped to the edge of the disc, and bowed before Kadam. Divine One, she said, and her voice sounded so musical. A beautiful imitation of a human. The white-feathered bird dropped to her knees, next to the tall one's side. And it was like they were waiting for Kadam to say something. To say what? Kadam shifted uncomfortably. She forced herself to ignore the two bird things, and scan the crowds again. Don't let them distract you. He could be here. He could be anywhere. She squeezed the chisel gun in her fist. Feeling the heft of the rubberized grip conforming to her hand. So what if all these bird things attacked her? If she could destroy the herald? Divine One, it is an honor, the tall one with the broken beak said, to welcome you to my city. Please, forgive my impertinence, but I've heard nothing for months. Have you seen Eelho? Who? Kadam said. A Corvini, she said, almost desperately. Black feathers, black beak, and one of his hands is made of metal. Corvini? What is that? I have no idea who you are talking about. The proud one's crest feathers fell. Is that sadness in her eyes? And then, a new thought seemed to fill the bird thing with that same hopeful need. What about Poir? Kadam's heart stopped. Her muscles tensed, ready to. To do what, exactly? She snapped her eyes back to the crowd. Searching. Trying to feel his presence. She saw towers, in the distance. Old. And taller than any of the nomad's spires. They looked a lot like shield pylons, the kind the architects used to build. Poir. Kadam started carefully. You know who he is? There was a murmur among the crowd. Several of the bird things started whispering to themselves. Are they praying? Of course, the tall one said. He was foretold. The Savior Divine, who delivered us from death. We owe him everything. Oh. Realization washed over her. Layers of understanding, coming in waves. Right before he opened the gate, Poir had asked her a question. Were you sent to kill anyone else? The boy wasn't trying to kill her. Rather, he was making sure that she wouldn't kill them. All these people. Kadam shook her head, a laugh, escaping her lips. Softened her fingers around the hilt of the chisel gun, which she had been gripping too tightly. They're not going to kill you. But something still felt wrong about all this. Poir isn't here. Kadam asked, then where is he? The tall one clacked her beak together a couple of times. A gesture that Kadam didn't understand. And when she spoke, she kept her voice low so the other bird things wouldn't hear. He went through the gate, months ago. I didn't mean for it to happen. We thought the Emperor took them both, but we haven't heard anything since they went through. Do you know if he is still alive? Poir? Yes. Kadam said. He most certainly is. The proud one sighed with relief. Even her emotions look human. So strange. What? Kadam said, and stopped herself. And tried again, who are you? What is this place? Apologies, the tall one bowed from the waist. I am Rika Virika, Queen of Avian kind, Monarch of the Cauldron. The Cauldron. The Queen swept her spike-feathered arm grandly around her. At all the buildings, some perfect and tall and straight, others like mismatched teeth. Thick trunk trees grew along the streets, and ivies and vines and ferns filled in the pathways, glistening green. Some, heavy with fruit. A high mountain ridge surrounded the city, wrapping it in a jagged embrace. The streets were thick with feathers now, and she could smell their must, almost like the scent of livestock. Not quite dirty, but sharp and stinging nonetheless. And slightly sweet. They filled the alleys between the buildings, flapping their wings as they moved from rooftop to rooftop, trying to gain a better view. Of me. Her heart fluttered, but not with something as simple as fear. She wasn't sure what she was feeling. Breathless. Out of place. And you? Queen Reich interrupted her thoughts. Those brilliant topaz eyes of hers, striated with dark, flickering fire. A gaze, sharper than any talon. What should we call you, Divine One? Divine One? It sent another breathless flutter through Kadam's chest. At least, none of these people were trying to eat her. I am Kadam. I'm a goldsmith from long ago. Kadam from long ago, the queen bowed her head once more, savoring her name. How did you come to our city, if I may ask? The savior does many things that we often fail to understand. The planet I was on was dying. I had many gates, but nowhere to go until he opened one of them. Ah, the bird thing nodded knowingly. So, he saved you, too. No, she wanted to say. But she couldn't, because none of this made sense. Her mind was twisted into knots. He saved your life. The Herald of Ruin saved your life. Everything she had known. Everything that had ever happened to her people, the lightning war, the swarm, and their endless death march. The scars and the change. It began with the scars, and ended with him. Wait. Kadam's heart stopped. There was still another way to kill a human. The Herald's way. Kadam searched the horizon above the mountains. Blinking up at the sun. Trying to see through the clouds drifting across the open blue. Is there no scar on this planet? Kadam asked. A scar? What do you mean, Divine One? A break in the fabric. It would hang in your sky, like a crack filled with light. Ah, Reich nodded, I've heard of the one on Seer. The old magistrate had drawings. But there is nothing like that on Gaum. Safe. This planet, this place. The feeling rose up from her heart and thickened in her throat, making it hard to breathe. She blinked away the stinging in her eyes. He saved you. He saved us both. Why? The Herald was made to destroy. Everyone had seen it. So what did this mean? Kadam dragged her eyes over the crowds of the bird things, and all the other peoples besides. Seedfall had corrupted all new progeny. No more children. No more humans. She had heard of the biologists, desperately carving out new worlds, so they could experiment for hundreds of years in isolation. Trying to create new life forms, to merge humans with other life in a vain hope to find some mixture, some graft that might escape the change. To make something close to human that wouldn't come brutally undone in the first few hours of conception. They failed. Again and again. Through the centuries, their efforts became more desperate. They dared to try ever stranger, more twisted combinations. And the radicals dared more than all the rest. When Kadam had embarked on her final mission, going into the cold chamber, only one thing was certain, all the biologists' tests, and those of the goldsmiths, and the flow engineers, every desperate attempt to save humanity was doomed to fail. Then, what was this? These bird things were frighteningly sapient. Language, and civilization. They even walked upright, just like humans. None of the visions had shown this. For all their visions of the future, none had seen free, sapient life after the quiet death of humanity. Did the biologists know about their children? Or were they dead and gone by the time these feathered people rose from the ashes of humanity? And, most important of all, what do they believe about us? A sound pealed out over the living silence of the crowds. A single voice, rising and reaching skyward. A note, sustained impossibly long, before it came falling down. It was answered by three more voices. Each from a different corner of the city, each one climbing triumphantly, sending their echoing exultation across the city. And silence. And then, started the first voice again in slow, jubilant ecstasy. It clung to every syllable of its song, holding each vowel in a warbling vibrato, as if the voice could not bear to let go of this pure, aching adoration. And one by one, the other voices returned. Droning or harmonizing or singing bestride the first voice, until the whole basin of the city reverberated with their song. What is that? Kadam asked. Trying to hold down her breathless wonder. Why are they singing? Once more, the queen bowed her head. And all who were gathered sank deeper into their worship. For you, Kadam. And for all the gods. 102, Epilogue, Book Number 2. The clouds of Thras et Unum darkened the sky above, and threatened to rain. Beneath the red-leafed canopy, sitting on the gnarled root of a black-barked tree, a grainy Ea was rubbing some kind of jungle poultice on Kyrene's wounds. She had already cut away his scales that could not be saved, and now she was trying to stave off infection. They had left the sounds of battle far behind. Now, all they could hear was the rumble of a distant explosion, and the trickling of a nearby creek. Out here, even the insects were buzzing and chirping again. Kyrene was quiet while a grainy Ea worked. Back on Seer, the politician had been so lively and full of fire. Now, his face was a grim mask, and he made not a sound, not even when Agrania jabbed at his wound with one of her knives, digging out the last of the broken bullet. If it had been him, Eel would have screamed. But Kyrene seemed used to this, and even Agrania seemed begrudgingly impressed with his silent tolerance. Only when she finished tying the strips of cloth cut from her own uniform, only when she finished tying the last knot, did Kyrene say anything. "Thank you, Lieutenant." "Don't call me that," Agrania said, "I'm no one's lieutenant anymore." Kyrene barked a laugh, though Agrania hadn't said anything funny. "Understood. Still, you have my thanks." But Eel could see it, in her eyes. In the stiffness of her response. Agrania didn't trust him. Didn't like the politician at all, because of what he represented. Eel understood that feeling all too well. It was the same feeling he'd had, for all Kirans, for a very long time now. He was still trying to get over it, too. "I didn't come for you," Agra said coldly. "Give your thanks to the avian." The smile, however, did not slip from Kyrene's lips. Out here, in the middle of nowhere, with a near-mortal wound in his leg, with all his connections to the Empire cut off, the politician seemed to thrive. As if he had never been happier. "You're right to hate me. Nobody likes politicians," he said. "Least of all, other politicians." She narrowed her eyes at him, suspecting an insult hidden behind his words. But the Tribune only winked at her. In response, Agrania tugged on his bandages once more, securing the knot. She pulled harder than she needed to, eliciting a wince and a gasp from the politician. And another laugh. Eel checked his canteen, and found it was empty. He took the others, and went down to the banks of the muddy creek. The water was dark, but fast-moving. Probably cleaner than any public duct back on the cauldron. The thought of his home sent a complicated pang through his chest. Guilt, and longing, at the same time. One by one, Eel dipped the canteens into the water. Rinsing them out. Filling them up. He wondered if Reich was furious with him, if he ever made it back. He wondered if she would even let him back in. "Hey," a voice called to him. The scribe's meek voice almost drowned out by the rush of water. He was standing high up on the bank, like he was afraid to move any closer to Eel. There it is again, he thought, feeling his own crest feathers rising. The old Kiran prejudice. Is he seriously that afraid of a Xeno? Contrary to what they teach you back on Seer, Eel said, avians don't bite. What? Yet, we're more the claw your eyes out type. Oh. What? The scribe shook his head. No, look. You shouldn't get so close to the water. Agrania says there are things that live in the mud. Relax, Kiran. I know what I'm doing. The scribe hesitated. Pressed his silvery lips into a frown. Eel was about to return to the stream, when the scribe shouted, no. Get away from the water, now. Eel eyed his suspiciously. But he kept the last canteen, and took a step back saying, all right, all right. Something huge splashed in the stream. Dunking under the surface before he could turn around to see it. A bite had been taken out of the muddy bank, right where Eel's talons had been. Hey! Eel scrambled to climb back up the bank, awkwardly hobbling up the slope, wincing at the pain in his ribs. Thanks, Eel said, as the scribe held out his hand to haul Eel up. Lucas, right? Guess I still have some work to do. Not used to trusting you people, your kind. Kirans. You know what I mean. Back at their camp, Kyrene was leaning on a makeshift crutch, saying there wasn't time to rest. Agrania, begrudgingly, agreed. Eel found his own walking stick, given that his legs and ribs still felt like they were being stabbed with every step. But he would be damned if he was going to utter a single complaint when Kyrene wasn't making a peep. Up the hill, and down. Each time they climbed, the curtain of smoke that hung over Saranthe city seemed to grow larger. Closer, maybe. The grey haze wandered along the horizon, but the clouds were beginning to break, and the rain started to fall. The scribe was on point, when they crested the top of one hill. He stopped and turned, his eyes settling on Eel. A question written in the furrows of his brow. Eel. This god of yours. You said he's a child. Older than that. He's a fledgling. I don't know what you people call them. What does he look like? I mean, how are we going to know when we've found him? Eel leaned on his walking stick as he pondered Lucas's question. Usually, I just look for the most out-of-place thing I can find. Beneath the clouds, through all that drizzling rain, there was a glow. Not from any moon, but from the planet itself. It bloomed over the horizon, as bright as any sun. Like that, the scribe asked. Yet. Something like that. Poyer put his hands to the gate. She heard him utter a single word. Open. It was as though all the energy stored in the grid was awakened, all at once. Lakes turned around to see a surge, rushing out from the panels. A great flood of light. Millions of streams of bluish-white, draining in towards the gate. They ran under her feet, ignoring her. But when they reached Poyer, the light seemed to change. Become, somehow, solid. It wrapped around his ankles, spiraling up his legs. Rushing up, running through him, so that his whole body shone with such brightness that the air shimmered and pulsed. Gathering in brilliance. Her wonder turned to uncertainty. It looked as if he was standing on the tips of his toes. And when he threw back his head, and gasped, light erupted from his lips. Shooting high into the air. Uncertainty, to fear. She could not see him any longer. This was wrong. This wasn't supposed to happen. The opening of a gate was a mechanical thing. The arms were supposed to revolve over the disc, and the light was channeled along with the motion. Taking the occupant of one disc, and transporting them to another. So what was this? What was happening to her savior? Lakis took a step forward, her hands reaching out. Intending to grab him, and do what? But the keeper's voice rang out over the platform, a distant shout almost swallowed by the howling of the wind. Connection complete. The mist that surrounded this place swirled in a white wall, like the eye of some great storm. All at once, the light seemed to release him. Or it. And the walls of mist stopped their chaotic revolution. And all the light in the panels? Gone. Divine One, she ran forward now, catching him as he collapsed. What did you do? There were still wisps of vapor leaving his mouth, and the whites of his eyes still shone a faint blue. Steam rose from his skin, and the liquid armor writhed over him, as if it was trying to extinguish the light. Poyer squeezed his eyes shut. And opened them. Oh. It's you, he said. And he seemed to sag into her arms. What did you do? She whispered again. Almost cradling him, like she had done when she first carried his body out of that cold chamber. It took him a long time to answer. And when he did, his voice was weak. She means to kill me, Lakis. So I sent her to Kaya. Why? I want her to be safe. She won't stay there, Divine One. She will come for you. I know. Truly, she was in the presence of the most foolish, naive god who had ever been born. Was that blasphemy to think that? Divine One, she said sternly. She is your enemy. And you sent her to your friends. He was sitting up now, his back against the metal of the terminal. They won't hurt her. What if you're wrong? Her core was spinning as she struggled to hold back the words that threatened to spill out. Perhaps you should risk the sacrilege. Divine One, her voice clicked slowly. It is not her I am concerned with. You sent a god who wants to kill you to be with your friends, with no warning at all. What if she kills them? Poyer looked at Lakis, curiously. She's won't. He said it as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Impossible to know that. You have only become acquainted. Do you even know what she looks like? Divine One, forgive me, but I fear you have made a grave mistake. He touched her arm, and it sent a jolt of calming, coolness through her integrations. Deep into her core. Lakis let her hands unlink. She hadn't even realized her joints had tensed. There was an understanding in the Savior's eyes. As if he knew what Lakis was thinking. And when he spoke, he sounded older than she remembered. I could feel her through the grid. What do you mean? Poyer sighed, and he sounded so small and young again. Back in my conclave, they used to make us perform tests. Tests of the mind. Of sight and reaction. I was never very good at them. The others were always well, never mind. But when she spoke, Lakis, I could hear her. I could feel something about her. Just like I can feel something about you. But Lakis still felt the creeping doubt in her mind. Divine One, you cannot know this from a single meeting. She is an unknown. She may still try to kill you. No, Poyers pressed his hands to his scalp, sliding his fingers through the tight curls of his hair. She's definitely going to try to kill me. You could have let her die. What would that make me, Lakis? His mouth was twisted in frustration. What am I? You call me savior. She calls me destroyer. Why do I have to be either one? She didn't know how to answer that. She didn't know what she was supposed to say, when the savior of all existence was questioning his purpose. Lakis looked down at her body. No fewer than 30 visible joints and connective materials were showing signs of rust, or were already beginning to scrape against each other again. Just the sight of it sent her core spinning with demands of maintenance. She looked back up at Poyer, and his eyes were waiting for hers. Daring her to disagree with him. Even his eyes could send a jolt into her core, energizing her thoughts. You have to help him, Lakis. Help him see how wrong he is. She had always assumed the savior would know exactly what to do. Which path to take. Even when she met him, this young human, she had assumed that some deep, ancient wisdom must be stored inside him. Ready to change the universe. Who is the most naive between us, then? So, Lakis bowed her head. And kneeled before him. I will kill her for you. No. Poyer shouted. And then, more softly, no. He put a hand on the metal plate of her shoulder. You cannot harm her. Even if she tries to kill me. A terrible change is coming, Divine One. You cannot let this distract you. The historians have seen the future. So have I. But whatever is written can be rewritten. I need her help. Every logical corner of her core disagreed with him. Wanted to scream at him that he was wrong. But he was the savior. His jaw was set. His mouth a hard line, his nostrils flaring like some beast, ready to breathe fire. And I'm supposed to be dead. It was written. I need you, Lakis. I'm not doing this alone. I need all the help I can get. Even from those who intend to kill you. Especially them. There are too many questions. Too much has already been lost. Nobody knows the full story, and I'm not sure if anyone ever can. But I'm going to do anything I can to find out. I saw someone out there, out in the mists. Someone came to the heart, a long time ago. Why did they wipe it clean? Lakis had been wondering much the same. Everything about this place, the heart of the old grid, spoke of some other purpose that had been left unfulfilled. Or tracks that had been covered. But whose tracks? She made a sigh, an emulation of the emotion she felt deep inside. It came out as a metallic rasp from her voice control. I left Kaya to find answers, Poyer said. Everywhere I look, there are only half-truths. Nobody has the full story. Not you. Not Vorpi. Not the Emperor, nor Ilha, nor any historian. But someone came through here. Someone knows the questions we should be asking. I intend to find them. It was like her core was grinding against itself. Jittering and frozen and pushing too hard not to move. She looked down at the rust on her hands. And clenched her hands into fists. Lakis stood up. And looked down on the human, the savior divine. He came up to her shoulder, but he was growing. Yes, almost an inch or so taller than when they'd first met. And one day, he would be a full-grown god. Madness. She said. Folly. Reckless and absurd, your actions may be. But your purpose is true, and I would follow you to the ends of the universe, oh, child of the stars. If, she bowed her head, if you would have me. Lakis, he said. And swallowed, as the words got caught in his throat. He tried again, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I don't have to do this alone. Just then, a light flashed along the terminal. The keeper's face unfolded from the terminal surface. Administrator, it said. Intruders are coming. Every hill they crested, they could see the light. And at night, its glow cast a strange twilight, even from the low valleys they huddled in. The Corvinese seemed to think it was a good thing. He smiled, every time he saw it. But he didn't know this world, not like Agrania did. He didn't know what lurked beyond the jungles. And the further they walked, the more Agrania's heart sank. It was coming from the one place she never wanted to see again, the Templelans. But the Corvini would not listen to reason. He pushed their group forward, and that idiot politician happily obliged him. Only Lucas seemed to understand their peril. How low we have fallen, that the scribe is the shining example of good sense. A god. A living god. That's what he thought they would find. Madness. To think that at the end of all this, that they would find anything other than death. And then, they reached the end of the forest. The trees, endlessly thick and hanging with vines, just disappeared. Leaving only rocky soil and the hard, jagged stone of the cliff. And, of course, the mist. Agrania stood at the edge. Ilha sidled up next to her, letting out a low whistle. It's beautiful up here. Why didn't you tell me this place was so damn beautiful? In a way, she guessed it was. If you could ignore the gouges along the cliff walls, and that poisonous vapor spewing up from the stone temples. The cliffs went on for miles, and if she squinted, she thought she could even see the other side. Fog gathered in swirling pools down in the valley. But something was out of place. She shouldn't be able to see this far. It was too clear. Instead of rolling typhoons of mist, charging through the valley, the temples sprayed only a thin stream that evaporated almost as quickly as it formed. What did that mean? Perhaps it was a good thing, that they would be able to see further. Perhaps none of them would hallucinate too deeply. Or, perhaps not. Luck was a powerful blindfold, and she wasn't about to put her guard down. She would keep her eyes open. But it was the scribe found the body first. A Kiran soldier. Agrania recognized Vorpi's special insignia on the shoulders of her uniform. There was a bullet in her skull, and bloody bandages on her foot. Something had been eating at her flesh, chewing on the bandage. There might be others, Agrania warned. Stick together. And stay quiet. No more talking, after this. Agra. No, she whirled on Ilha. Locked eyes with him. Be silent, or be seen. He must have seen the anxiety in her face, because instead of arguing, he only nodded. And closed his beak. Another day of hiking, before they came to the switchbacks, massive ramps that zigzagged down the cliff face, into the Templilands. They had been carved long ago, by ancient hands. The last certain? Maybe. Maybe not. Stick together. Do not stand more than 3 feet apart. If you can't see the person ahead of you, do not call out. I'll stop and check every 20 paces, to make sure we're together. And whatever you do, don't touch anything. You don't think you're being too cautious? Kyrene asked. Even he had a hint of fear in his voice. But it's not enough. They still don't understand. No, it was the scribe who answered. Whatever she says, you need to listen. Agrania, surprised, inclined her head at the scribe. Thanks. He nodded back. Then, she turned her attention to Ilha. Last chance, Corvini. We can still turn back. He's in there. Agrania hummed her disappointment. She pulled him aside, out of earshot of the others who were setting down their gear. The scribe was attempting to redress the politician's wound, and the politician was saying, no. Tighter. Like this. Ilha spoke first. You still don't believe me about the human, do you? She shook her head. Of course, I don't believe you. Even the scribe could tell the avian was out of his mind, which was a bad thing to be out of, in the Templilands. I have to go, Ilha said, if Poir is in there, then I must follow. You don't know what he is, Agra. I made the mistake of letting him go. Again. I have to fix this. You've gotten me this far, and I can't thank you enough. But you don't have to come with me. Agrania said nothing. She looked down the switchback, where the mist was curling and playing and twisting around the lowest ramp. Waiting. Alive. Remembering. Corvini. You told me that I had a choice. Back in that cell. You told me that my future belonged to me. If that's true, then so does yours. This is my choice. He nodded, his face filled with too much confidence. Poor, dumb bastard. Then it is mine, too. And she thought, at least we won't live long enough to regret it. Together, the 4 of them descended into the valley. Despite the sparse mist, the whole world down here was wet. Riverlets streamed through the rocks and gravel and loose sand, filling in the holes, and gathering around the stones. Pooling in their empty footsteps. The scribe hadn't said a word since they'd left the forest. Good. At least he was taking this seriously. The others crunched a little too loud on the gravel, going too easy with their footsteps. A shape rose out of the mist. Like one of the stone statues, only it was so much taller. And as the mist billowed around its legs, she saw bark growing over rusted metal. She froze. Held up her hand, to stop the others. And waited to die. But it didn't move. Is it dead? She'd never seen one so close. Not for long, anyway. The breeze pulled away more of the mist, and she could see shaggy moss hanging from its numerous limbs. Ancient bark melted into scales of metal, and she couldn't tell where the wires ended and vines began. Leafy green fronds, dripping with water, hung over a rust-stained carapace that had been cannibalized from too many machines. This thing wasn't shaped like any animal nor construct she'd ever seen, there was no natural symmetry to it. Every angle was new, every limb served its own purpose. Made neither by person nor nature. Tough plant fibers and flexible roots bound the mechanical joints together, and its armor was stained brown with plant grease, or orange with rust, or dark red fungus. Branches drooped down from its highest limbs, and mechanical claws and grippers prot-root from the ends of boughs. No part of this thing made sense, and yet, she knew what it could do. Had seen firsthand. But at least this one wasn't moving. Not until Ilha walked up to it, and said one stupid word. Hello. Oaken cracks and groans and the shriek of metal erupted as it moved, lifting its bulk higher and turning to face them. Part of its body dislocated, and pushed a sphere-shaped body part at them, covered in red fungus. Agrania dove towards the avian, yanking him back by the arm. Throwing him down into the gravel, and covering his body with her own. Again, she did not die. Impossible. Instead, the thing aimed itself at them again. Out of the fungus-covered sphere, sprung a light. Bright and red, and somehow solid. The light collapsed together, into a human face. Like the statues back on Seir. Like the faces carved into the walls of the Lacertan temples. And the face spoke. Welcome. The administrator has been expecting you. Agrania opened her mouth, but disbelief made her mute. I told you, Agrania, Ilha said, he's a human.